Mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. She a move. Yolande. Come on, family, big up yourselves. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the 9 Saturday soup settings. Long time when I come with little Saturday soup. But we'll see what gone. Jeez. Hold on there. Big up the people them in the building. I see Buddha's giving us some love. We see Braden, Miblos now. Divine, big up yourself. Dominic, all right, big up yourself. That's a new name, but I know I believe you're from Black Betman and that, so big up yourself. Ostrich in the building. And of course, how we're going to leave out Goldilocks himself, Andy himself. So big up the people in the building. Yeah, Goldilocks is getting around these YouTube streets, and why not, man? Come on. So yeah, man, a little impromptu one. I don't know how it's gonna go, to be honest, because I'm not gonna lie. My brethren just come and check us, and boys aim was to leave me on my ass. So we're gonna see how it's gonna go still. You know what I mean? But you don't know, John. I see Tottenham got a draw. Hey. Well, obviously it's the big game tomorrow, but we're gonna brush them, bros. We're going to brush them up. Trust me. Feeling very, very confident about tomorrow's game, man. So all you gunners out there, trust me, I hope you lot got chat for me tomorrow. Not tell you, but yeah, man, come on, never walk alone, mate. You know what I mean? I still can't believe that whole Klopp thing, Bobs. I can't even. I'm not even going to go into it, but yeah, it's a mad thing still. But football, boy. Football. But yeah, family, I ain't even come to tower too long. I don't even know how it's going to go, to be honest, man. But true, I lined it up anyway. I'm like, all right, come on, let me go through still. But so first and foremost, you know how we do over Yeso. Yeah, let's give thanks and praise to the Most High for giving us all another day, because no one knows the minute, the second, or the hour. So it's always important to give thanks and praises. You understand? So yeah, that with the first, bless up the place. 9 in the building, special number. That whoever just came in on the 9, you're a special, so special. Yeah, man. So I don't even know, family, where to begin with this one, man. You know what I mean? Because yeah, like I've put in the in my title, like I'm saying, who is to blame for some of the Brits being so pissed off right now? Because seemingly there's a lot of pissed off people. Just been doing my business on the rough, tough streets of Hackney. Yeah, big up yourself, Andy, and I believe you do is it not B&B? What's Airbnb? And it seems like you get the numbers in. So seemingly London is still a popular place to come and visit, regardless of everything being so expensive to artists. But yeah, man. So yeah, who is to blame for the Brits, for some Brits being so pissed off? I think we have to put in some, because I don't believe it's all. Do you know what I mean? But certainly it seems like in this corner of YouTube that we occupy, and then that could then mean that it extends elsewhere. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because obviously some of us don't go into other places maybe to hear what the sort of vibrations are, and maybe that's down to us still. You need to get top taxi Randy, spend your minions here. You will be Amanda Holden. We're top of the league, game. What were you talking about? Top of the league. Liverpool are top of the league, and we are hunting. Yes, Liverpool are hunting. Yeah, we're top of the league, game, man. We're top of the league, baby. Like, trust me. But don't let me detour already onto Liverpool, man. Don't, because it's an easy thing to do. But yeah, man. top of the league. We're in fourth thing. We're in the top of the league. We're in the Carabao FA Cup, and we're still in the UEFA Cup, man. You know what I mean? Like we're doing bits, man. Yeah, we're gonna win something, man. We gotta give Klopp something. We can't let him leave empty-handed, man. That would be an absolute travesty, man. That would be an absolute travesty. Oh, Amanda Holden supports Everton. All right. So yeah, man. So like I'm saying, family, like in this corner of YouTube, and that goes maybe just a little bit generally, it seems like there's some upset. You understand what I'm saying to you, amongst some of, let's just call it the indigenous. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? And many different things are being cited for this upset, yeah. And it's been quite interesting listening to some of the conversations that are being had. You know, we've got this new character called Danny Roscoe that sort of entered the building, and he's coming with his ideology, let's call it, you know. Which really is just a whole different story, and it's just interesting to see the persons or people that sort of back that sort of ideology. You know what I'm saying to you? But that's sort of a different story. But it probably all intermingles, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? Big up yourself, Lig. Big up yourself, Lig. So I'm really asking the question here. What is it that people are upset about? Now, I know obviously immigration is one, yeah, because seemingly, you know, this immigration thing cannot be spoken about. You know what I mean? And we hear about immigration, we hear about Dover and the boats, etc., etc. Which is fair enough. You see what I'm saying to you? Which is fair enough. Pick up yourself, Khan. But like I was saying to Base Welshman on the block yesterday or the day before, yeah, when you're having all these complaints that are being had, yeah, if it doesn't start and end at the government, yeah, and the representatives in the country and this and that, then I don't really want to hear nothing. You get me? But unfortunately, but predictably also, the low-hanging fruit, i.e. the immigrants, or to some people, the blacks, or the ethnics, you understand what I'm saying to you, are the ones that are getting the blame for basically the sort of policies and procedures of Britain, right? Which, to me, is foolish. Well, it's not even foolishness, because it's the easiest thing to do. It's the low IQ thing to do, and it's the emotional thing to do. So I get that. But like I said, in England, they've not really, in my lifetime at least, they've not really had true and frank conversations about, race, you know what I'm saying to you, and maybe to a lesser extent even immigration. You get me? Like I don't think they have like full and frank conversations. Yeah, hence why you might sort of hear the sort of rhetoric that we may hear in the YouTube streets or on different other sort of social media platforms, this, that, and the other. So for me, maybe the nearest we came to having like real conversations about certain things was Brexit. But again, do you know what I mean? Brexit, because for me, a lot of people voted Brexit because they thought they were going to be getting rid of certain types of persons. Yeah. Yeah, but the maddest thing is that since Brexit, there's more both legal and illegal immigration. You understand me? Since Brexit, under a conservative government. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now remember, when Labour were in government, those of us that are old enough to remember or have the clarity of mind to remember, Conservatives was always on Labour's case about the immigration and how they're just bringing in immigrants to get votes and this and that and blah, 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 all the rest of it. You understand what I'm saying to you? And here we are now. How many years of Conservative is it? What, we in 2024? When did they come in? About what, 97, 98? I can't remember. But we've had a good few years of conservatism, and the immigration policy has not been reversed. And like I said, if anything, it's increased under a conservative government, where that what do you call it? In times gone by, they would have been seen as the ones to be tighter on immigration, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So again, like I said, immigration is definitely you know, a hot potato right now. Yeah. But again, I'm like, I don't know if the real anger is being was it directed at the right persons. I mean, even and this is what I'm trying to say, this is how I know that the politicians and titians are they're very, very slick, because even if you take into consideration what's happened since COVID in that year, finding out about you know, all the different MPs breaking the restrictions, you get me, giving us some dickhead excuses. Our man was testing his eyes and all this other stupid type of shit. We've seen politicians getting off with each other when they're supposed to be distancing themselves and all of this. We've you know what I mean? My man, Wembley Boris had to die on his sword regarding the whole, you know, parties at Downing Street and all this other type of stuff. Meanwhile, you know, people are losing their loved ones and they're not even able to attend their funerals and this. You know, I mean, all of these stuff, but it seems like all of them sort of things are being forgotten about. You get me? But this is politics still, yeah. And then the new thing is the immigrants. You understand what I'm saying to you? And listen, no problem. If people want to feel away about the immigrants, no problem in it. It's your right to feel what you want to feel about immigrants and that. But my main thing is, at the end of the day, like I said, innit? At what point do we hold the government, you get me, really accountable? I mean, like really, really, really accountable. Because like I keep saying, if they wanted to stop people coming to England via Dover, they could do it. They really, really could do it. Yeah. Right now, England is actively recruiting people from India, etc., etc. Yeah, they're giving them work visas. You know what I'm saying to you? Then those persons are then bringing in their wife, their kids, and if like, they ain't got no kids, they're gonna start having kids when they're here. So what I'm saying is, why aren't people up in arms against the government? Like, why, instead of blaming the immigrants and the blacks and all of this stupid type of shit, why aren't people putting in that energy and going to your local MPs and etc. and asking what's actually going on? Because at the end of the day, yeah, especially black people, like, we are less than 3% of Britain. Yeah, less than 3%. You get me? Which in the grand scheme of things is nothing. They don't want to stop them right now. They want them. But I agree with that. Jack. You know what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say to the people then. But instead of them addressing that, they want to address the blacks. Yeah? Or they want to moan about a small number of black people that want to deal with their own determination. Do you know what I mean? It's mad to me. Like, I don't understand how such a small amount of people, i.e., black people, can cause such consternation amongst a set of people. It's crazy. Yeah, John. This is the thing, John. Yeah, even that, right? To show you where we still are in history, this, that, and the other. Imagine you've got a government, right, that are letting in people legally or illegally. You understand what I'm saying to you? And then they want to move these people onto a whole new country that they have no. You see what I'm saying to you? Listen to me. But this is what I'm trying to say, though, John, man. This is what I'm trying to say. But people have only got energy. You understand what I'm saying to you? For the people them that they believe that they can see and touch or be spoken to. It's absolute foolishness, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? But what I am saying, though, is that for some of them, what it is, yeah, is it's showing their underlying, you get me, vibrations towards certain people. Yeah, because there's still a lot of woo, this little random thing. Yeah, but it may be nonsense, Randy, but it shows what I want, though, right? It shows it shows what some people think of the people, right? Where they believe that a set of people are going to come here and then you can move them off to a whole new. I mean, I don't want to say this is Australia all over again, yeah, but you understand the point that I'm making, yeah. And then now, when the government is making moves like that, then you want to get upset when other people are trying to get in, yeah. This is a very vicious cycle, yeah. And like I said, I do feel sorry for some people that feel away, man. But when I say the chickens are coming home and karma is a bitch and all of these things, it's a serious thing, because even now you're still practicing, or the government is still practicing nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have a set of people from a place, and then you want to go and then place them in a whole new country amongst a whole new culture and no, come on, man. Come on, man. And then you understand what I'm saying to you? You've got to, yeah, you got to get upset with people. But like I said in it, I understand in it. We are very low hanging fruit. You get me? And obviously, how can you be angry with the government? Like, what does being angry with your government look like? Yeah, your government don't come online. You see what I'm saying to you? Your government don't do streams. Yeah. So, and then, yeah. So instead, get upset with some black people that are about the progressive of themselves, of them people, you get me, especially with regards or because of their most recent history in these newer times. Yeah. Fuck it, blame them. But they're fucking supremacists, the blacks, the ethnic, and all this other type of stupid shit, man. Like, this is correct. Listen, first of all, I am very glad that I was born when I was born, yeah. Like I said in it, I wouldn't have wanted to be born a day younger. Yeah, that's the first thing. Secondly, you see, having an education, both academic and worldly, is very, very important, because you see, if you ain't got that kind of all round knowledge, yeah, you will fall for any type of shit. You see what I'm saying to you? And also having self-esteem within yourself. You get me? Being proud of who and what you are. These things are very, very important. And it seems that they're going to be even more important in times coming up, because we know that the aim is to make everyone just one in it, just vanilla. Everyone just comes under vanilla. Everyone gives up their their identity. You get me? Like, from where they got all of that, and it's really interesting because we can actually see it happening. So in a way, as much as you look at certain things like that, it's still all education in it, in a way. Do you know what I mean? Because, yeah, like I said, these things that we're kind of seeing were predicted from a long, long, long time, and they would have been called conspiracy, this and that, but when you see certain things happening in real life, you're like, rotted, this thing's really going on. Yeah, because how you can have somebody or persons, for example, or an ideology, yeah, that says, okay, to black and white unite, but in order to do this, you got to forget your blackness. Yeah, you can only deal with whiteness and white culture. Yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And I'm glad that I've lived to see such things. You get me? Because in years gone by, like, you know what I mean? This thing would have been seen as an absolute nonsense. But I understand why it's there, and I understand the sort of persons that would sort of buy into that. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I'm veering off a little bit, man. But all this politics has run out of legs long time ago. They moved everyone to the right until they don't even fit no more. Poor Danny June. Moved everyone over to the right. I don't know, can't. I just think that a lot of people, yeah, they're looking for representation, isn't it? They're looking for representation. I believe Danny Roscoe is looking for representation, in it. Gummy, again, looking for representation, in it. You know what I'm saying to you? So in that regard, but it's just very interesting, you know. Oh boy. But yeah, so that's one. Why? So anyone in the chat, anyone in the chat say, you know what I mean, why is that a lot of you seem to be so pissed off? Yeah, can anyone tell me in the chats? John BBB, you're a fairly balanced person. Why do you think the people them are getting so pissed off? And the thing is, because I'm listening to certain people talk, and it's like they're trying to whip up, something, like they're trying to whip up people's emotions, like trying to whip something up. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm looking to see if you don't say anything in the chat, but I just read something about a prolapse prostate. I'm like, God damn, what go on this, man? See, it's media manipulation. See, I don't know, Chrissy, man, because I'll be real, I don't even really watch the mainstream media still, so I'd have to take your word for that still. See, I think a lot has changed since BLM. Yeah, since BLM and George Floyd. Now, obviously, there was a backlash against the George Floyd thing. Yeah. And with that, BLM got more strength because BLM was still about from before George Floyd. Yeah. Right. I hear that. I hear that, John. I hear that still. And that's why I called it low hanging fruit, man. Low hanging fruit. You get me? It's the blacks, it's the immigrants, it's the guys. England hasn't got a English parliament. We are not represented. It's the British political union that is the enemy and destroying England. Nobody can understand that as it's a bit. No, but June, I'm in complete agreement with that statement. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's all I ever say. Like, instead of getting onto all these really quite innocuous and insignificant people, we need to be speaking to the government for real. And that's what I'm trying to say. I find it interesting that people have got so much venom for, you know, these other things that I've spoken about. You know what I mean? People that are dealing with self-determination, this, that, and the other, as opposed to their government that in recent years has robbed the country of billions of pounds, not even millions, absolutely billions of pounds in front of our face. You get me? Has had for a government who blatantly flaunted the laws that they set upon everybody else, but they broke them once again. Do you know what I mean? For a government that continuously gives themselves fucking pay increases, whilst especially the key workers ain't getting that type of pay rise. And I could go on and on and on and on and on. You get me? But it seems like people have got more, like I'm saying, more venom for, you know, the blacks, the immigrants. Do you know what I'm saying to you? That people that ain't, who are barely surviving themselves, if you even talk about immigrants, this, that, and the other. I'm hearing about people being put up in hotels and all these things. Cool, fair enough. I get it. I could get why you'd be frustrated with that, this, that, and the other. You get me? But a bigger frustration should also be, well, why hasn't the country rebuilt the housing stock, especially after Thatcher sold off all the social housing? Yeah. Why government after government after government has not addressed this problem? You understand what I'm saying to you? So yes, obviously these new people, I get it. I'm not stupid in it. I'm not taking away from that at all. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I am also saying, well, why isn't there more stress and pressure on governments to build more social housing? Yeah. Why is that not the case? Nothing's changed. Just a few demographic of people coming here. You won't find many fans of the government, to be honest, Nine. Well, you say that, Jack. You understand what I'm saying to you? But like I'm saying, I think I'm hearing more disdain and negativity, against, like I'm saying, like, I'm talking about in this corner of YouTube, obviously. You know what I'm saying to you, Jack? Against, like I said, the immigrants, the blacks, the ethnics. You understand what I'm saying to you? This new thing of black supremacy and all of this stupid type of shit. You get me? You understand? And then try to remix it, and which I find to be very, very dangerous, because you see, for persons like yourself, Jack, and other educated people that know what I want, it's okay, innit? But it's them low IQ dumb motherfuckers out there, you get me, that may just listen to that stupid type of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because this is how certain organizations has risen in the past. Do you know what I mean? Especially when you go from a standpoint of we are hard done by, and we are hard trodden, and woe is me, and the world's against us, and all this other type of stupid shit in a country that is still predominantly white. You know what I mean? Predominantly, you know what I'm saying to you? Like, come on, man. Okay. Oh, I could only. All right, but I could have. I could only imagine. Hold on a sec. So, to be honest, we are being raped and pillaged. I have never known anything like this. Complete chaos. Okay, June, but by who? No problem with that statement, but by who? Who? By who? Of which I definitely agree with June. You understand what I'm saying to you? And I think, like I said, I would have a little bit more I don't use the word respect, but a little bit more time if I was hearing more conversations about the government than about the immigrants, the blacks, the ethnics, and all this other type of stupid shit. Because what I think that does, I think that's just whipping up sort of racial tension, as it were. You see what I'm saying to you? Because at the end of the day, yeah. There's some real politics at hand here. You know what I mean? Some real politics at hand here. It's a privilege to moan and not actually put in the work. Well said again. Or just work at all, John BB. You get me? Some people can talk a lot of shit from the comfort of their from their sofa. You understand what I'm saying to you? Not doing a goddamn thing. You get me? I'm telling you, Jack, man, it's but again, this is part of the plan, innit? You get me? So we have to also put that in the thing as well. You know what I mean? In terms of the whole divide and rule, this, that, and the other. So I do get that. Don't get me wrong. But I still find it very interested, you know, in 2024, that, I could imagine, my guy. I mean, I'm telling you, there's people out here just trying to whip it up. You understand me? Whip it up, man. And I don't know for what reason, and I don't know who is gonna be following that whip it up thing. But yeah, man, there's something definitely going on. And that, again, that's why I reiterate how important, that's why it's important to have good all-round knowledge. You see what I'm saying to you? And self-esteem and knowledge of self. Knowledge of self is very, very important, because if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going. You see what I'm saying to you? And I think we can see, or we've seen evidence of that very fact. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And yeah, very, very well, we're in some serious times, because yeah, it's like people just want to flick a switch and feel so everything just disappears with the flick of a switch. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I've heard something similar. I'm like, what's with all the whipping up thing? And you know, it's so weird, man. It's just so weird because imagine you're gonna be in a house hearing anyway. You know what it is. I can see a civil war, I'm afraid. All right, so June is saying I can see a civil war. I'm afraid we cannot carry on like this. When the government supports an illegal invasion, not looking after the nation, we have a massive problem. So let's break that down, June. I can see a civil war. I'm afraid we cannot carry on like this. When the government supports an illegal invasion, not looking after the nation, we have a massive problem. Yeah, big up yourself, Jay. But who would the fight be against though, June? That's my question. Who is the fight going to be against? Because like I said, if it's going to be against quote unquote immigrants, then that's just low hanging fruit. You get me? Because and then the next question is, well, why is it going this way, June? Like why those are the sort of conversations that I would like to have. Do you know what I mean? Why is it that the government is supporting an illegal invasion? Do you know what I mean? Why is it that a supposed conservative government who's supposed to be right wing and you know we know what comes with that? Why is it that under their watch there's been both more legal and illegal immigration? Do you know what I mean? Why is that? You get me? I think those are the sort of conversations that I would like to have, as opposed to people worrying about if there's a small group of people over there or over there who are trying to self-determine themselves. Because at the end of the day, yeah, respectfully, it ain't got fuck all to do with anyone else. Respectfully, you get me? Because if there's a bunch of people over there trying to do what they're, as long as they're not troubling me and impacted upon my life and ain't causing any harm to my life, I don't give a f. Yeah, but it seems like when I say we, I'm talking about black people, or especially black Caribbeans or Afro Caribbeans or American Caribbeans, when we're on our shit, a lot of people seem to have a problem, and I've got a lot to say about it, this, that, and the other. Yeah, you get me? If we're out there killing each other and doing the most stupidest shit, I mean, them same people will be cool with that. They ain't got nothing to say. No, that's just how they are. Get me? When we're on some self-determining positive, everyone, no, you can't do that. Not yet. And the move and the bomber clot here. Yeah, leave the people them to do what they want to do, because we don't trouble no one else when they want to. And this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, this is historical colonization settings. Yeah, I heard a drunk bald skunk Triller was saying how what did he say? Most black people around the world, they don't want to be with each other. This little bomb somewhere in London with very little work. I mean, probably been around 1 and 2, and then thinks that because he's heard a couple of people on YouTube, thinks that he can come and shut up, man. You and all the others that think you can talk on that, shut up, man. Yeah. Because when you and Raj and Killer K and that were having your seat conversations and your seat, no one ain't coming to talk about your thing. Why? Because one, it ain't got nothing to do with us. Two, we don't care. Yeah? Yeah? But I'm getting a little bit sick, yeah, of other people thinking that they can talk for us or whatever. No. Yeah? If you're listening, just listen and shut the fuck up. Yeah? Like, seriously, man. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah? But it's only when... Anyway, I'm not going to go into that bit, man. But only when good, when, yeah, positive. If it's bullshit, oh, it's fella. Oh, look, they're killing me. Oh, look. Yeah, but when would you progress? You would have chat on a move and a bomber clot here. Yeah, and I'm moving a bumper clock. You know the fuck I'm talking to, man. Like, get off of that. Stop sucking off of us, man. Seriously, man. You're just a vampire. Yeah, but we're free now. Like, you can't tell us what to do, how to think, and all this. Fuck off, man. Seriously. But the thing is, but you see, but Trilla's another example of where they want the world to go, and it just everything's vanilla. You get me? Like Trilla gives up his whole culture. He gives it all up for I don't know what. You get me? He gives it all up. Yeah, and that's why, like I said to him yesterday, that's why Killer K and Raj speak to you the way that they do, because you're one of them ones. So I get it. Do you know what I mean? Just beige, man. Yeah, but anyway. I'm telling you, man, like I don't understand. And this is why I'm saying, yeah, that I believe that this is one of the problems with forced multiculturalism. You see what I'm saying to you? That's why it was better when everything was just happening ergonomically, organically, I should say. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Now people got to defend it. Like, oh, listen to me, man. Yes, D, well, go on.
Big up, sissy. Big up. Yeah, I see you on a roll, man. Bless up yourself, man. Keep going. You're on a roll. Come on.
It's madness, though, D. When I really deep it, man. You see what I'm saying to you? And these, I swear down, but it's historical, man. It's historical. You get me? And as long as those of us that need to know, it's historical, man. It's crazy. Chile wants the so-called third world to stay. This is what I'm trying to say. These people, they're weird, man. It's like they're not even comfortable in their own skin. It's very strange, man. Did you hear him say yesterday about how most? Do you know what? I don't want to give that you any fucking thingy, Bobby. Really, but
It's
really,
the
I'm just
dumbest
highlighting
shit ever. Just dumb. Just
how,
dumb and uneducated, stupid. Like, why would you even say some dumb shit like that and not have anything to back it? Like, why? It's like a woman today trying to talk about my girl is half Ghanaian and half St. Lucian and tried to equate that to be mixed race. Like the dumb, low IQ hanging fruit and actually think they make sense. When you listen to some of these people, sis, you just have to sit back and laugh. Because not only are they one dumb, they're degenerate. They don't understand the difference between race and culture. That's two. And number two, Ghana's in Africa. St. Lucia's in the Caribbean. Did you not did geography in school? Like, what happened there? Like the dumb low hanging fruit. Since you can't make these people like, if you listen to them and realize how stupid and illiterate they are, like you just have to laugh. You can't even respond. You just have to laugh, sis. Just laugh at them. Just laugh. They actually sound stupid. They look dumb. They actually are pathetic and they got no talking points. And then they think they're trying to rattle up something. And the people that are listening to them must be as dumb as shit too. Because I didn't see nobody point out to her like, hold on. That's not race, that's culture. Like, you got to understand, when you got dumb people talking to dumb people, you can't expect no better, sis. You really can't.
What you say, Randos? Have you come to tell us why the indigenous are so pissed off, Bab?
No, man, I'm happy. I love the multicultural society. You know me, I like to keep my women melanated. So I love it.
Yeah, well,
I'm not angry.
big and serious, Ramsey. Like, obviously, as a white man in the UK, innit? Why do you think that? Why do you think
man's off to Africa tomorrow? You know.
Yeah, but forget all of that. Listen, why do you think white people? Well, not all white people, you know. So I'm talking about these particular white people are so angry at immigrants and not actually angry with the establishment and the government that's put their country in this predicament.
Listen. Listen. I'm too old to bother about these council estate, what I call white trash. Listen, I'm getting on with my life, doing my stuff, living it large. I'm good. And these people who are as what did I even title this? Angry Britain, yes, Angry Britain. I don't meet these people. The last time I met them, actually, was when I was away for Brexit in Greece, and I was on a package holiday, and there was loads of chavs there in the hotel, and they were cheering. Brexit's done. Cameron's gone. I'm like, I'm just going to get back to my drinks at the pool bar. I'm just like, these are not my people. I'm just enjoying my holiday with Goddess, Forget all these people.
That's
They're not my
quite
people.
interesting. You make that point, actually, Randy, and I think actually we may be saying something similar, but saying it differently, because I used the term low self-esteem, right? You get me? So because
Yeah. I get you. I just
because for those that are here living their, I don't want to say their best life at least, but you know what I mean, getting along with it, blah 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 blah. You don't hear these sort of complaints. And again, remember, we don't live in isolation. Opposite to what.
No. But you've got. Let me tell you.
One second. So we do live amongst the general population, yeah, i.e., white folks, this, that, and the other, yeah. Now, the majority of the white people that I know, they don't complain like the way in which I hear these people complain. Now, don't get me wrong, Randy. It's not to say that they don't highlight what they may see as certain issues, this, that, and the other, yeah. But like yourself, they're more busy getting along with their day-to-day life. You understand what I'm saying to you? Trying to ensure that there's intergenerational wealth, this, that, and the other. You get me? As opposed to moaning about fucking someone saying black betterment or this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. So, I get that. But let me tell you a little story. I was catching a bus down to Old Street, yeah, and there literally was 11 black people on there. There was me, and then a woman gets on with a little fucking dog from the council estate, yeah. She puts the dog on this chair by the side of her, and an old black woman gets on and said, "Oh, can you move your dog?" And she just said, "This is not Africa." And that is literally what we're dealing with. We're in central London. We're not out in the sticks. It's literally, this is Islington, yeah, where we were, and it's literally, you've just come off your council estate with your little stupid dog. I was ready to jump up and throw the fucking dog out the doors. I didn't know what to do. I was like, relax. It was like, and everybody else was like, doing the kiss teeth thing. I can't do the kiss teeth thing, but
Randy, whilst you're here, yeah, before you run off and before you start chugging down your John Smiths, yeah, let me try and ask you something, yeah.
Well, I'm packing, innit?
All right. Well, all right then. Where are you going anyway?
I'm going Morocco, innit? Africa.
Oh, you going North Africa? All right.
Yeah, North Africa. Yeah, 4 times. This is my 5th trip.
What part are you going?
No, I'm not going to disclose that because I have people who are trolling and whatever. So, but I'm going to Morocco at some point tomorrow.
All right. Are you going hotel or are you traveling?
Hotel.
All right. Well, enjoy. I myself have spent back in the day anyway, a good bit of time traveling around Morocco. So yeah. Big up Al Hasima.
Listen, Randy, just bring me back some good shisha, yeah. And listen, they've got these strawberry and apple cigarettes, yeah. Bring that shit back by the dozens. Thank you.
Strawberry and apple cigarettes. That sounds cool. Actually, I have to look out for them. I haven't seen those.
So, Randy,
I'm not going to be bringing back any quality fresh herbs from Morocco, obviously, because I'm a upstanding, clean citizen of the community.
Forget about that, Randy. I need you to get your educated accounting hat on, right? So, let me ask you something. And I know, when you hear the term Black Power, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you hear the term White Power, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you see them as being the same thing? Does it give you the same emotion?
I just don't like either term, and it's like Jupiter accusing you of being black supremacist. Yeah, Jupiter likes to give you a title, and you see, I don't know, because I don't really know that well, but I know you're a bit of a fangirl for Kale, and Kale is obviously a black supremacist. So
right,
that's why.
Hold on. When you say fangirl, what do you mean?
Well, if I ever go at Kale, and you know I've had a few goes at Kale, you come out and support Kale.
Give me an example.
Oh, I can't remember. It was.
No, don't do a Jupiter. Don't do that, man. You can't say that.
Oh, all right. Forget it. I'm packing. I'll see you later.
No. Randy, say
Forget
what you
it.
see.
Forget
Say what
it.
you see. But
I
go
can't
ahead.
remember what the specific circumstance was.
All right, so for instance, say if Kale's getting drilled on the panel, like last night, yeah, when he was getting drilled on the panel, and then say Nine speaks up and says, "Hold on, what you just said to Trilla, like we know she's Trilla, you just made a stupid statement." You consider that to be her sticking up for Kale, or her calling out Trilla for the bullshit coming out of his mouth?
No, that's calling out Triller for bullshit always, yeah. But it's when I'll have a go at Kale. So my point with Kale is he always calls us. What is this?
Bless Don.
What are we showing right
yes,
now?
It's me. Yeah, it's me.
All right, I'll catch you later, guys.
Big up, Randy. Welcome, Eunice. Big up, my brother. What?
Oh, I wanted to oh, why is he run away?
I'm still here.
No, not you, but I'm talking about Randy. I don't know. Randy says something on a run. What on Randos? Okay, Eunice. All right, welcome, Eunice. Happy Saturday. That is a shame.
Eunice will be able to help you out, though, sis, because obviously Eunice doesn't subscribe to that whole Pan-African thing either, innit? So he's a good one as well to use.
Yeah, but Eunice is black though.
But it's not about being black, it's about the mindset, innit? Because they're saying, so what? All right, Eunice, let me ask you straight up and down there. What do you consider as black supremacy, or do you believe in there's such a thing as black supremacy?
I mean, if somebody says, okay, that, you know, a certain group is superior than the rest of the human population, all that, and that in itself tells you, you know, he already differentiated what he perceived to be as a supremacist group that is supreme over the rest of the human population, right? So a person could self-define himself as a black supremacist, right? But I think that, you know, a black supremacist, to me, I just think someone's tapped if they believe in if they consider themselves to be a black supremacist or white supremacist and all that. You know, I think that people that have those views, they have problem with identity.
Interesting.
Notice most of the people that claim to be supremacists are mostly tapped.
Randy, come back, man. Don't run, man. Come back, man.
Can you give us an example of a supremacist that you believe to be tapped then, Eunice?
I mean, you know, I could, for instance, you know, so could it be either white supremacist and black supremacist?
Yeah, I can give an example. For example, if I say that I can think of a supremacist that's tapped, I would say Danny Roscoe. Tapped. Straight. Tapped.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I've heard about, you know, what he said and all that, with regards to, you know, on Betty's panel, stuff like that. I just think that, you know, I think he made a comparison, right? So Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter, right? So, you know, I don't support Black Lives Matter movement, but I do believe in the principle of Black Lives Matter, right? Just like all lives matter, right? But I think that, you know, I do recall seeing, you know, white supremacists wearing, I think, was it like a White Lives Matter shirt or something like that? or like a White Lives Matter banner or something like that, right?
Go ahead, Eunice. Listen, we're not going to
Those
you.
were like white supremacists, right? But I think that the Black Lives Matter movement it's like a multiracial organization. So it can't be a racist organization, right? If it's a multiracial organization.
Well said, Eunice. Well said. For those in the back, did you hear that? BLM is a multiracial organization, yeah? So stop attributing it to black people, you dumb fucks. Go on, Eunice. Sorry, bub.
Yeah, so it's definitely a multiracial organization because you have so many people, you know, in the movement. We look at their rallies and stuff like that. But like when you draw a comparison between people that people that would say White Lives Matter and all that, and have like a banner or something like that, they usually have white supremacists and all that, with all the exception of the guy that flew that banner in Lancashire, right, in Burnley. That's
Over the
pretty much it,
football.
basically.
Over the football.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Because that's something that strikes me like quite weird, to be honest. Like, if Black Lives Matter is a multiracial organization, then how come there isn't, you know, a diverse group of people in the so-called, you know, White Lives Matter movement, or an organization that has a banner of White Lives Matter, right? You know, that gives it some type of respectability and all that. You know, of course, everyone, you know, believes in it principally and all that. But the reason why, what is the reason why they actually, you know, got that banner out, right? You know what I mean? So
you see, I think you raised a really, really good question, Eunice, in a very subtle way, right? Because what I find really interesting is why some people find it necessary, yeah, to create certain organizations, yeah. So, for example, and that's why I tried to ask Randy that question about black, like what, when you hear the word black power and white power, what comes up, right? Because anyone with half a brain, yeah, and a little bit of knowledge understands that black power, as it, you know, quote unquote, came up as a direct result, in a sense, as a direct result, sorry, of you know, oppression, slavery, etc., 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 etc. You get me? That was the whole reason for it. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I find it quite retarded whereby people in 2024, you understand what I'm saying to you, feel the need to even have like a counterpart to black power. You get me? And feel a way about it, knowing it's not like they don't know, you know, it's not like we're living in a time of ignorance where no one didn't know shit about shit. Yeah. Everything is all out there now. You get, whereby I think it's actually sickening certain people to even know about the history of some of their forefathers and that. Like, I didn't think white guilt was a thing, but I actually think it's a thing now. Yeah. But that's a whole different story. And then that comes out in different ways as well. You get me? But I just wanted to really say that white power and black power are two different things. Black power came up as a direct response to black power, to white power, sorry. Yeah. And they're never the same. That like what black power is about survival, if anything else. White power was actually about killing black people. Like, what are we doing? Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just, you know, killing people. It was basically ruling people, you know, that happened to be non-white and all that. And it wasn't just necessarily killing people and all that. It's just basically, you know, keeping a certain group of people in a state of oppression, right?
That's a fact, Eunice. Oppression,
yeah, but there was a lot of
slavery.
killing, whereas the vice
Hold
versa.
on, sis. Yeah,
Sorry,
so oppression, slavery, colonization, all of that came underneath white power. Now, I want to see the exact same thing under black power, because as far as I was aware, and I've known all my life, black power is about empowerment of black people, not about taking out, not about taking out other races of people. You know, never has been that. So I'm trying to understand the correlation, how they've come to this correlation.
I'm about to give you the proper insight, but can you guys hear me by any chance? Can you guys hear me clearly? Oh,
Not
big
clear,
up,
but
ladies.
we can hear you.
Yeah, big up. If it goes back, just let me know. But basically, you know, I just want to address, I don't know if you lot see this, you know, and it's something I've been speaking about for many years, you know. Basically, what these people is, they're just panicking over. They don't want black people to unite. They don't believe in what's it called. They have this code, you know, of not believing. And Brother Keller always say this. They don't believe black people are all human justice, you know, human rights. This is why, you know, they always counter, you know, they always counter wherever black people talk about science, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to them, you have to look at this. When it comes to them, yeah, their problem, anything, they have to highlight it. And the whole world has to be on their back supporting them, you know what I'm saying? So it's just more than that. And yeah, regarding that idiot thriller, yeah, bro, listen, I think of sister Nanifa, you know, she got really truthful, you know. She said, has Idi Amin even killed 5 Indian people? When you prove Idi Amin has killed 5 Indian people, then come and talk to us, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? These people don't believe in that. They do whatever it takes, you know what I'm saying? All you need to look at, you know, that time when Black Lives Matter happened, you know, when the Black Lives Matter, the protest happened, you could see the panic in these people. These people will not leave the channel, you know. They were fighting hard. They were putting so much effort, you know.
I agree.
Well, I have never seen that effort, you know. They don't even do it for themselves, their own causes. But that just to divert and, you know, confuse black people and just to get a couple of black people to believe something different. Remember this, we will keep saying from the beginning, we believe in Black Lives Matter. We're not saying we're following lesbian movement, you know, or we believe in that they have a problem with that. They will never accept that.
Well, so I'm sure everyone's going to agree with this.
Yeah, let me just say this. This is why they have no problem, Brother Kell. But Brother Kell is a big threat to these people. Brother Kell is one of the most humble person, bruv. You can be disrespecting him so much, but the guy will still reply humbly. You know what I'm saying? And when he
he's
says
a
this,
different breed, definitely.
he's a G, brother. He's like one of those kids you wish you had. You know what I'm saying? If I could just get one kid like that, I know I made it. You know what I'm
yeah. Sorry to cut you, but again, I think you bring up a really good point, yeah, because it seems that certain type of black men, yeah, cause a frenzy, yeah, Kale. The last one I remember like that is Shakara. Yeah. And they amongst different types of people. So what it shows me is that, and you know, again, historically, this is what it is. Yeah, get me that the solid ones, yeah, them are like them, just like they don't like the solid gal them are like solid woman. You see what I'm saying to you? They like
the ones that will
all
go
of them are panic. Fucking look, they all panic when the Kell just opened his mouth. Even when they go on, sister, I don't want to interrupt, but look at it, you know. These people used to hate each other. They used to be enemies. They used to be beating each other. But Danny Roscoe brought them all back. Have you not noticed when Danny Roscoe came back, you start seeing Judith and Wendy talking. Luke is cool with it. As long as it's against the black people or the colored people or the Asian people. What I mean about that, you know, bear in mind when these brothers are telling you this, you know, Brother Kell.
Hold on, did you know about
nobody's our friend?
Did you follow him or know about him before he came on the block?
Way before, bro. 2000, I think 2 years ago, he used to chill around some channel guy called, you know, Tom Fury.
Really following these people.
I used to, bro. I used to terrorize a minute. This guy, bro. All I said, you know, because this guy was always talking shit about Black Lives Matter. One day I just typed, you know, I had enough of this guy, innit? So I typed on the chat, let's have a debate, you know. That guy went emotional. Yeah, man, I'll sort it out. Come on this Tom Fury channel. I don't even know who this Tom Fury is, yeah? But come on this Tom Fury channel. We're going to sort it out, all of that, right? So I knew, bro. It's not even, listen to this, you know. We need to ask this Danny Roscoe one question. And then you don't need to understand this. Remember this, you know. These people work night and day to put dirt on Jeremy Corbyn. Remember this. These people are always saying, our leaders, right? But what did they do to Jeremy Corbyn? Just because Jeremy Corbyn shows some form of sympathy, that he's got some, they can't handle Jeremy Corbyn because he's got some sort of respect for Muslim or black people or this and that. They went overdrive, sister. They made sure, even them, they start acting like politicians. They tarnish this guy's name. The whole, these, you know what I'm saying? All of them, right? And then today they're here talking about our conservatives done this and that. Remember this, you know, didn't even give Jeremy Corbyn a chance. So this is the question, right? Right now they're saying conservative is dead. We need to bury this political party, right? But remember this, if Suella Braverman just wave her hand and say, guess what, I'm going to lead the far right movement. they're all back on that plan. Another, they're all gonna jump. So as soon as somebody just come and say, far right, let's move. We're gonna get rid of these black people and these Asians and that. Watch them all flock in. This is what this Ralph was talking about back in the days. You know, Ralph was saying it will eventually happen. These people will show their true colors. You know, and I knew this. You know,
Who? Raj, did you say?
Ralph. Don't you remember Ralph? He was saying stage 1, stage
Ralph,
2,
stage, Ralph.
stage 1, stage 2, stage 3.
Can you
Remember?
fix your sound though? 'Cause you sound a bit muffled.
Sorry, bro. I didn't. That's the last thing I want. 1 second. You better now. Hello. Yo.
Much better. There you go.
I just took the speak. What I'm saying. Remember what Ralph used to say back in the days. Remember this. His goal was to radicalize people. You know what I'm saying? Just to push them to the edge. You know what I'm saying? Just to push them a bit further to become more right. And this is what's happening now. You know what I'm saying? All of these people, bro, they're undercover. When you're talking about, we want a black and white unite and we against far rights and this is bullshit, bro. They're inspiring. When they find out somebody, when they hear, Daniel Rascal finds out about BNP, what's it called? BNP and Chrissy Morris and that, he's inspired. He's thinking, I want to get more like that. You know what I'm saying? But the question is, bro, this country we live in, and we need to actually, as black people, this is why, you have black brothers and black movements, I respect that. All over, even Arabs, you know what I'm saying? People are working, united, trying to move, set up signs so they can move back. So this is why, you see me, one thing I don't do, yeah? I stay far away from black people politics of trying to get some justice in this country. Because we will never get any justice, let's be honest. It's just a waste of time. But once we start thinking of let's get justice for Africa, remember this, once we get our motherland, we the one who controls the world, you know what I'm saying? Not in a bad way, but we just get back what's owned to us. The rightful king, remember this, that the biggest predator on the planet is a lion, right? But the rightful king would just go and take his feet, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, Don't get this twisted,
Yeah, but even with that being said, I mean, like I said, I find it amazing, to be fair, that when black people speak about their progression and development, etc., that so many people actually get upset and feel that they've got something to say about it. It's crazy to me.
Extremist, bro. You know what extremist is? That's what they call you, How can Kelly be an extremist, bro? Look at this, bro. Jupiter yesterday, hold on. But at the same hand, I just want to add something. Jupiter said yesterday, this country is going into civil war if they don't get what they get. That's the extremist, bro. That should be full-time fucking resources put on that woman to watch her. But
I'm glad that you can.
But I'm just saying the white privilege. Look at that white privilege, bro.
I'm glad that you can confirm that such things were said, Maskety, because what I'm saying.
No once, bro. Bad time. She's like she lost the fight. She lost the fight of radicalizing.
Trying to.
I just want to answer. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry for that, man. Yeah, man. Sorry, man. My internet. I just wanted to add something. My internet's cutting off here. Let me just add something. It's like what I saw yesterday. It's like, she lost the fight of trying to, and what she does, bro. You have to be honest, man. She radicalized people, man. She radicalized people. She grooms people. She comes on people's channel. She wants her point to be said. If you don't believe it, she start getting angry, bro. Imagine someone like that. I'm not saying her as a person. Imagine someone like that had a bit more power. That is someone that would definitely torture you.
Situation,
are you mad? That person will torture you and
she wants to be out
kill your family off and
hold on, Asketi, because on top of that, I noticed today when I was playing back some of that bullshit I heard today, she's out here trying to self-identify people. Listen, slavery's over. You don't get to do that. You don't get to identify nobody. You don't get to tell people who's British and who's not. Let me tell you something. I'm going to put it out here from now. I'm not British. I'm a British citizen. I am an Afro-Caribbean, and you're never going to take that off me. Period, point blank.
But you don't see that, man. You don't see that, bro.
You're never going to get to identify me. And this is why America's in the state it's in right now, because they're tired of being identified by non-black people. Stop it.
Fact.
This is why we have a problem we have today.
You're right, bro. This is, how can someone, a whole different race, try and identify you? Black people need this, or black people should come together like that way, or this not. It don't make sense, right? And one thing I do want to actually touch on, yeah. I notice you always talk about economic migrants, right? You have to understand this. Nigeria is not. It was never really a war-torn country, right? Some people, claim asylum, this and that, whatever. But one thing guarantee is, Hector is an economic migrant, and I'll tell you why. She herself said it herself. Hector came here on a student visa, and he never went back. Why did he not go back? He got his education, or he didn't get it, but he decided to stay here because he realized there's more wealth here. So the hypocrisy, we have to just study the hypocrisy and try to give that person, that one there, we need to completely cut that one off, because even for, people, she's just here to groom, and that's the original groom, man. We shouldn't, I think, like when she talks, I think we should just not even talk to her, to be honest, because we give her too much confidence, man. She can talk wherever, she says whatever she wants, man. And it's not even, don't really matter, man. But yeah, pick up yourself, everybody. Yeah, I just try to come on, and justify, say some things, And I don't really like when people attack.
Man. Say what you think.
And I don't really like the way people attack,
just
brother.
to piggyback on what Divine was saying, and I've been saying this for the most years now. It's down to us to define to people who we are individually.
That's a fact.
Not for people to pigeon box us and tell them what we are. Them days are done. Those mulatto days and
finished. Don't identify
days
no one.
All done.
Done.
I'm gonna listen to the back chat, yeah, brother. Pick up yourself, guys.
It's done. You don't get to identify. You don't get to pick our identity and tell us who we are. My God, go sit down and identify yourself. You go figure out who you are. Don't be trying to tell us who we are. We know who we are. We've got our culture. We've got our bloodline. We've got our history. We know who we are. You go figure out who you are and stop trying to tell us who we are. Allow it, man.
Sorry, who are we talking about here?
Just somebody in particular, but don't matter. Anyway, it's not even just her. There's a lot of people I noticed that do it, but she's one of the main ones. But anyway.
But yeah, did you get a chance to watch that thing there, Nanifa? I think you did, Divine, no? The whole M.R thing.
No, I didn't. I don't into that. No, I'm not into that crap.
No, neither am I. That's why. Well, let's wait for Nanifa to come back and maybe she can shed some light on it. But did you hear the debacle with Queen's ice cream, whatever her name is, and the whole? You not hear that now? It's actually more or less talking about what you're talking about. But I don't want to bust a bubble still.
Go on. Fill us in, because obviously we're not into that. Fill us in.
All right. So for anyone who's listening who don't know, there's an individual goes by the name of M.R, who's a white dude from the Isle of Docks, I believe, or somewhere like that. And he has more or less dropped himself into Jamaican culture, vis-a-vis the food primarily. I think he could have been an artist before that, but he's blown up now. He's doing tunes with Snoop Dogg. He's been to Jamaica a whole heap of times, and he's got some sort of dancehall music, if we can call it that. Pure slackness, if you ask me, but hey. So the other day he was on an interview, a podcast, and there's a guy called Young Splash, young something, I don't know, and a lady called
Young Spray.
Thank you, Young Spray.
I'm back. Yeah, go on, bud.
And there was a lady on there who's called Queen Ice Cream, I believe. Now, at the time, she was heavily pregnant, and she's of Jamaican descent, legit Jamaican descent. Now, Young Spray, I believe, is Dominican, and clearly your man's from the Isle of Dogs. All right, cool. So he proceeded to M.R proceeded to have a conversation about Jamaican culture, etc., etc. And where it kind of got sticky was he was trying to, I don't know if he was trying to profess that he was more Jamaican than her, in the sense that he's been to Jamaica more times than her. Because he turned around and said, when's the last time you went to Jamaica? Now, if you watch the full interview, he goes on to say, well, I wasn't asking like, when's the last time you went to Jamaica because of how Jamaican I am or you are. You're clearly more Jamaican than I'll ever be. But he was trying to make a point. But the thing that got me is the way he was raising his fucking voice. That got me. Like, I don't know why it got me. I don't like the guy to begin with. I think that's why it got me more so. But for him to raise his voice to a pregnant woman on a sofa, and then the young spray dude is just carrying on the fuckery, same like he is. And I'm thinking, that is typical. You know, that divide and conquer thing. Like, do you know what? I feel like you should play a clip. Like, I can't see you getting a strap for playing the clip.
Do you know which one I'm gonna? Do you know? Because there's quite a few. Because all now buddies, like I explained to you, I ain't even watched it. Obviously, I know what's popular.
Have you not? Oh my god! Let me get a clip. Hold on.
I've got put one in. Which one you want? I've got one here, but I don't know if you got one that's proper relative. But yeah, I don't watch that. That's when Kayla and Mandel, especially that Raven talks about height.
Hold on, speaking of that, sorry sis. Brother Kayla, if you're listening, please step forward.
You know what I mean? Them things, they will just piss you off, man. So, now I ain't watched it. I'll tell you what else I want to talk about. What is going on with Kate and William, Aya?
Hi! That's what she should be focusing on.
You know what I mean? You're worried about black supremacy. You want to worry about what's going on in your royal family stuff. There's all talk that my girl was went on Epstein Island, or you know what I mean, had some dealings around them type of thing there. I'm like, what?
Who's that?
Kate
Middleton. Nah, should have been too young for that. I think when them things were going down. Well, I don't know. I don't want to comment, but I think she would have been too young. Because Bill Clinton
she
was
connected
president.
with Richard Branson. Which one of them they said she was connected to? That was connected to. All of them connected.
Listen, it's a guava.
You'll be surprised. Richard Branson is connected to a lot of people, even people we know, because he used to run nightclubs back in the day. Remember, he started out with a record in the music business. So
Yo, Triller, you need to come step forward. You're another E that I need to deal with.
You man. Fuck that.
No, man, this one's got the most to say with nothing to back his chatting in it. If you're gonna be chatting out here, make sure you can back it. Otherwise, shut up, hold your corner, and deal with your own thing. Before you deal with the black people, wait a second. Before you can deal with the black people and whatever the black people are doing, what you need to go fight against, Triller, is your caste system. Before you talk to anybody. Go and fight that fight first. Start at home and then work your way out.
The caste system don't apply to Triller because he's Sikh, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't give a shit. He needs to go start
Well, no, you should do, because like if you're telling him to go deal with the caste system and he's not nothing to do with the caste system, then he's Sikh, innit? The Hindus
and the Caribbeans system. and how the Caribbeans talking, or how the Pan Africans, nothing to do with him either. Your point is, Buddha?
100. No, I'm saying
your point is, Buddha.
My point is, you're telling him to go deal with something that ain't got nothing to do with him. That's my point.
It has everything to do with him. He's on his land. It has everything to do with him.
Okay, all right, cool. Nani, for the things in the back there.
So this is what we're doing.
So this is the see that white guy, that M.R. This is what I was talking about, the way he's dealing with this lady here. And the fucking guy that's sitting there, the black guy sitting in the middle, look how he do it. Look. Well, anyway, just watch the thing, innit?
You know, this is divine. You remember that time, yeah, when Gummy was like, oh, if they were white, Hector would feel different, because remember he spazzed out over this tune and the girl that were dancing. Do you remember that a few weeks ago?
No, it's just because I don't listen to that degenerate gal. She ain't got nothing to say.
And Gummy spazzed out and called them hoes and all sorts. because the girl them did their dance, and people had to remind her that she's been on YouTube in her bikini often. So anyway,
did they do that?
Yeah, haven't you seen her in her back to front bikini?
Not us, Ross. I don't want to turn my stomach.
Yeah, best not to be fair, man. But yeah, man, my girl's out here calling young women hoes, and she's out here in her back to front bikini licking ice creams as a granny. The superior is real. The superior.
Please don't talk rubbish.
Listen what I'm saying.
Don't talk rubbish to me, please.
No,
It
let me
doesn't
land.
matter.
Let me
I could have gone in 90 days.
Let me speak what I'm speaking. Let me speak what I'm speaking.
You're not more Jamaican than me. Yes, I do. I do, and I know about clashing.
All right. When I was saying, no,
my opinion is this anyway.
No, hold on, come on, clean this up.
On the first
First up, may I clean this up? May I clean this up? Me not ask you, yo, me not ask you the last time you went to Jamaica to see if you're more Jamaican than me. I never done that. You're Jamaican. No, let me hear what I'm saying. You are more Jamaican. Of course you are. You're Jamaican.
Of course.
I'm English. So
my mom's Jamaican. My dad's Jamaican. I'm Jamaican.
That is stupid. But what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to
he
you.
told me I'm not real to this.
You're
How can you tell me I'm not real
you know
to
what?
this?
All right, me let you talk until you're ready for talk. When I'm ready to talk, when you're done talking,
you're telling me I'm not real to this.
When you're done talk, me I talk.
Yeah, come on then. You
right,
talk.
You ready for me to talk now?
Do you know what? First,
all right, you walk on.
I can't
when I'm saying to you, don't take it in different context. When I'm saying to you, when was the last time you went to Jamaica?
That. First off, there's no way I'm sitting there and this marshmallow's talking patois and I'm talking back to him. Not a bomber clock. This guy you know is a bit moody.
It's so cringe. It's so. Do you know what? It hurts. Like listening to, like even seeing him, and oh no. But you got to. I know it's cringe, but you've got to try and look past that and see how this young spray dude. As Brother Kel would say, what does he say? He's was he
unsynchronized?
Unsynchronized. This is poetry in motion. This is unsynchronicity in motion.
Yeah, but this guy, his head ain't. You know who this guy is, innit? You know who he is, innit?
He's the guy that thinks he can cook. That guy.
Yeah, but he's the one that was bleeding out at the Grime Awards, man, when they had him up, man, and he was viral for bleeding out, man.
There's a Grime Awards. All right, cool. I don't know.
I'll play a little bit, but I don't even know if I can listen to too much of this. I'll be real star, because this guy's an actual dickhead, man.
Nothing to do with who's more Jamaican.
I'm talking to both.
No, let me say something.
You said to me, I'm not real to this.
All right, but I'm saying what I said. I said, when was the last time you was in Jamaica?
And all now.
And you're saying to me,
no. What's this?
What did this
Buddha?
What is this rubbish you're really?
You're coming to raise my blood pressure, Buddha, man.
Well, that's why I'm putting it on there, because it's a discussion. There's about 6 different podcasts of different people analyzing this thing and had like 3-hour fucking conversations about it. But if you don't want to watch it and have a conversation, then turn it off, innit? Like, I'm trying to show like what you speak about on a regular basis. I'm showing it.
I hear you, man. But I'm just watching and I'm getting mad, innit? There's so many. He looks like a dickhead for the first thing, innit? You understand? Then you got this dickhead here.
But I feel like you're being racist towards ginger people there, 90. If I ain't gonna lie, like, you know.
All I've said is yeah. Then you got this madman here, self-confessed, saying to her, "But you ain't even answered the question.
No, but it gets deeper. You know when it gets deeper for me is when this guy, Yellow Pant here, stops talking, starts smiling, and my boy takes over the that. I want to know how that happened. Like this is, I don't know.
But we see this all the time, Buddhage. This is our life, bro.
I don't see this. But people act different. People tend to have a degree of respect around me. Like they never fly in front of me. I'll tell both of them about themselves.
No, I disagree, man. These things are done being happening. We done been telling people them about these things, but the response,
telling people about it and actually seeing it is a different thing altogether. Like, did you get what I'm saying? Like, I've never seen a guy talk to a woman like that, let alone a black pregnant woman. Fuck that. Are you mad? That ain't never flying. And no, listen, man. Passport or no passport, that's not flying.
This is a classic case of people need to go and find out who they are before they come and tell us who we are. Stop this cultural appropriation bullshit, yeah? Stop trying to be what you are fucking clearly not. Worry about yourself and how you need to identify before you come and tell any fucking body about what they are. That's what I'm saying right here, right now. I'm saying what's on my fucking mind, and I'm sticking to it. And who don't
as you
like
say
it,
that,
no,
as you say that,
yeah?
as you say that, Divine, yeah, I'm because at the time I'm thinking, why is this guy such a prick? Because you remember the guy, what was his name back in the day, the white guy from Canada, Snow. He sang that song Informer. Bare people fucking liked him, yeah, and he's chill. He's a proper chill guy. The guy, Gentleman from Jamaica, the German guy, he dropped some wicked tunes, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, everybody fucking love, but he is actually born in Jamaica, so you know I get that. But he's a white German guy, family ancestry, but people love him. You get what I'm saying? Why is this guy such a prick? Why ain't he got the same kind of chill? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not because he's white,
but
it's just
he
because
can
he's a
only
fucking
do
prick.
what he can only do what he's allowed to do, innit? You get me? Like, if he's sitting there and this guy beside him is giving him all sorts of green lights.
Right, exactly. That's my point. Like, how is this fucking happening?
But
there's not one guy I know. Listen, I know white guys. I know white guys that will put that guy in his place. Both of them. Like, who the fuck are you talking to?
This literally happen. This literally happens every day. You see it happen every day on panels. I don't understand why anyone's shocked. Literally, people will get away with shit that other people will allow them to get away with. So once they get too comfortable and they feel like they can come and tell you things, they get too comfortable with it, innit? And then you see it
panels,
happening on a regular.
That's
it happens
people,
every day. We see this.
That's people. Listen, this is people hiding behind fucking keyboards. I get that, Divine, but this is real time. This is people in a room sitting next to each other, like that. That I ain't never seen that. Never. Like, to me, and I don't think a lot of people have seen it, because if a lot of people had seen it, they wouldn't be making fucking podcasts about it. You get me? They're all shocked. Everyone's like, what the fuck? How are you letting this fucking guy talk to this woman in front of you like that? I think that's the main bone of contention. It's not so much what Yellow Pants saying.
Shocked or content, Buddha?
Sorry, say again? Say that again?
I said shocked or content.
What do you mean?
It's content.
I don't understand the question.
Factor. Anything to get the views in, the clicks and the likes. It's shock factor, and this is why this shit's allowed to happen.
To me, that girl was not. She was like, you got like I'm saying, maybe play in your own time or whatever. But that girl was getting violated, as far as I'm concerned. You're getting disrespected. I don't think it's a shock thing or a content thing. I don't think they're doing it for likes and views. She was legit. In fact, she went and done a live afterwards. It's only a short thing, but she was articulating her views and her points without these two there. Like, she done her own thing on her own channel.
No, I'm not talking about the actual podcast in terms of content footage. I'm talking about the people reviewing it. And going on like
but
this.
You know what? They're all.
Why I'm saying that is because they would have been in similar situations where this has happened, man.
They're from the diaspora. No, but
the only way that this could happen now is because he's been in a situation where it's happened before, bro. You see what I'm saying to you? This ain't the first place that he's gonna go and do all of this.
All right, listen, look at this now, right? Let me give you an example. Let me give you Vitaly Klitschko, yeah, heavyweight champion boxer, yeah, sitting down in a conference with I think it was Derek Chisora, black guy. All right, cool. Chisora's violating the left, right, and center. Guess what? Got hold. He's got these professional fighters we're talking about. They weren't fucking violating like this guy was violating. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's because it's a fucking woman, like, and this dickhead Spray guy is backing him. He feels comfortable to say it. If Spray would have turned around and go, yo, listen, corner man, or just chill your fucking mouth. Hold your lip.
This is my point, boo. This is not the first time, that this canary would have been in this situation. Yeah, it's not the first time, you get me, that Spray's been in this sort of situation. Yeah, remember Tommy Robinson's been on this podcast before, you know.
That's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
No,
listen,
but I'm
if
just
you're
saying,
doing,
and I'm saying that in regard of how my man is moving, in it. This one in. Now I appreciate you're saying it's a girl in it. So how's he making it happen to a girl in it? But I'm still saying
100%. Not even just a girl, a pregnant one at that.
Yeah, I'm
that's
still saying what I'm saying, bro. I hear what you're saying, but I'm still saying what I'm saying, man. Yeah, this guy's this I'm trying to say. This is why shit can happen the way it happens, man. Cause people them know how the people them stay stuff. People them know say who. People them soft, fam. Yeah, and that's why people like me look away. Get me? Cause the people them soft. So then when people like me and D come and others like that, and we're thought, yeah, we get told that we're cause remember say that couldn't happen around us. You know, so
You're mad.
And that's a one. On camera, off camera, whatever. That's not happening. He wouldn't even have that sort of energy. Like he knows what he's doing, man. He knows. That's why all these little pricks, they listen.
Do you know what? Just forward the video towards like the last 5 minutes or 2 minutes, 3 minutes or whatever, and you see the bit I'm talking about.
I could do the last time I went Dominica. I could do the last time I went Dominica. If you ask me when the last time I went Dominica, I can tell you.
Listen,
that doesn't make sense. If you're Moroccan, you're
I can tell you
Moroccan.
what's going on.
If you're African, you're African. It doesn't matter how far along you went there. I'm still more. I said I'm more Jamaican than both of you.
Of course you are, because you're Jamaican and we ain't.
And I know about clashes.
I've done your episode.
That's what I said.
All right, can I get out? Because
what are you talking
all right,
about?
let me tell you something. No, listen, this is my thing. Let me tell you. Listen, you can't tell me because you're Jamaican you know anything more about dancehall music than me.
Okay, you know more.
100%. 100%. 100%. I believe you. 100%.
Okay.
100%. I'm an artist.
Anyway.
I'm a dancehall artist.
But you can't tell
You're
me.
a fucking meme. Hold on. Nah.
All right, then, cool.
Bro, you're a meme. What do you mean you're a dancehall art? This is what I'm trying to say, man. This is what I'm trying to say.
Dancehall art is in which cut clash? Dancehall art is recognized by which parish? Dancehall art is known by which entertainer? Dancehall art is who? Where? When? My guy, you're a whole white guy from the UK trying to fucking flex and fucking culture appropriate. Like, allow it, man. It shouldn't be
all right. So let me ask both. Let me ask both of you this question. Yeah. All right. So look at this individual. We'll call him Yellow Pan. Yeah. Look at Yellow Pan and look at Dave Rodigan. Now, ain't Dave Rodigan been out in Jamaica for the most time? Clashed everyone, Coxon, Saxon, everybody. Yeah. Look how much love Rodigan's got compared to this individual. Do you understand?
That's not necessarily true, because if you're really into the culture and all the real culture, actually Rodigan's getting bun out regular. He gets bun out on a regular basis by Jamaicans.
How
they
does
let him know he culture appropriates. They let him know that that's not true.
Is that a recent thing, or is that from back in the day?
From a while, he's been getting bun out, letting him know
all the way through, yeah. But the only reason why I think that's a poor comparison, although I hear what you're trying to do, Buddy, yeah,
it's not a comparison. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between attitudes.
Well, Rodigan's been there from, if you want to call it grassroots or whatever, in it. Yeah. So you need to give him a couple flowers in that regard. You got to give it to him, in it, because he's been there from like the 80s coming right through, yeah. So. Yeah.
With all the big man, them, you know, not no, like all the big.
I know, Buddy. I know, Bab. I know, innit? I know. Yeah. Now it could be argued. You know what I'm saying to you, that rightly or wrongly, yeah, that when certain quote unquote white artists bust in our genre, they get big and they get big quick and they even make more money. You understand me?
100. Yeah.
Vis-a-vis Eminem.
Yeah.
To a lesser extent, Ice. What are the name? Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice, yeah.
We got Roddy Good. We got that little Batty man, Westwood. You see what I'm saying to you? And a few more. This
so new you see when you bring up Westwood, I'd put Westwood and this idiot in the same fucking group, for real. Like, well, even Vanilla Ice, I'd give him a blah. You know why? Because he's humble with it. He ain't out here talking like this guy. He's got the mod. If you watch any of his interviews and shit, he's got the most respect for, even like when, what's his name, Suge Knight was fucking violating him and all that. He had love for the fucking music. You get me? The music came first. Forget the culture and all the rest of it. This guy here is like, I don't know.
These
Like,
guys are memes still, yeah. But
do you any of you two recognize his t-shirt? You see his t-shirt he's got on, the white t-shirt with that thing. Do you recognize that from anywhere?
No,
neither did I. But apparently that's a big thing in Jamaica at the moment. And he's trying to tell the woman, "Do you know about this?" Anyway, like, you know, like I don't know how this.
The thing is, though, it's no different to where you can have a whole white woman trying to say that I know more about this than you because I'm married to this, or because I lie down with this, or because I take dick from this.
Idioting that.
You get me? It's no different. And my man's probably been Jamaica. He's probably lied down with a couple gal. You see what I'm saying to you? He's probably eat 2 fucking curry goat, 1, 2, Ed, this, that, and the other. And now he thinks he's there with the audacity to tell my girl who's got Jamaican parentage all the bullshit that he's saying. Yeah.
And you know what? The thing is, you know why I don't recognize that?
The thing is,
I don't recognize.
Go on, bub. Go on.
Part of the reason I don't recognize it, you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but me personally, I don't recognize that because I can't bitch slap a woman. I can bitch slap this guy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I agree. I mean, I think the worst person in all of this is the guy in the middle. You see what I'm saying to you? Now, when we start giving these people names, everyone wants to get upset with us. You get me? Now, I don't really give a fuck about white people telling me shit because, you know, big up and all that, but you lot can't tell me shit. Yeah. But when we start calling, when we in the family start calling them why certain things, yeah, I don't get it. Like why people get upset.
But you know what? That same guy would not have a bar of it. He will turn around and say, yeah, what? I done X, Y, and Z when I was younger. I'm from the street. I'm from the ghetto. I'm from the estate. I'm from road. I'm this. I'm that, and blah 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 blah. All right, that's what you're saying. But what are you doing? Saying and doing.
Well, you see, that brings up some wider conversations. You get me? That's why I think one of the worst things, apart from our religion and culture, is that the loss of language. You get me? Because there's only for things you want to. You get me? Because that youth here, I'm here for tell you, boy. But yeah, man, this is the situation that we're in now. And then if we then have a frank and honest discussion about certain things, you're gonna get certain racist retards, you get me, just going with their own narrative and you know what I mean? Because everyone thinks that they can still have a piece of us. Like this faggot here thinks that he can have a piece of us. Yeah, he thinks, like I said, because he's been Jamaica a couple times and done a couple moves and this, that he's gonna have the audacity to tell Mike that go suck your people then, boss.
He needs to get the memo. We're not for fucking sale. We're never for sale.
Imagine his baby mother's a black woman from America. Imagine that.
I don't give a fuck, man. Get me.
And imagine what my girl said to me. Said to the in the podcast. She goes, yeah, what? It's not on me. It's in me. I thought that was the line. He dead the fucking whole thing. She's murked everything. It's in me, not on me.
This is what I'm trying to say. You got people out here because they're lying down and getting some blackness that they can come and talk on. What are you stupid? Yeah, like Buddhage, like my girl. It's not on me. It's in me. Like fuck
it's
off.
It's my DNA, mate. You're trying to be me.
Next week you catch for that black man and go and catch back a white man. Then what? You still think you got chat? Move your bomber clock, man.
By the way, his shirt, is it like a designer shirt or something like
that? He goes into some diatribe about how this is big in Jamaica and it's promoted by a Jamaican company or some shit. And he feels good about wearing. And I'm thinking to myself, brother, not even brother, cuz you need to sit down, man. Like, I don't know what, because you're wearing a fucking Jamaican-made t-shirt.
You know, this is a good case.
That means I drive a German fucking Mercedes car. I'm a Nazi or something. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you doing there?
Hold on.
I don't need to have a competition.
He knows more about dancing
competition.
He knows
how
more
do
about
you
dancing.
know that?
He does.
You're chatting shit.
He knows more than me, and I know more than you.
That's how do you know more than me? Because you can about dancehall.
Oh my God! So
please, Spray. Let's talk.
You know more about dancing.
Come on, man.
Than me.
Come on.
You know more about
America. You know more about soca
than me. You know more about America.
That's what I'm going to be honest with you. You know more about soca.
You
know more about
let me tell you
something. I would have left. I would have left. Did you hear him? Mama. Yeah,
But
this is
can you
what I'm
see
trying to
what's
say.
happening? Can you see the dynamics though? Can you see what's happening? The
What do
two
you
black
mean?
people are fucking arguing, and the white guy sit back and just skin teeth like.
That's
This is normal
always
though,
the
Buddhage. You
case.
doing
That's
this,
always
like,
the
this is
case.
normal, Buddhage. I don't know why this is a revelation to you, to be honest, Bab. Like,
Because
we've
I
done
don't see it in real life. You don't
but
understand,
we've done this
Naifa.
with
You're
People do
lying.
YouTube
not.
videos.
People know their fucking place when they're around me.
Nah,
Like
nah,
I
All
can't.
the
nah,
lies, Buddha man.
nah,
You
nah.
see it all the fuck.
You're
You
mad.
choose to ignore it, Buddha, but you see it. Stop it.
I
Stop
do
it.
not.
You see it
Listen, I
every
see
day on
this in real
panel. You
life.
choose to ignore it.
Okay, well, listen to what I said to you earlier. On panels, people hide behind screen and keyboard. In real life, I don't see this shit. I'm sure you don't see this shit in real life. Like, this is not
No,
a
but we've
regular
definitely
fucking
seen it on
occurrence.
panels though, Buddhage. Like,
Oh,
we've
panels are
seen.
panels, not real life though, is it? It's the point I'm
No,
trying to
well, of
make.
course it is. No, we gotta stop that as well. This panel ain't
No,
real
it's not.
life.
It's a don't get trapped. It's a virtual
Nah.
reality. It's not real life.
Nah, we've
Yeah, the
got
minute you make that mistake and believe that, you fall into the trap them idiots are falling into.
You know why you're talking? Do you know why I disagree with you? Yeah, because right now, yeah, we are on a panel watching these people that are also on a panel. Yeah. So
well, they're not on the panel. It's different because they're on a podcast. They're sitting
but it's
together.
the same
We ain't in the same room. We are
It's the
all in our
same.
respective homes, isn't it? So the point I'm making, these people are in real life sitting in the same fucking room. Huh?
So wait, Buddhage, does that make
Yeah.
a difference then?
Yes, it does.
Well, okay then, and this is one of the further problems. This is what I'm trying to say. Listen, yeah, if you're not gonna pattern online, then there's no point in trying to pattern in real life. Because whether you choose to believe it or not, right about now, especially when it comes to social media, real life and online are interchangeable. Yeah, you know that we are going into the metaverse. Yeah, so all of this, one second, Bab, all of this thing about separating online and offline is nonsense. Right now, everyone is vying for their online position. That is what's happening right now. You get me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if people ain't gonna get their position online either, then it's really a done deal.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. But the point I'm trying to make is this: in real life, either myself, you, or Divine, if we was in that room, that boy would know his fucking place. He wouldn't be talking the way he's talking. He wouldn't have that energy.
The question then becomes, then, Buddhage, why doesn't he know his place sitting beside this guy here? Why?
Exactly. Exactly. That's not the. Well, there you go.
Well, I know the answer. What do you think the answer is?
Because my man's letting him get away with it. He's literally fucking enabling him.
Why is he doing that? Why?
I don't know if he's doing it for the views, if he's got a fucking producer saying let it run or what. I don't know. Fuck knows. But either way, forget the reasons for it. It shouldn't happen. There shouldn't be.
No, we can't forget. That's the problem, though, BigIdge. That's the problem. We cannot forget the reasons for it. We've got to get to the core of the problem. And doing this brush over thing is why we have the issue today. Let's stop doing that today. Put a stop to that from today. Stop saying, oh, we don't need to worry about no, that's exactly why we need to worry about it. We need to worry about why there is man out here like him that's allowing this shit to go down. Let's get to the core of it.
Okay, but how do you do that? I don't know this guy. Do you know this guy? We don't know. He might have a producer in his ear saying, listen, keep your mouth shut, let them two argue. It might be hard. Do you know what? I agree with the white guy. Or do you know what? I want to wind up the black girl.
Yeah,
we don't know. It could be a plethora of different fucking things, isn't it?
Even if it's any of the above, Buddhage, it's still bollocks, fam.
That's exactly what I just said. It shouldn't have happened. Regardless of what the reason is, it shouldn't have happened. That's what I just said like 10 minutes ago.
But I think what it also does is it highlights our position. You get me? So when we're out here saying this ain't nothing fucking surprising and you're like fucking hell, like this is normal. These sort of violations are normal.
Maybe it's normal to you. It's not normal to me.
It's happening.
It really isn't.
Right,
I hear this shit in Hangouts and virtual reality and all this shit. Fuck all of that. That's where people come to.
You see, this is the
Hold on,
problem,
let me finish.
man.
Let me finish. This is where people. This is what we call keyboard warriors. This is where people come to try and get some sort of fucking, I don't know, persona or whatever. But in real life, face to face, in a fucking room, mano a mano, these things don't happen. I don't see these things. Like it doesn't happen. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who go through this thing and don't see this in real life.
Well, I'm trying to get through to you.
I'm trying to think the amount of racist shit you guys have heard online. Do you hear that in real life? Does people come up to you and say to you, "Yeah, what you do?"
The only reason that
when's the last time somebody in real life came up to you and called you a nappy-headed hoe?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, buddies.
No, but when's just like does that happen? Does that happen? Has anyone ever come up to you in the past 5 years and called you a nappy-headed hoe? Right, and that's my point. In real life, it doesn't happen. Online, people hide behind fucking keyboards.
So is that so? Hold a minute. So is that your reason for not defending the thing then? Because everyone's behind a keyboard. Basically, what I'm hearing from you is, if it's in real life, I'm going to defend it because it's in real life. But online, it's everyone's behind the keyboard, so I'm just going to let it run. That's what I'm hearing.
Defend what? What am I defending here?
Well, we are saying to you, I'm saying to you that the position that my girl's in now, this has been a position online many a time. In varying ways, where we've even said to remand them, if you want to be fucking so think about it, yo, well, gone, this are gone, yeah.
So imagine this. Imagine what you Imagine what you just said a few minutes ago.
You're not gonna let me finish then, or you know what?
I'm sorry. Go on.
Yes. So when we were pointing it out, and I think and I can bring up the other gal them that were there when we're pointing, and man, blah, 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 deal with yourself, and that's it. So that's what I'm saying. So when you're getting surprised at seeing this, I'm like, this is normal. This is where it's supposed to be. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. This one here, the canary, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Kerr would say that he's practicing his political science and doing what he's supposed to do. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she's here defending it as always. Men suffer, women feel the pain. So she defend the thing with Bombard child. Then you got this battiole in the middle. This boy. This. Now, when we start calling them man, you're certain, don't call him. But what else do you call him?
You can't use the coon word. Don't call them coon.
What else
It's
do you
so
call
offensive.
this
You're out here insulting other black people. Well, what the fuck do you call it? What do you call this? Look at it and tell me what the fuck are you calling this?
All right, let me try and reply maybe, yeah? Exactly what you said a few minutes ago. If you was there, you'd walk out. But you don't do that when you're dealing with some dunce on here calling you all kinds of fucking names and God knows what they're saying. Because it's online, you feel safe around your environment because you're in your yard, no one can touch you and they can't reach through a computer and do nothing. Yeah? So that's why you stay. You don't walk out. You listen to their fuckery. If you notice, anytime any fuckery goes on and any bullshit goes on, you don't see my name anywhere on the fucking panel because I ain't got fucking time for it. I can't grab them. I can't slap them. So there's no point in me fucking being there. It's only going to wind me up. So why would I let somebody wind me up through a computer? Whereas this individual sitting in a fucking thing, allowing this shit to go on, he should have bitch slapped him. He should have just said, yo, turn the camera for a minute. Hey, pussy, listen, mind your lip. That's what he should have done. He didn't do that. Yeah. But the other point to that is if that was a woman, it'll be a problem because you can't really do anything to a woman apart from tell her, oh, listen, sweetheart, maybe you need to go do something, drink a drink or something, but mine ain't talking. But clearly we didn't see that happen here. That's what I'm saying. I don't see this in real life. Fuck this internet thing.
Like I said, Buddhage, yeah, I hear what you're saying about internet and real life, this, that, and the other, yeah. But like I said, in 2024, we have to understand the relationship between the two of them and how they're definitely interrelated, intermingling, whatever the right word is. Yeah, I think I've been online long enough. I think even because Ultra used to say the same thing as you, but even he's had to cease and fire and know. So yeah, I did short, man. They're rightly or wrongly, they're amalgamating into the same thing. And like I said, we're definitely traversing into the space of the metaverse and that. You get me? And all I'm saying is, if we don't get our position online, then forget about the position offline. That's all I'm saying, man. For real, because everyone's vying for position. You get me? And as per normal, our righteousness probably is gonna make us get left in the game start. Yeah. But this ain't nothing new. I'm gonna play it, man. But this ain't nothing new. If anything, just adds to the
embarrassment, man. Mama, you didn't even know what Psycho Bunny was. Mama, you can't tell me nothing, man.
I don't need to know about clothing to say whether I'm Jamaican or not.
Oh, that's what he's wearing, this Psycho Bunny thing. Yeah. Yo, this guy's
It's about dance on music. This is about dance on music.
I don't need to wear because a t-shirt. It doesn't matter.
All right, let's break it back because this is getting way out of hand.
It is getting out of hand.
Listen, no, let me just talk and let me finish. Please, let me talk. When you said that, you said it as if because you're Jamaican, you got more of
he said to me, I'm not real to it. He said to me, I'm not real to this.
Let him talk, then you can land.
Listen.
Let him.
No, because every time you talk, you talk over me, you know.
Yo, you see, if I was her, yeah, first thing I'm saying, yo, brother, speak English. English. Yeah. If you don't speak English, this interview is not going no more. And I'll tell this yeah, I can't even listen to this you like this. And the thing is, yeah, as well, yeah, remember, yeah, there are actually white Jamaicans in Jamaica that speak real patois. Yeah, like I could bring up people now like real white. I'm not even talking about that little white yardie you neither. You get me? Because he's another one. But I'm talking about real white Jamaicans born and bred. Yeah, not this fucking meme, man. Make the team. And this is what I'm trying to say, boy. No gatekeeping, fam.
No, I'm saying.
But the thing is, this youth's a whole Dominican anyway, so it is what it is.
You was the last time you was in Jamaica. You don't even know why I was asking that. You never even let me land. You were just saying, what's that got to do with it? I never even got to my point. And to now, I ain't got to my point.
Get to your point then.
My point was, when was the last time you was in Jamaica?
Does it matter?
No,
I'm just asking you. Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. That's irrelevant.
Does it matter?
Yes. It don't matter.
No, but does it matter when I went there? Why does it matter?
It depends on the question.
No, but why?
Then he can ask you the next.
If I went there last month, okay, I went there last month.
All right, so you know the new building that just built up.
What does that have to do with clashing?
No, but what's the problem?
You're doing it.
No, it's not about clashing.
It doesn't matter about that. I said I'm more Jamaican.
Yeah, all right.
Did you know that the latest AI-driven system can analyze thousands of stocks?
It's more these cultural appropriators. Lie down, get.
Of course you are.
So what does that matter?
You don't know nothing about Jamaica.
But you don't know nothing. You're not real to this. How can you tell me?
I
do. What are you talking about? I don't need to have a competition on what road is there from what's not there. I know that I'm more Jamaican.
I won't have to. That won't my
question. So hold on a minute. Yeah. So hold on.
You got the bullshit. You can't talk.
I was just asking
about this Fassy, yeah. So this guy saying he's been there more than you. He's been there. So does that mean that someone that's been to Jamaica 20 times on a package holiday knows more about Jamaica than what? What?
That us.
Like a retarded bumble. Listen to me, man. Go on, Divine, because I ain't got nothing to say. Seriously. Because these people just make you start cussing, man. Do you want to watch?
You know what she should have done? She should have said, soon as though you're Mr. Badman from Jamaica, yeah, you're Mr. Yardie, give us some history on Jamaica. When was slavery abolished? When was the first uprising? Who led the first uprising? That's what she should have licked his clout with and shut him all the fucking way down. And then afterwards, she should have asked him, wherever fucking part of England that he comes from, ask him where's the newest street there. Ask him what was the newest building there. And I bet you he can't chat. That's when she would have done him. She should have had the bars. Listen, she got to have the comebacks for these people, you know. You see, when they come with their slick shit, make sure you're ready to just lick them with straight facts and everything with that. So when they can't tell you about no Jamaica and when last you been there, when last you walked down your high street. What is your government doing right now in England? That's what she should have licking with right there. What is your
She was probably in shock,
prime
no,
minister?
Divine, to be honest.
Man, I would
Because
have
right now,
I would have done him.
She's in shock that this guy is acting such a freaking. You get me? She's in shock. You can tell, man. Look, and the thing is, though, and this is what it is. Right now, I know he's paying her bills, so she's got a toe a line in it. Bless her. Madness, man. But yeah, boy. Anyway, I mean, also, I knew this youth was a funny youth from a long time. Anyway, when he come and admit that he turned Muslim to eat, idiot, boy.
Question, when was the last time you went to Jamaica?
It's not on me.
All now.
Last month.
All right.
But all now. She didn't go last month.
What's that got to do with the clash? It doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying all now.
Me just ask you.
No, but you said to me you're not real to this. That's what your words were.
If you're involved in what's going on,
me.
like actually, like musically, like are you up to date in dance hall? Are you fully up to date with what's going on?
I know what's going on in
all right.
dance
So when
hall.
I said to you, when you told me, you say you don't. Why are you asking me about clothing brand? And you know that Psycho Bunny and Polo is one of the main brands in dancehall music. I mean, people have sung songs about this.
But if
you don't know about that, then I'm just trying to show you our vibes. May I try and show you our vibes? I'm saying, are you up to date? I'm saying, are you up to date?
Psycho fucking Bunny don't mean
I feel like
shit.
you got your back up, and I feel like you're trying to.
I didn't get my back up.
Pick stuff out of you being Jamaican. Listen, I have this conversation with my woman every blood clot day.
Who is he talking to?
You're Jamaican.
Who is he actually? That's what I'm saying.
Of course you are.
Who is he
I
talking
said I
to?
was Jamaican.
But look at this guy in the middle. Look at this. Look at this guy.
I don't know where it goes there.
How are you this guy talk to anybody like that?
I never said I was Jamaican.
No one said that. You said I said I'm more Jamaican. You're telling me you're not real.
May I try to show you a vibe? But may I tell my woman?
Doesn't make no sense.
Same thing I try to show a woman. May I say?
You see, there's so many things wrong with this, yeah. I mean, for me, forget Vanilla, innit? Like, he's a dickhead. He's a meme, yeah. He's an absolute meme. But this guy in the middle, yeah, he's supposed to have been on road and get boxed up already, man. This guy, this young spray, man. See? You see? Yeah, this guy. But this is why when we call these, I don't hear nothing, fam. So what would you call him then, Buddha? What would you call young Spray now? The guy in the middle. What would you call him at this point?
Listen, I don't know how old this guy is, yeah? I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. But I call him
40. He's coming up to 40.
No, he's not.
No, he is. I'm telling you.
My lord. This is what I call soft. This is what I call soft. Because I've seen him give the most energy to a black guy. Like, I don't know. Anyway, fuck it. I don't know say nothing. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. This is where. But hold on, let me check something. Hold on.
But he has admitted that he was a crackhead back in the day. He has admitted that he's mad or whatever. So maybe that's a malfunction in him. But personally, if that was one of my people and they stood there and done nothing, they'd have a problem. Not just with me. Like, we don't fly them. Like,
see, I don't want to be even horrible to the youth, man, but he's a you know what I mean? He's sure. You know, sometimes when you ain't got nothing to say, it's best you don't say nothing at all. But this guy's a
yeah, he sounds like what he was like a reserved individual, like, you know, he's very relaxed, the guy in the middle.
But there's videos of him on the podcast bringing the most energy to other people. Like, I don't know if it's he feels like he's privileged because there's a white guy on his podcast. I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, where's he from? What area is he from? You know?
Probably somewhere in London.
North, I think. Clacton, them ends, I think.
Oh, no, that's Hackney, isn't it? Hackney.
Fucking hell. That's mad. It's boy, I don't know. Maybe it's the people I knock about with. The people I knock about, me, we're all the same. We're all like stand-up people. We just don't. You let something slide, you give it an inch, they take a mile, and that doesn't. It's not about color or ethnicity or religion or whatever. It's just about being a fucking human being. How on earth do you think you can get away speaking to somebody like that? No.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to be horrible, man, but this is
What
the
is
youth,
this we're watching? What are we watching?
This is him. This is him. When he got laid out at the GRM Awards. The same youth that's in the video, Young Spray.
You see the amount of flame where La Bouche I would have give him up there. The amount of
Did he go
salop he
punched
would have
up?
hold up there. I would have done him up there. Me personally would have. The amount under him would have Conti would have got up there. It should have been me up there. It really should have been me on that panel. Because we would have gone island for island. That's how we would have done it. Island for fucking island.
Somebody boxed him because of that thing, or?
Nah, that was a few years ago at the GRM Awards, and he got laid out, man, and they left him to bleed out. So he just needs to shut the fuck up and chill out, man. But yeah, he's just one of them type of guys, isn't it? Like, I can't even say that I'm surprised, you know. And until we deal with them accordingly, it will happen, man. And as long as we have, you know, external people being able to, you know, talk about how we deal with our internal issues and all that, and man them accept that type of thing, then that's what's gonna happen, man. That's exactly what's gonna happen, bro. So unfortunately, I don't see no surprise, man.
Because you know what, you see, like even the lady, right? I'm sure I heard her on a different podcast talking about her lineage and her heritage. She got a piece of Irish in her and all this kind of thing. So no one can put it against her that she's racist or she's. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not about that. It's the way in which the guy's fucking dealing with her. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no one backing her shit. There's no one to. She got to speak up for herself. So you know, there's going to be people that are going to turn around and say, "Oh, well, she just hates white people and blah blah blah." Listen, let go of that, man. That's like, if you can't see what's in front of you, then better you shut your mouth and don't talk, innit? Like, we need to.
I mean, all I'm saying is that I just think the situation that she was just in is very indicative of sisters about, you know, both on and offline. And I'll just leave it there, man. But that's not no unusual situation as far as I'm concerned.
But you know, when you say that, right? You know what kind of pops in my head? You know, back in the day, there used to be boozers, yeah? And certain man couldn't go into them boozers. So if a guy goes to me, yo, you know what? I'm going to head down to the fucking Dalmatian, the Spotted Dog, or wherever the fuck it is. All right, cool. I'll be like, bro, you know, like, you can't go in there, bro. It's going to go off. Like, you're going to get battered if you go in there, especially on a fucking match day. You don't want to go down there. And the guy goes down there and he gets beat up. And they come back and tell me he got beat up. But bro, what the fuck you going there for? After I done told you. There's only pubs and whatnot you can go to. You decide to go to that one. And now you're going to come tell me about nobody backs your shit. The fuck you going in?
What
you want me to go
happened to him? Why did I see him bloodied up on the floor? What actually went down?
Okay. I take it my point just went over your head then.
No, I never heard you. That's why I asked you what actually went down.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about something else, but never mind.
Oh, okay. Right, 9. So why was he on the floor? Why was he bloodied up on the floor? What actually went down?
Yeah, I was hearing you still, Buddhage. But just the thing is though, Buddhage, isn't it? Like, them days.
Sorry, Nanifa, somebody in the chat's asking you to take that thing down off of the message thing. Randy Bennett.
She does that all the time. It's annoying, isn't it? She does it all the time.
What's the problem?
It's annoying when you're watching the streaming as this.
Yeah, go on, man. What were you saying?
Oh no, he went to the GRM Awards and I don't know, someone wet him up in it. So what you can see is him bleeding out in the VIP area or something. So that was
that's why he was on. So he got wet up. But what for? What actually took place?
I don't know. Some old beef and all that. I don't know.
So what make him never run and take his fucking after then cut him tail up there? Yeah. What make him never go take himself around, go to Rosau and stay and tarry one side and stay right where they say Rosau? That's what he shouldn't go. He should have gone and sit down his cloth in Rosau after they cut him tail and give him more lashing when he get there. That's what should have happened. But no, he's up there now being a fucking coon, and I'm not gonna take it back for a pregnant woman. Like, what is he doing? But see, they never cut him tail good enough the first time. That's what should have happened. They should have cut him tail and then send his ass back to Rosau. That's where he should have go.
Just out of curiosity, right? Have any of you ladies seen this guy cook? And would you eat his food?
Who?
Yellow Pan. You know, like he had a cooking show that's how he blow up. No. He can't cook for shit, in my humblest of opinion. But I don't know if you've seen his cooking and whether you'd eat it or not.
No and no. No and no. So, I mean, what is he out here trying to teach Jamaicans how to cook as well? I'm sure.
Oh man, the guy's sitting down with ackee and breadfruit and fucking. Oh my! Listen, the guy can't cook. Like you can tell someone who can cook just by simple things, innit? This guy can't cook. From when you're getting a watermelon and putting prawns in it, and then trying to cook the fucking watermelon with the prawns in it, you can't cook. From when you can't start a barbecue,
man. People are just gonna jump on him while but he's just the meme, man.
When you're trying to cook jerk chicken and you can't start the barbecue, you can't cook. It's not rocket science.
I'll see. I'm just looking at his video now.
And imagine this guy's got his own drink out. It's called Wagwan. You know, like the Magnum juice there. You know, the tonic wine. He's got his own version of that called Wagwan. And it's selling all over the fucking place. Again, profiteering.
Yeah, but who do you blame? Him? Who do you blame though?
I don't know if it's about a blame thing. I feel like people have enabled it.
Say them, you get me, man. Them don't know how to gatekeep the thing. This is the problem.
He's been enabled.
Like, yeah, because man, them don't know how to gatekeep. This is a fact. This is why he can sit there and say what he's saying to my girl, because you know what I mean. Like I said in it, you like, yeah, people just deal with you any old way, man. Because
I've seen. Remember that debacle with Jamie Oliver and Jerk Rice and all that kind of. At least Jamie Oliver can fucking cook. At least Jamie Oliver understands the theory behind cooking and the reasons for spicing and salting and all of the different. He understands those things. He may be not good at it, but he understands it. He understands the theory. You know what I'm saying? So if he puts out jerk chicken or jerk rice or whatever, he understands where the history of that's come from and all the rest of it. But again, he's another one who just can't fucking cook. How he became a chef, I don't know. But it's not, you know, it's crazy. It's mad.
I mean, the cooking is one thing, in it, because right now there's YouTube videos all over the place where you can cook any sort of cuisine in it. That's one thing. But, you know, allowing him to believe... Anyway, we're going to see in it. Right? But right now, to me, he's just a meme, innit? He's just a meme. Like...
Well, you say he's a meme, but you know he's doing a tune with Snoop Dogg, right? He's blowing up all
of... a meme as well at this point.
Okay, but hold on. He's an icon within the hip-hop industry, right? So for him to get that leverage to go and do that with Snoop, he's obviously got some recognition. Apparently he's big in the dancehall thing. I don't know if that's true, but allegedly his tune's blown up apparently. So you know,
let's see what's happening in a couple of months, innit? Because I've watched some video. I've watched him doing an interview and people are asking him what I want for him. And he's admitting that right now the serious people look at him as a meme. Yeah, you're never gonna see a serious dancehall artist with him, man. It's not gonna happen, man. And Snoop Dogg is not a dancehall artist. He's a hip hop, whatever he is now. So, yeah. But regardless, I hear what you're saying. Still, like I said,
What you forget when Snoop became a Rastafarian? You forget that, and he dropped to reggae, huh?
yeah,
Rasta,
yeah,
what was he called? Snoop Lion. Yeah.
Yeah, he grew some. Yeah, everyone's trying a thing, innit? I get that. But that's what I'm trying to say, man. Them are terrible gatekeepers, man. Anyone can bust down the door and come through. This is the problem, man. I would love to see a man bust down a bungalow door, fam. Love to see that.
Tell me
And
about
I'm not saying I'm more Jamaican than you. I'm just trying to show you that man might know a little bit more about certain things that you do. That's all I'm saying.
My co-host, I love her, but all now she can't tell us when was the last time she went to Jamaica.
Last month.
I just told
No,
you.
but she didn't go last month.
Listen to this salop.
What's that got to do with it?
No, I know she didn't go last month. But I'm saying,
what's that got to do with it?
What you don't understand?
What the fuck you know about Saddle?
Let me tell you what I know.
He's a sacque
Oh
saloper.
shit!
I'm telling you what
you
he
just
is.
killed me.
I'm with you. Because when was the last time you went
said
to Jamaica?
how can you tell me I'm
You
not
get what
real
I'm
to
saying?
this?
It has got a point.
It hasn't.
When was the last
It
time you
hasn't
went
got
to
a
Jamaica?
point to it.
Anyone
It
watching
hasn't.
will know that
You
it
was
does.
telling
When
me
was the
I'm
last
not.
time
This
you
is
went to
you.
Jamaica?
You're not real to this.
All right,
Like
but when
I'm
was the- all right,
getting schooled
all
about
right,
my
cool.
own.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income. And
But you said you're more Jamaican.
Where all my family's
Let's
from.
go back to you
all
saying
my
you're more
family
Jamaican.
members are from Jamaica, and you're trying to tell me I'm not real to this.
Okay,
Make
let's
it
go
make
back.
sense, because it doesn't
Let's
make
go
any
back to
sense
you
what you're
saying
saying to me.
you're more
You're
Jamaican
telling
than
me
us.
you're not addressing what you said, why I said
Okay,
what I said.
You're more Jamaican
You're
than us.
not addressing
more
what you
Jamaican.
said to me,
What did I
why
say?
I said what
What
I
did I say?
blood clot said.
What did I
You
say?
said I'm not real to this. How are you going to tell me I'm not real to this?
You're not
You
real
did.
to
Yeah,
this.
you did.
Oh, was it me?
You never tell me that.
Was it
You
me?
never just sit down and say that. That's why I said that.
It
to
wasn't
you.
me, bro.
I
Yellow
didn't
pants,
answer him.
quiet.
I never answered him. I answered you.
Yellow pants, quiet
I
there now.
answered you. I answered you. Bum to you. Can you tell me? Are you dumb?
London.
You're telling me. So what?
So he's
My
more
whole
Jamaican than you.
family is from Jamaica.
Okay.
What are you
When was the last
talking
time you went
about?
to Jamaica?
That's my whole background. What are
When
you
was the
talking about?
last
My
time you
dad,
went to
my
Jamaica?
mum, it's Jamaican. How are you going to tell me I'm not more Jamaican
When
than you?
was the last
How
time
is
you went to
Frey
Jamaica?
and you're from Dominica more Jamaican than me because you listen to bashment music? Because you listen to bashment music, you're more Jamaican than me. Listen to the dumb shit what you're talking. Because you like bashment music, you're more Jamaican than me.
Probably.
Have you even stepped on the island?
Probably.
Have you stepped on the island?
I went there last month.
Okay.
I went there last month.
You're more Jamaican than me.
I went there last month.
Spray's
When
more
did you
Jamaican
go there?
than
I went there
me.
last month.
All
When
right,
did you
you're
go
more
there?
Jamaican than me,
I went there
Spray.
last month.
You're
When
more
did you go
Jamaican
there?
than me. You're more
We all went there
Jamaican
last
than me.
month.
Okay, yeah,
But
right.
he's more Jamaican
That is
than all
the
of us.
funniest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life.
What my point was,
You could
Cream.
never be more Jamaican than me, and that was my point.
Cream.
It's not about anything else.
I went
It's
to
about
Jamaica
you
last
trying
month
to
as
tell
well.
me I'm not real to something that is my culture.
All right.
That's
All right, can I tell you my point now? Can I tell you my point? My point.
I drank
my
a
point
red
now,
strike
and let me
last
finish-
week.
Let me finish what I'm
You know
saying
what's
now.
going on in
My
the streets of
point,
Jamaica?
Cream. My point was like being in tune to like remember every month everything changes in like the whole what's going on slang. I meant like when I was asking was the last time he was in Jamaica, like because like it don't take nothing away from your Jamaican. Like it doesn't take. You're not listening. Listen, you don't take nothing. I'm not taking nothing away from being Jamaican or nothing like. I'm talking. It's nothing to do with being Jamaican. I'm just saying like up to date with what is happening, like the slang, the talk, the latest. That's why I was asking when was the last time
you ever heard
you
of
was
her, Mafiella?
Yeah,
Have you heard?
man,
That's
no,
my
man.
sister,
My
same mum,
feelings-
same
my
dad.
big up, man.
My
Yeah,
mum's
man.
Jamaican,
Not you.
my dad's Jamaican. Because
feelings
I'm
more-
sitting on the
my feelings
couch
more-
talking in an English
My feelings
accent.
more Jamaican than her.
People are trying to
My
style me
feelings
like
more
I don't know
Jamaican
my
than her.
thing. You understand
My
what
feelings
I'm
more
saying?
Jamaican than
Sounds a
you.
bit like
My
what
feelings
Gummy
more
does
Jamaican
on a
than you.
regular
She does
basis.
bashment
Math is
music.
more Jamaican
What you
than you.
talking about? That's
Math
my
is more
sister.
I know,
Jamaican
yeah.
than
Same
you.
mum, same
Big
dad.
up,
That's my
Matthew, big
little
up.
Math is
sister
more
at that.
Jamaican than her.
We come out of the same
Do you hear how
household.
Mafia
You
looks?
can't style my
Do
thing.
you hear how
You
Mafia
understand what I'm
looks
saying?
compared to
I
how
get what
she's
you're saying.
My dad was in rough
Do you
cut
hear how
band.
Mafia
You
looks
cannot
compared?
style my thing. My dad's a Rasta.
Listen,
My dad,
Is
no,
he
no,
rough cut?
please.
Yeah, for real.
Don't let me have to school you
Heated
because I can
Taylor.
post pictures
Heated
right
Taylor.
now to show
Cream.
my background.
Cream.
Yeah,
If
get
you
out
know
school
me,
me.
blood clot, no.
Cream.
Get out
If
school me.
not, where's me come
Cream.
from?
Cream.
Everybody knows
Come
about
on, North
ask about ice
Easy.
cream and Mafiella
Cream.
and ask about my mum and my blood clot father. Nobody,
Heated
no
Taylor.
one on this couch is more
Heated Taylor.
Jamaican than me.
You're the
And
only
I
one
said
on
it
that
with my
couch.
chest.
I don't know why you
On
do
these
that.
couches.
Listen, I beg
That's
you.
what I'm
You're the only
saying.
one
I
on that
beg
couch.
you
That's
to
what I'm
just say when you're
saying.
saying
You're the
that.
only one on that
Because
couch.
listen,
Don't style me and tell
Cream,
me that.
let me tell you something,
Talking
man.
about
I
trying
beg
to style my thing.
yo, listen, I beg you to just
He's
say.
telling me I'm not real
Because the
to him.
last
That's
thing
what
I
I'm
want,
saying.
There's a good heated
hey,
Taylor. There's
the
a
last
good
thing
heated
I
Taylor.
want is people
I think we've
think
got
saying,
two
listen, M.R. thinks he's more Jamaican.
I think we've got
Hey,
two
don't do that
heated
to me.
No,
Make sure you
no, but
address
I'm
him, you know.
saying it's the
I
way
never
it's
said
thing.
this and that.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, yo, this thing.
But sis, you're not understanding what's really going on here. Yeah?
No,
This
I'm
guy.
definitely understanding.
No, listen. This is the dumb argument he's making, you know. Big and serious now. Big and serious. He's saying because she's in the UK, that makes her one, less Jamaican, which is the dumbest shit ever, which we hear Gummy do every day, trying to identify people. Secondly, my girl's from North Wheezy, you know. North Wheezy, the hub of where immigrants from blood clot Jamaica come from. Listen, you can't step to North Wheezy or fucking Brits and then not fucking identify as fucking Jamaican, and all of a sudden, what, you're no longer Jamaican, you're what, British? What the fuck is he trying to do here? Does he understand the history of fucking North Wheezy? Is he dumb? Like, he needs to fucking shut the fuck up. And wherever the fuck he comes from, he needs to go and fucking identify himself. Yeah? Because what you're doing right now, my youth, is trying to slip and slide in where you don't fit in. So what, you get a little bringing in bumper clock, dancehall music, and now you think you're more fucking Jamaican than every fucking body. Yeah? Like our culture just fucking got left behind. Our identity just got left behind in the fucking islands. And because, oh, boom, she's one fucking generation in, all of a sudden she's no longer Jamaican. You're a fucking dickhead. And when I hear these dickhead arguments being made, especially this morning on dickhead panels from illiterate fucking uneducated people, it makes my blood boil. I'm not gonna lie, sis. Because they wanna feel like, say, oh, because you're born here, you're British. Nah, bitch. That makes me born here. That doesn't make me less identity from what the fuck I am. It doesn't make me no less. If you come to fucking Northwest, you're gonna see the hubba bumba clock Jamaica. So hear what you're gonna do, my youth, yeah? Come to North Wheezy and tell her that in her face and see what happens to you, yeah? See what happens to you with that same talking in North Wheezy. Step in Halston with them chattings and see what happens. Because you can only get away with that shit on the panel. Believe that. Believe that. Enough of them eye behind camera and fucking panel with their big fucking tough chattings, but they would never dare step in the ends and say that shit. Believe that. Believe that.
But you know, that's one of the things why I always say I'm British and not English. Because by being British, you automatically denote that you're not English, that you have some other ethnicity, whether it be Jamaican, African, Caribbean, whatever. The whole reason for being British is to not be English. You see what I'm saying?
Sorry, brother, say that again. I did miss everything. Go on.
So this is why I always say I'm British, not English. Because the mere fact of being British denotes that you're not English. So being British, you're of another descent, whether it be African or Caribbean or Mexican, doesn't matter. If you're born here and you're a British citizen, you're British, not English. That's the way I look at things.
And you're entitled to that, Buddha. That's how you want to identify. That's how you identify. But what we're not going to have is somebody outside of us trying to identify us. We're not doing that. Fuck off. You're not going to get that liberty. If you look at, I heard a man come on a panel and talk about he's half caste. Half caste. Like, what the fuck? But what? That can slide and that's justified, yeah? My girl's making you know she's Jamaican. She don't give a fuck if she's born here or not. Her identity, her culture, how she eats, lives, walks, talks, is all identified back to her fucking island. And no bitch or no man ain't gonna come and tell my girl, say, she ain't fucking Jamaican. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Everything about her, she's from fucking North Wheezy. How more? Come on now. Like, allow it, man. The argument's dumb. It's just so fucking retarded and dumb.
I feel that he doesn't grasp that. I feel like he doesn't really understand what's coming out of his mouth. Like, she's trying to damn, and you know what? Fair play to the girl. Big her up still, because she articulated on her ones. She's fighting two corners. Like, imagine that. She's fighting, and she's held her own. And the guy still don't fucking understand what is coming out of his mouth is preposterous. Right.
Yeah, Cal, you're supposed to come up here and give the political science of this situation, but get me. But yeah, buddies, this is normal, man. This is absolutely normal, man. Unfortunately, but we'll make it think place still. I ain't gonna make it raise my blood.
We might have two hits.
It's too much.
We might have two. If I split it, I might be able to get 2 hits.
No,
Three, I'll tree.
No, but
wait, let's do 3.
Anyway, listen, I'm gonna jump off. I'll catch you guys there. Take it easy.
Consider the satisfying
All right,
Put the people off and then flies off. Mud.
No, man, what do you mean? Like, remember, you didn't want to watch it.
Okay, that's
This is a mad thing. I don't even know why you come with that yet. I can't get my blood clot boil up.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, the video is entertainment, right? It's for entertainment.
I scared he's back in the building. Oh shit.
Guess who's back? Back. No, not the white guy. Guess who's black again? Hey, bro, yeah, man. It is what it is. Lady Divine, you know, I thought about something, you know, listening in, you know. I had a little question, you know, I just wanted to ask you, like, us as people, yeah, what do we expect? You know, you have to understand, these people think we are their babies. They think they raised us. We came out to them, we came to them with diapers on. They changed our first diapers. Now they own us, you know, they own our land, our resources, our human rights, our economy. And now even you see your culture as well, they're taking it. So the question is like, I think, you know, we're in a fucked up situation, you know, to be honest, man. And it all comes from, I believe, it all comes from economy. If our economy was in check, you know what I'm saying? Look at this, brother. Look at Saudi Arabia, you know. The Iceman would say, Saudi Arabia don't have human rights, and the woman can't walk on the street, the woman can't be driving cars and that. But nobody does anything.
I mean, women can drive cars now.
Nah, bro, you just chatting shit. Yeah, because, bro, it's Mohammed bin Salman, innit? But forget about that. You're gonna soon see a gay club in Saudi Arabia. Let's just be honest. Saudi Arabia is finished. But my point is, these people think they own us completely. Everything that comes from black people is their property. But remember this, they said they let go of slavery, but they didn't let go of human resources. They still think we're the human resource, you know? You know what I'm saying? Look, when I say this, look at this, you know? If you go on TikTok, yeah, when you find, you know, videos of black people, videos of people putting black people down, yeah, I guarantee you most of the time is some white guy sitting behind the screen, you know, propaganda, bringing us down, you know, and it's become normal.
How do you know that they could be black, they could be Asian, they could be they don't have necessarily to be white.
It's the oldest trigger in the book, innit? It's all they have left. All they have left is to put the black man down or black woman down so they can keep exploiting us. Yunus, brother, I don't understand, brother. Are there? Yeah, Yunus, I want to ask you something.
Like, you know,
All I want to ask you something. What do you think about, you know, Somalia and Somaliland and Ethiopia? I want to ask you something. Who do you support when it comes to now with the case with Somalia and Ethiopia right now about to go to war over our land, that port? Because I know you Somaliland, you know, I'm from Somaliland as well, yeah. What do you think about the Somaliland government giving Ethiopia our port like that?
Do you know what? Yeah, like I when I heard about it, I was wondering, you know, if they're building a port and all that, I think Ethiopia is bust. They don't have the financial resources to even build a port.
Nah, bro, look, we don't mind giving Ethiopia something, you know what I'm saying? Because look at it, you know, I do understand. A dusty Mercedes car that costs about 30,000 in the UK, in Ethiopia costs about 90,000, you know, because it has to go through, you know, if it goes through Eritrea, if it lands in Eritrea is going to put 40% tax on it because they don't like each other, right? Same thing with Somalia.
I'm just wondering if they build that port, is it going to create jobs and all that? You know, like let's just say, like
what job, mate? They're gonna colonize all of us. Ethiopia looking to colonize the whole of East Africa.
I mean, they always want.
I'm joking, man. I'm not trying to bring that scary. I'm not trying to actually bring that scary tactic, you know. But right now, I don't know if you heard and what's going on with Ilhan Omar. Everybody onto Ilhan Omar.
I know. She's gonna get impeached, right?
But she can't get impeached. I thought freedom of speech. Doesn't exist freedom of speech. This is again, you know, and the thing about the ICE people, you know, they don't. All of these things they're talking about freedom of speech is these things they don't believe in it. Yeah, this is the last thing they believe in.
You know what, sketchy,
they're thinking once the black man has got the right to vote and right to say what he wants, that's when we have to take the rights away.
There's a sense here that Somalis, like they would vote for Ilhan Omar because she's Somali and all that. They won't vote for her based on policies.
Go on.
You see what I'm trying to say? Like her politics and stuff like that. Doesn't sound quite appealing, to be honest. Like
politics.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like even I've heard Somalis, I even heard Somalis from, you know, her constituencies in Minnesota, and they were saying that the vast majority of the voters are non-Somali people that live in her district.
What are you talking about, my friend? Again, you chatting shit, brother. Don't come here and lie to me, you know. Lying to me on the internet. Are you telling me that the majority of her voters in Minnesota are not Somalis?
I think like at the beginning, they're saying, "Oh, we're going to support her because she's Somali and all that."
Don't lie to me, brother. You know, and the only reason she's in Minnesota is because of the Somali. Because Somali is the majority people in Minnesota.
Yeah, I know.
You know that, right?
I know. Yes, I understand.
Somalis are the South Sudanese people.
I understand that, but the thing is, the district that she's from, majority of the population in her district are non-Somalis.
Who said that, bro? The whole of Minnesota, majority of Minnesota is Somali. Have you ever been to Minnesota?
I didn't say that. No,
as soon as you leave Washington D.C. and you go into Minnesota, them side.
Somalis only live in Minneapolis and the suburban.
No. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie, bro. The thing is, you haven't been there, man. I've got family down there, bro. Bro, it's not even about that. What I'm saying is, you know, the far right. Back to what I'm trying to say, brother. You know, the far right. You see the way they jumped up and saying, this woman, she's showing more alliance to Somalia than her own country and this and that, and they twisted her words. You know, all she said, you Somali people, remember you have a Somali daughter in as a congresswoman in America. So I will do whatever it takes to not allow Ethiopia to. You know what I'm saying? That's all she said, right? But when you look at all of these far right, but one thing I read, you know, Candace Owen came defended her, you know that? Candace Owen.
I know, but she didn't make any judgments and all that, but I saw her
video, she got a Somali interpreter to read the whole thing, and she interpreted text how it's supposed to be interpreted, right?
Yeah.
Do you speak Somali?
No, I don't understand Somali. I understand it.
So when you listen to a clip, what did you understand? I understand, you know, you have to. I understand what people who, you know, might say that, you know, and she's kind of talking for Somalia and that. Obviously, that's true, right? Because remember this, she's talking for. She's in a place where there's probably 1,000. Actually, I want to talk about something more important, brother, man.
Do you know what?
Today, hold on.
We're not having the Somali wars up on here today, you know.
Oh yeah. No Somali wars, man. But I'm just saying, you know, that's something, Lady Divine. Just check Twitter and that. Some madness is going on at the moment, you know, with the far rights and that. But yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen the Palestine protest today? 300,000 people came down, you know. That's mad, isn't it? That's a lot of people,
Yeah, there is.
That means, bro, that agenda is a serious agenda. Wallah. 300,000 people, you know, and how come, you know, conservative had the Rishi Sunak and that? How come this guy, he knows that they need these votes, you know? But the guy, he chooses to completely ignore this. You know, 300,000 of his citizens are protesting, bro, for a cause, and he's not even addressing it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
what do you think about it?
That's madness, though. If you think about it,
That is a madness, isn't it, bro? That's like
that's
shoot yourself in the foot.
It's going to be strained, on public services. If you think about it,
And they killed 12 people in Yemen today. You know, with Iraq with the airstrikes. Yeah, this country, bro, is moving crazy, man.
Listen, they're trying to, what do you call it, target Houthis, right? They're causing problems in the Red Sea.
Red Sea, brother. Listen, who are you? Where are you from? Hold on, where are you from? Where is your Red Sea? Red Sea you're talking about? Where is it located? Does it go through Somalia?
It's north of. It's on Barbara Port, isn't it? Like.
Does it not go Barbara Port, right?
Yeah.
And it goes through as well. It goes through majority of Somalia. Remember this, whole of Somalia is together, right? So, anyways, do you believe as a Somali you have right to defend that port? You know, where people should not. You know, remember this. Any ship that goes through Britain's ports and European ports, they have to pay tax, you know?
Right.
But how come 70%, no, about 35% of the world trade goes through that port, and all of these countries around that area are in poverty, you know? And in fact, that us Somali people, hold on. In fact, us Somali people, these fucking ships are dumping all type of chemicals in our water, you know? What do you think as a Somali you have the right to defend your territories? You know? You think you have right to do that? Do you think this is called international water? That means it belongs to the colonizer. Is that what it is? Yunus, man, you need to wake up, bro.
Is that like
brother, you cannot be talking like that in front of your own community. Well, it's embarrassing.
Look, I'm just saying.
This type of shit at the Red Sea, defending that, bro. Who told? What right has Britain and America got to go with their warship and intimidate and bully people in their own countries? None, right? So, yeah, man, you have to, you know, think about what you say something before you say it.
All I'm saying is, yeah. Apparently, there's a lot of what do you call it? That apparently they're saying that the situation in that region, is so detrimental, that it could affect the British economy.
What detrimental, my friend? Is only detrimental because they're there. See, you know how much oil they've been drilling from Golden Heights, Syria, fucking Somalia, all type of places, bro. You know how much oil? Yemen. Yeah. Look, you know what I'm saying? All of these places, right? I didn't want to say, you know, in a famous, you know, Qatar, yeah. So I think we're famous, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Shaka we're famous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what happens, yeah, man? Just in the for man. Remember this, brother.
Oh hell no.
Oh, I just trying to teach something to my brother, man, to wake up. It's done. I just wanted to tell him, yeah, open up your eyes, brother Yunus, and remember this, you know, like the far right are talking about immigration in their country. You have the right to do, like the Yemen people have the right to control their waters, bruv. Remember this is their waters, you know.
I mean,
nobody has the right to come and intimidate you outside. Even if you got fucking onion to throw at them, you will carry the onion, bruv, and defend yourself with the onion, bruv. So this is what I'm saying. Don't be opening this fucking Sun newspaper and saying, we are rights until we're defending our waters. Bruv, who give, you know, this Suez Canal? Yeah? You know how much money they made out of the Suez Canal? But guess who built it? African people, bruv. They took all the fucking, they said we built it, you know, we create all of that. You know what I'm saying? But who created it? Who funded it? Us. Who still suffer from it? Us. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at it, bruv, you just have to think about it, bruv. All that trade that's coming from Asia, instead of going around, yeah, it goes through the Red Sea. They don't want to lose all of that in petrol, you know, go all the way around Africa, South Africa, come back up to Europe. You know what I'm saying?
No.
That is why they're in the water, bruv. These people, they think they own the world, bruv. You know what I'm saying? They're defending their rights. You know, that's why the Americans always say, anybody that's stepping American interests. What is American interest? To dominate the whole world, to make everybody their slaves. 2024, 2030, continue on. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Do you think that? Do you think? I'm just wondering. Do you think like legal immigrants?
Don't wonder, my friend. Look at the evidence.
To the US, do you think it's part of the interest and the US interest? I'm just wondering,
brother,
like, is it part of the US interest, like, to
they're
have
corrupted you too much, man. You need to go back
in the US,
to Somaliland. Wallahi. You need to go back to Somaliland, Azega, for 3 months, bro. Go see your grandmother. Grandmother's still there, like, in Hargeisa. Huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
Go see your grandmother, man. Go and drink some camel milk and that. See how the people live. Watch what
I've been there before.
The reality of your people, what they live in under neo-colonialism. Just watch what your reality of your own people under neo-colonialism. Have you been there? How old were you that time?
And it's not appealing, to be honest, though.
But hold on, you know when you go past the airport, have you seen Ambassador Hotel? Ambassador Hotel, the big hotel.
That's south side, right?
You know who owns that? You know who owns that?
Who?
My uncle, you know. One of my other uncle, he opened another hotel, you know, he was in that movie, you know that movie Black Hole now?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, you know, Alama. You know the Alama, that area. My tribe lives there. You know my tribe, they live around there, you know, on that mountain.
Oh, you're GX, right?
Yeah, bro. 2007, bro. I was coming home, yeah. You see from that road, you know, from the Ambassador side, yeah?
Right.
But I need to go left, yeah? I swear that I see some big dog. I thought it was a hyena, man.
I've got a family around there.
What is the hyenas there?
Yeah.
That's hyenas there, innit?
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's like a long road, isn't it? It's a long road, isn't it? Like,
I just remember, bro, I went back into that hotel. When I like yeah, man. So you just have to look, bro. You just have to don't open the script and reading of propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Remember this. You come from that land. You came from the Red Sea. Have you not heard the Somali song? Bada Asya Kugena, yeah. Have you heard that song? Bada Hassan Samatar. You know Hassan Samatar?
No.
Wait. How did we get Yasser? Look here. Let me bring this all the way back. Yeah, I don't know. You two God cleaner Somalia, we did it. Yeah, hear what I'm saying.
I'm trying to put my brother on a plane back to Somaliland, man.
You got to
6
do
months,
it,
bro.
because we got our quite
a back to what you lot saying, you know.
No, listen, I got
that thing. You want to address that?
Wait, now. I got a question for you now. Who do you think is to blame for why the Brits are so pissed off right now? Who do you think is to blame?
Themselves, bruv, and their white privilege. Let's be honest. It's their white privilege that got them to this far. We cannot help them. Always, when something happens to them, they always look at, it's like we are the one they look for us, like, to help them. You know what I'm saying? We can't help them. When these laws were pushing for Jeremy Corbyn to be kicked out, yeah? And they got this, the most corrupt guy, Boris Johnson, into power. You know what I'm saying? But man start talking about EU. These laws, as soon as they hear Brexit and that, yeah, at least immigration, you know what I'm saying? They're all voted in, you know what I'm saying? Now look what the mess they're in, you know what I'm saying? And the funny part, you know, they were talking about Pakistani grooming gang, but now we have actually seen what they really mean behind this. They're against all immigrants, you know? They're just waiting for level 2, like Ralph said, you know? Level 2 is coming sooner or later. Yeah, man. So that's why
when it comes to Ralph,
never trust them, man. Never trust these people when they tell you something. They come all type of different angles, you know. Yeah, man. Ati grooming gang Pakistan, bruv. What can I do, man? If it's Pakistani Muslim grooming gang, what can I do? Are you telling me 2 billion Muslims are fucking grooming gangs? That is a dangerous thing to say,
hold on.
Right?
Let me say this. I think they've got every right to be pissed off about that situation there. But I think they're pissed off, where they're pissed off is directed in the wrong place. Because the only way these Pakistani grooming gangs, as far as I'm concerned, can carry on operating and doing what they're doing is if their fucking government or whoever's in charge of this fucking country right now flipping down something about it. So until the people at the top do something about it, then there's nothing else the people at the bottom can do. Literally, I think the anger is not channeled in the right direction. And I'm going to say that straight.
Lady Divine, they got Pakistani MP. The area they're talking about, they probably got their own MP. Who put these MPs into power? You know what I'm saying? Remember this, bruv, yeah? Remember this, Lady Divine, yeah? Britain has to survive on multiculturalism. It's the only form of weapon they have to control wealth in the world. Remember this, they don't really produce anything. That era of an industrial revolution and that is gone. Now, look, now is these third world country that's coming up. You know, these third world country is the one now that holds the fastest growing economies. You know, I mean, I noticed.
That's a point that I tried to raise, though, Sketty, in that
fastest growing economy
has become a service country as opposed to anything else. Yeah, and because of that very reason itself, that's why they are quite still reliant upon immigration. You get me? Because without immigration or immigrants or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the National Health Service would be on its knees. Yeah, the care system will be on its knees, even the education system to a lesser degree. Yeah, so all I'm saying is, okay, if Britain doesn't want to, if the likes of, you know what I mean, those that talk a certain way don't want Britain to have such immigration, then the only other way is to invest in your own people. Yeah,
but how is that? That's centuries, man. 20 years of university. They need to start putting their kids into university now.
People become richer, more educated, this, that, and the other. There's certain jobs that they're not going to do. Yeah, which is why you'll always need certain sorts of immigration. So, yeah, man, it's a bit long still, man. Because
can I send you a video? And can I send you a video in the back chat? It's a proper funny video, and I think you lot can understand something. You know, the funny part of immigration, yeah. These lot, they're always claiming illegal immigration. Let me show you what comes in as legal. And I'm going to try to post it in the back chat. Give me one second.
Again, they don't even produce these things anymore. They produce...
No. I've got a video, yeah, where basically they're recruiting them from India. You know, from India.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Game. Because he says Britain don't produce anything. They produce cars, motorbikes, ships, planes, hoovers. They used to, but you don't... When do you buy anything and it says made in Britain anymore? Like, Britain doesn't produce nothing. Even the textile industry, it's only the places in up north and that are doing little sweatshops. You know what I mean? Britain don't produce shit, man. If the financial sector was to go down in Britain, that's a big problem. Remember also Margaret Thatcher sold all the sorry.
Oh, the Pan-Turk is here. Big up Pan-Turk.
Can you before anything, Lady Divine, can you Naniva, can you play that video, please, if you don't mind? If you just look into that video, you know, I'll tell you that's gonna open all of your eyes, you know. That's probably gonna be a whole different.
We're gonna play it.
Video,
we're definitely gonna get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to address us all. Look at Range Rover. Range Rover just sold it to India, you know, Tata groups.
Mom,
so you're right, bro.
Talking to people
on your own line.
Whispering ain't gonna help.
Khan, quick question before you get into your pan-Turkism, yeah? Who do you think do you think the people are pissed at the right people, or do you think their energy is channeled in the wrong
direction? They're never gonna be pissed at the right people, innit? Never. Like, they know what it is, innit? Like, England's the most country that panders to the elites. These lot are burning Guy Fawkes fucking 100 years after the geezer. He done one minor little thing and they're burning his effigy every year because they hate him because he tried to blow up some king or something. That's how these lot are. You got to remember, England's a very small country. The only way these poor peasants ever survived was by bowing to the elites. Like, it's in their culture. Do you know what I mean? That's why in England it's like whoever the immigrants are, they get it in the neck. That's the culture, isn't it? They take out all their anger on the weak and the feeble. Do you know what I mean? Like, really and truly, this country it's not even a country; it's a business. It's about money. It's a shame that, but you know.
I hear F-35 was flying out of your country today, man. Cyprus and that.
Nah, man, that's not my side. That's not my side.
1 second, that's a really good point that Khan made there. It's a subtle one, but it is a very significant one in that it's not a country, it's a business, because the UK is a PLC.
Yeah, literally. City of London. What is it? City of Westminster.
Yeah. Just as police, these are all actual private companies, although they say they're there to protect and serve. They're actually just like the Bank of England. These are actually private companies. Same as the Fed in America. These are private companies. Yeah, like PLC settings, limited company settings. So you're quite right there.
Can I just say something? Like with regards to, you know, Westminster being a city and all that, borough-wise, it's because they have the cathedral, right? In order to be considered to be a city, you have to have.
And when someone says, "I'm going to say something," and then you end up asking a question, how am I supposed to answer?
I'm just saying.
Something you dreamed up.
No, wait, listen, Khan, like, relax, man. Don't bother start them kind of, you get me? Just the you answer question.
Nine. Can we watch that video? You might want to address this. You know, trust me.
Can I, 1 second though, Askety. Don't jump in when I'm talking to the youth, man. That's
Go on.
Khan, yeah, don't deal with the youth like that, man. Just answer him or don't answer him. But there's no need to do all of that, man. So he was basically asking, is the fact that the City of London is a city because of Westminster? Is that what he was asking, Eunice?
I'm just saying, I think the reason why they have like a city of London, yeah, is because they have like a cathedral, right? They have a cathedral in a square mile, probably.
Well, I mean, that may also add to it, but we were just making the point that you got London and then you got the City of London, and they're just two different entities, yeah?
Yeah.
And this, yeah. You know about that, Eunice, right?
Yeah, the square mile.
Right, exactly. And then you got the same in America, yeah? And theirs is the District of Columbia. And then you got something similar in Italy, which would be the what, Eunice?
Italy? You got Rome, right? You have Rome.
Exactly. So, because you know within what's it called over there, Rome? What's it called? What's their place called?
Vatican.
Yeah, exactly. You know within the Vatican they got their own money, this, that, and the other. Yeah, so you know it's a different settings to the rest of Italy and all that, right?
Well, I didn't heard about that. No, that's news to me.
Well, check it out.
I swear that they use what's it called? Frankincense, innit? They use frankincense, innit? What do they use their currency? Is it not frankincense?
No, I'm talking about actual legal tender, as it were. But more importantly, it's just to highlight that those three places, the Vatican, the District of Columbia in Washington, and the City of London in England or in London, you know what I mean? They're a little bit special, and we'll just leave it there. And it just goes back to the point, sorry, that Khan was making about the UK basically being a limited company anyway, or a PLC or a private company as opposed to just an island. Do you know what I mean? And look, Gain is adding some other stuff like Monaco. So yeah. There you go. Is it it's the Swiss, is it the Swiss franc that they use in the Vatican, yeah? But yeah, man. But yeah, obviously that's a rabbit hole that we don't need to go down right now. But yeah, Khan's absolutely right in terms of them being private, which obviously leads into many other different avenues in that regard, man. But yeah. So Khan, because obviously you're the sort of seems to be you're the substitute. No, let me not even say that, innit? Forget the people them upset. But why do you think, Khan, that people have a problem with listening or hearing black people talk about black development, black progression, etc., etc.? Why do you think it basically triggers some people? For example, Triller, Gum, you know what I mean? There's numerous things, but yeah, why do you think it triggers them, Bab?
Scientific method. Let's not do this. S&M, pull up, yeah? Pull up. Scientific method. You're one of the main. You know how much times I told S&M yesterday, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Like, I need to understand why is it when he hears the Pan-Africans come out here and talk, it triggers him. I need to digress. Listen, I'm going to dissect S&M.
You got to understand,
he's my new project. I don't care if
And let me also add to that as
he's
well,
my new project.
Because this is a very serious question, Khan. So no fucking about, bro. Yeah, Khan.
No.
Real life settings. Yeah.
I can answer your question easily.
All right, because you can see what I'm going with my man.
Obviously.
Yeah, go on then, Khan. Go on, bro.
What it is, people judge other people by their own mindset, right? So when people look at black people, even though they're only 3% and they can see how powerful black people are, they think, oh, if they were like us, if they were the majority, we would be fucked. So they think of black people as a direct threat to them because they think that their mindset of oppressing others, that black people also have that mindset, but they just don't understand. They haven't taken the time to properly investigate black history or black people's psychology or how they move in general. Like they're thinking of black people as, oh, you're just a white man, but you're just black. When really, if you look at the behavior of the white man, what the white man's done, obviously, you know what I mean? There's good sides and bad sides to it, but where we are today really is due to white people's global imperialism. That's where we are today.
So are you
right?
saying...
Now, everyone else had the opportunity to do that, but they didn't, right? Chinese didn't do it. Africans didn't do it, right? But if you ask the Englishman, he's going to tell you, yeah, they didn't do it because they couldn't do it. No, they just didn't have that mindset of dominating other people. Now, this mindset was definitely born out of England. And if you think about living in England, not a lot of shit grows in England, right? Like they're just about growing strawberries and nettles and shit, right? Like really, the soil in England's crap. Like even
Did you tell Triller to come up here, Divine?
Now, have you invited him?
No, I didn't, but he's in the back. I'm just making sure because I'm hearing Divine tell people to pull up.
Who's that? Who's that in the back?
Triller.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You can pull him up, man. Let him come and show himself up.
You chat to him because I don't want to chat to this you. He's a slimy cunt, man. And like,
you know
why?
This, but if we're gonna dissect them,
I want to know why the fuck. Yeah, why are you here, Triller? Like, why are you here, bro?
Because I called him. If we're being honest,
actually, I was gonna disagree with Khan's point, or at least ask him a couple of questions on his point. But carry on, Khan. If you were, carry on with your point.
Our business, Khan, Triller.
Pardon me? Well, you actually said my name just a few moments ago regarding the topic, so I just wanted to address it.
So now I'm asking you directly, why is it you believe that you can always be in our business?
Let me ask him, Triller, what is it about Kel that bothers your fucking soul so much?
Well, again, so it's related to what Khan's talking about, right? He's basically mentioning that black people can't potentially be a threat in terms of like how the white people have been, right, in the past. Now I'm saying they can be, right? Has a black person made attacks on different ethnic minorities? Of course they have, right? Physically. What do you mean where? Have you not seen a black person attack? Have you not seen a black person attack Asian people? Have you not seen them attack white people? Have you not seen them attack people?
I'm asking you to give me an example, please.
Right. Okay. There are many. I've just given you some. Okay.
No, all you said is it happens. I would like you to give me an example, something that I can refer to, please.
Okay. Type in on YouTube, black person attacking Indian people, white people, whatever. Yeah. People, women,
you're not giving
children.
Yo, listen,
right. Just type it in and see it there, right? So my point is, if they can potentially attack people physically, right? Then of course they can potentially attack people, right? Nationwide.
Let me try with him. Oi, chill out, man. Triller, listen to me good. Wait, sis, man. So Triller, listen to me good. Can you give me an example of a black group or something? That's what she's asking for, yeah? That's done these attacks on white people just randomly. That's what she's asking for.
Well, I gave one yesterday when it came down to Idi Amin, right? That was a good example.
All right. And Idi Amin did what to when?
Oh, again, so he threatened to kill, and he also did kill, people that were not of, a black background, or in terms of like having a black ethnicity. So yeah, I mean it's quite apparent. And then Banksy made the point that if he had more power, then he probably would have done way worse. Do you know what I mean?
It's an if game.
Well,
okay, cool.
Well, again, did it happen? Well, again, so like people were killed, right? People were threatened, and again, people had to take those threats seriously. Like if someone's telling you, you got 2 weeks to leave this place, otherwise you're going to get killed, and you got family and everything else, what are you going to do? Common sense dictates you're going to leave.
Okay, so Trilla, let me ask you this, yeah. Is it the fear of you? Is it a fear for you of black people coming together, and then you in your brain have interpreted that as black people coming together means automatic extinction of every other group? Is that what's in your head?
No, not at all. So it's the superiority, what you call it, ideology, when it comes down to my race is better than yours, right? And we have to, you know, basically we just doing your own thing is one thing, right? But when you're basically imposing it on somebody else, on another group.
Imposing what? Trilla, hold on, bruv. And thank you for addressing that issue with Idi Amin, you know. But, and you know, funny thing, you said something funny yesterday. You tried to picture Idi Amin with that mustache guy, yeah? So my
Not
point
me,
is, bro,
Banksy did
hold
that.
on,
But yeah, I
throughout
eventually did
time,
as
you
well,
know,
yeah.
throughout that time, yeah, throughout even before even the president of Idi Amin, the president before Idi Amin, yeah, wasn't the Asian people living peacefully in Uganda? Or have you ever been bothered by Ugandan officials or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, again, I don't know the history, but I'm sure they were generally. That's why they were there, right? Yeah.
All right. Another question: Have you guys been paying tax? Have you paid tax? Have you showed any skill to those indigenous people of that land? Have you thought about maybe passing over some of that business, or have you
And when
thought
you say
about that?
you mean the Indians that were in Uganda,
people,
right?
yeah, those people you're talking about now.
Again,
The oppressed
so
people in Uganda.
I would have to look into that. I don't know. I'm
So
sure they
why are
were
you
there,
coming
weren't
on
they?
with
Why
something, bro?
wouldn't
Why
they
are you
be?
saying Idi Amin? Why are you talking about something you don't know? Like you see, and this is where the problem is. You know, like
Well, I can't have an
it's
opinion.
not that you attacking Idi Amin. Let's
Yeah.
just be honest. You see black people as threatening, and you
Not at
don't
all.
want
He just said that.
you
He
don't want. Hold on,
Not at all. I
You
see
don't
the
want even the
superiority
indigenous. I just want to say
people.
this. Even the indigenous
Yeah.
people of their own land, you don't want them to even control their own wealth. That's what you're saying, basically, innit?
Not
You
at
don't want
all.
the
No one's
Ugandan
saying
people
that
to
at all. Again, no one's saying
So
that
why
at all.
have you got problem
When you
with
got a group
Asian
of
people
people,
kicked
when you
out?
got a group of people trying to dictate to others what they should be doing, right? In terms of who they're picking to choose to basically have a part.
Dictating to you? Who's dictating to you?
Well, again, so you talked about Kale earlier, right? So Kale was the one dictating that, what you call it, going by this Marcus Garvey guy, who you should be getting with. So he told me, I shouldn't be getting with any black people, right? I shouldn't be, what you call it, I shouldn't have a black wife. That's what he said, right?
But your people doing the same thing. Trilla, hold on. What about the Sikh woman? Are you a woman allowed to marry? Go on.
Wait. Now listen, Trilla, yeah? Don't come here with your slimy shit, yeah? Either you're going to answer my fucking questions or I'm going to kick your ass off, yeah? Okay? So we're going to start again.
Yeah, do it.
Who is it? Who is Kel imposing upon?
Everybody, including black people and non-black people.
1 second. How is Kel imposing upon you?
By telling people who they can date and who they can't date.
Whoa.
I actually agree with Trilla. I actually agree with Trilla.
Wait, let Nanita
Yeah, we'll
answer.
get to you in a minute, Randy. She's dealing with Trilla right now.
No problem.
Wait your
I
turn.
haven't heard Kel saying that.
Listen. When Kel is speaking, who is he speaking to?
To his son people.
So why are you offended? What's it got to do with you?
Because he's calling me ice people.
He doesn't speak.
Wait, no. Big and serious, yeah?
Yeah.
For example, Trilla, when Raj or Killer K is talking to you, I don't give a fuck.
It's not Killer K. It's just kale. It's a vegetable.
Are you saying Kale doesn't speak to me directly?
Heckling, Randy. It's unnecessary.
Listen, man. Please, you lot. Please, yeah? Seriously. Trilla, when Raj was speaking to you or Killer Kale is speaking to you and they're speaking to you about you lot and your Sikh issues and your Sikh vibrations, I don't get involved and I don't care. You see the difference? You see the difference?
Okay, that's you though. That's you.
Now I need to know, why do you feel the need, and others like you, to get involved in our issues when we're speaking about our issues? Why do you feel the need to get involved? That's my question.
Well, see, again, the difference is in our line of thought is that you only recognize that to be your people. I recognize all people to be my people.
No, but that's not an answer. That's a
He said like-minded people are
that's a dickhead answer. Yeah,
that's fine. Accept it or don't.
No, because Trilla, could I come into your Sikh family and speak about issues amongst you lot?
So again, you can talk about whatever you like, right? But the fact is, you know what I mean? You might know more about an ideology like Sikhi, for example, than somebody born into the ideology
You're just
and
a
raised in it.
dishonest person, man. You're just dishonest, bro.
Am I?
Your
Oh,
answer's just
wow.
supposed to be a
No,
straight
he's
no.
being honest.
Pretty clear on what
I
I'm
think he
saying.
was being honest, you know, because he was trying to get to somewhere. You know
Triller,
what it is?
let me ask Triller
He was
directly.
getting
So, you
somewhere.
know,
You know, he said
skirting
something
around
about
this
Khan.
thing. 1 second. Triller, can I come into your Gujara, whatever it's called? Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Your Gujara, whatever.
Gurdwara.
Yeah? Gurdwara,
Gurdwara,
whatever it's
yeah.
called, yeah. And can I come and dictate in there how you lot running your thing? Yes or no?
Well, they have a system in place, right?
Yes
they have a
or
committee.
no, Triller is the
They have.
answer.
You could try.
No,
I mean,
I
see how
can't.
far you
Exactly. No, I can't. So why do you feel? 1 second.
I don't even want you
So
to be
why
here.
do you feel you can
Where,
come
bro?
into
South
any
of Temple, yeah?
Pan-African? Wait. So why do you feel you can come into
You know
any
that Gurdwara
Pan-African
is gonna
school
come
of
out real
thought
quick,
and
mate.
dictate
That's
how
what it's coming.
Pan-Africans talk to black people? Why do you think you've got that right?
So again, you're talking about going to a what do you call it? A Gurdwara, a temple, a institution, right? And basically trying to dictate. Now you can basically have your opinions, and there is a method of basically conveying your grievances, your issues, whatever, right? We have a committee system in place, right? For people to do that. There are people to talk to in regards to any issues. No problem. You can. I'll jump off. No problem.
No,
All
no,
right.
no, no, no.
All good. All good.
I want to ask you a question, Chilla, before you go. Yeah.
He's gone, man.
Is he gone? All right.
He's gone.
What I was gonna say, obviously, I'm
You
not a
ran him
Sikh and
off.
I'm not within their community, but what he's accusing Kale of, like dictating to other people who they can and can't have relationships with, I'm sure in the not so distant past, the Sikhs were saying the same thing, that Sikh women shouldn't be dating Muslim men. And this was actually enforced with violence, and gangs took to the streets. And there was actually violence on the streets. And for him to say that Kale was advocating for the same things, a complete fabrication, because Kale's never said anything like that. Whereas, like I said, when one finger points away from you, three fingers point back at you. What he's accusing Kale of, his own community's actually done in this country.
Okay. One of my best friends has married a Sikh woman. I went to their
Is he
wedding.
white? Is he white?
Yeah, he's white.
Yeah, but it's all right if you're white.
It's
all right if you're
Geordie
white.
and he's redhead.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with what I'm saying? I'm saying they
I'm
didn't want their
saying
women to
you're
marry Muslims.
Hang on, I'm saying you're talking about the past. Now, I went to
Obviously,
their
it's evidence.
wedding. No, we're talking 2024. I don't know what you're
Yeah, but
talking
no one wants to know
about.
about your mate right now, Randy.
Yeah, I
I'm
do.
saying to you that
I'm
Sikh
just
gangs
proving
took
you.
to the streets enforcing their political ideology on other people.
Just proving you wrong, Khan.
You're not.
I am.
No, you're not. How is it? How are you proving me wrong?
My mate Steve.
He's a white man.
He's a white man. He's a Geordie. He's got red hair.
All right, is he a white Muslim?
No, he's
right,
he's
because I
English.
said Muslims, didn't I?
No. But the point is, you were saying Sikh women cannot marry outside their religion. And
they can marry. Look. How many Sikh women do you see marrying black men?
I don't know. I don't really.
They marry white men, though, innit? Like we know they marry white men.
I don't
even
know
Raj's sister, sister is married to a white man, right?
I don't know a lot
that
about
doesn't
Sikh
prove
women.
that Randy. That doesn't prove that they're not racist. That proves that they are racist. So it's all right to marry whites, but you can't marry Asians or black people. So basically, you can move up the ladder, but you can't move down the ladder.
All right, then let's bring up the data and facts. Do a screen share and see if we can prove this.
I don't understand how you're conflating your white ginger mate with a Bengali lad that wants to marry a Sikh girl.
Let's not do that. Randy, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Why do you think you can come into any Pan-African school of thought and tell Pan-Africans how to talk to other black people? What makes you think you have that? What makes you think you have that kind of authority?
All right,
in Pan-African?
Shall we? Can I share my screen? Yes or no?
I don't have control of that, Randy.
Yeah, what are you sharing, Randos? What are you sharing?
I'm going to show you how Pan-Africanism is a minority thought.
Right. So 1 second, yeah, because this is very interesting again, yeah. We're talking about something, you're bringing up Pan-Africanism. Yesterday we were speaking about something, Baldy Triller brought up Pan-Africanism. Why do you, hold on, did I miss something, Divine? Because maybe I'm talking about, did you have a conversation about
I asked him a direct question. Why does he think he has any authority to be talking to anybody about how Pan-Africans talk to black people?
Right. So you don't need a screen share for that, Randy.
Okay.
Answer the question.
All right. So
I'm saying the same thing. Yeah,
all
go
right.
on,
We don't need. All right. I can do it without a screen share. I don't need a screen share.
All right.
So
go on, man.
the grandfather of Pan-Africanism is whom?
Marcus.
Yes, Marcus Garvey. So we need.
Right. What's your point?
Well, if you let me make it, I'll do it.
Oh, cut to the chase, though, isn't it?
All right. So Marcus Garvey never went to Africa.
Here we go. Randy, why'd you do this to yourself?
No, you haven't finished yet. You've cut me already. I haven't even finished my point.
Go on.
You ain't answering my question, Randy.
I'll get to your question.
No, you're not. You're not. You're telling me about Marcus Garvey, which is some bullshit. I asked you, why do you, not Marcus Garvey, why do you think you have any authority or right to dictate to any Pan-African how they speak to other black people? What makes you think you have this kind of authority over Pan-Africans?
I don't have any authority.
You're right. That's all we need to know. You don't have none.
Yeah, I do not have any authority.
When you hear Brother Kel speaking to black people, why do you need to get involved then? If you don't have any, which you've just admitted, why do you feel the need to get involved?
Because he's a black supremacist, and he is a black supremacist.
Right, define supremacist.
No, wait. Can I just get a few sentences out before everybody cuts me and speaks over me? He's a black supremacist. He calls me a nice person. I'm not an Eskimo. I live in a temperate climate. I don't live with Eskimos. So all white people aren't the same. Yes.
So, Randy, hold on a second, Randy.
I haven't even finished my statement. There we go.
Is there more? All right, go on.
Yeah. Can I just finish your statement before everybody cuts
Unfortunately, there's more, yeah.
Yeah, so all white people are not the same. So nobody's arguing that the British Empire and white supremacy has caused a lot of issues. We only have to look at Indian Raj.
1 second, Randy. 1 second.
Here we go. I can't even.
No, yeah. Come on. Welcome.
You're rambling, man.
Welcome to.
I didn't get to my point. I was explaining my point.
Randy, we can have a conversation, yeah. So first off, because you're gonna go off and I can't remember everything. So I just want to know, what is the difference between you saying white person, yeah, or white people, as you just quoted there, and Kel saying Iceman? What's the difference?
Right. So, my skin isn't white for a start. What colour is it? You can see in the photo what
transparent.
Colour it is.
It's transparent.
It's not transparent. Fuck off.
Khan, I beg.
You can see in the photo. Pull up the photo.
Listen
You can see
question,
that.
Randy, because I'm bored of people not answering my question, innit? So stick to my question.
All right.
Yes. So let's deal with figures. Yeah. Listen to my question. What's the difference between you saying white, because you just said white people? Yeah. Cool. What's the difference between you saying that and Kale saying ice people? Because they're both descriptions, correct?
Correct.
They're both adjectives, correct?
Correct.
Right. So what's the difference? What's the problem? What's the issue?
Right. I don't live in ice.
But then you just was going on to say that you're not white neither, Randy. So at the moment you're going.
You can see my photo. Does that look?
Yeah, but then you've called yourself white, Randy.
Listen, I can't even speak.
No, but Randy, because you've called yourself white already. So now you're coming to tell me that you're not white in your picture. Do
I look white in the picture?
Why did you just say white people then?
Because Randy? It's common parlance, isn't it?
Okay.
You call yourself black, I call myself white, and that's common parlance, yeah?
Excellent. So it's common parlance, yeah, as you have said it. Excellent, yeah. So you're not saying it because it's a correct description, like in every sense of the word, because you're already saying that you're not white. Look at my picture, but you're saying it because it's called, like you said, what did you say? Whatever parlance.
Common parlance.
Common parlance. Yeah, so it's
in other
common.
words, in layman's terms.
Now the
Yeah,
way
it's common speech. It's common speech.
I've got you. Now the only reason why it became common speech is because people repeatedly said it. Yeah, so that's the first thing. Now I go back to ICE thing, Bobby. Is that the problem then? That because it's not common parlance, that's why you take issue to it?
Yes.
Okay. So if in 5 years' time it were to become common parlance, you'd be okay with it. Right now, it's just a shock to you. Then I take it.
No, I'd still object to it
because you don't live in ICE.
Because I don't live around ICE.
Okay, so you think it's a wrong adjective then? You like the adjective itself is wrong.
Yes. Now you get it.
So if he was to call white Eskimos ICE, that would be okay.
I can't speak for Eskimos. You'd have to ask them.
I think it's very nice of Kale to go out of his way to not use the common terms that people would find offensive, and he's find a method of talking about people without upsetting them. Apart from Randy, obviously, because he'll get upset at anything. But in reality, if Randy's calling me a mountain man and half of my country is mountainous, why am I going to be offended at him calling me a mountain man?
That's fine. But there's other people who
it's a non-offensive way of describing people.
No, there's other people who are upset by this ICE people term.
Can I say something to you, Randy?
Can I ask you a question, Randy? Which terminology is more offensive, Iceman or cracker?
I don't know. What was the second word you used? I didn't really understand it.
Whip cracker. Whip cracker.
Whip cracker. Well, seeing as I don't use a whip, that's equally offensive.
Which is more offensive, Iceman or honky?
I don't know what honky means.
So
no one does, but it's still a derogatory term.
You're definitely lying, because that was a common term back in the day in the United Kingdom. So you're definitely lying. You're definitely lying.
How old do you think I am? I've never.
Randy, that was a common term in the 70s and 80s. Behave yourself in the United Kingdom.
Nobody's ever used
TV. Even what's his name? What's the one from the black country? Weren't you in there? The black youth from the black country. Tiz was. Weren't you in there?
I never heard the word honky.
Lenny, yeah.
Lenny used them words on comedy. Stop it, man.
Listen, Smiley Culture sang about it right here in the Bumper Club, Top of the Pops. Why is Randy up here lying right now? Stop it.
There's a famous country and western tune as well, Honky Tonk Woman.
Yeah, that's a Rolling Stones track.
Is it? Well, there you go then.
I don't know what it meant.
Honky means like she's like a redneck, basically.
All right,
Honky Tonk Woman.
Thank you. All right, I've got to get back to my packing. I just thought I'd put a 2 pence in.
All right, Randy. Nice one, mate.
Oh, he keeps jumped again. Okay, so he's come with his... Yeah, you know what it is, though? It's so interesting, though, because for real, though, yeah, I mean, Iceman, Sunman, what is it, Mountain Man or whatever?
Sandman or something.
Is that really offensive?
But you're missing the point, and this is when you're not getting sidetracked on this fucking thing that he tries to do with the whole terminology. My point and my question was, why is it when Kel is talking to other black people, not to you, Randy, not to Khan, not to anybody else, even though Khan gets involved, but he's not talking to them, he's talking to us. Why are they so offended? If anyone should be offended, it should be the people he's fucking talking to, not the people listening that he's talking around. Like, are we not understanding this math in here?
No, it's absolutely. It's a type of It's the same with when I call a man get me a Rax and that. Like, why the fuck do you care? Like, because when you lot are doing your thing, we're not. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's the ripple effects of colonization, straight, man, in so many different ways, man. You know. If the stream wasn't so retarded, I would do a little review on someone that was reviewing a stream, but it's such a low IQ retarded stream, I wouldn't even be bothered, man. But it just shows what, man. And what it is, yeah, it's a one whereby, as like I said, as long as you're docile and you know what I mean. You know what I mean? As long as you're one of them ones, you're all good. But as long as you show any type of, it's a problem, man. And
we know that, sis. We can just look at recent times to see that. We can compare how Nelson Mandela is revered and, you know, all of that. And Winnie Mandela is hated on. We can literally see it. You see every fucking time in history can tell us this. There's nothing new. There's nothing new happening now that ain't been happening from way back when. From Johnny since, you understand? So we know these things happen. Look how they will revere Martin Luther King because he said turn the fucking other cheek. But when it comes to, I don't know who we want to pick now, someone more militant. Oh, all of a sudden he was a dictator. He was a Gaddafi. Do you see what I'm trying to say? It's always been that way, and it always will remain that way because people allow it to be. We will hear them talk about how fucking Hitler was the worst man on the planet and Hitler this, but no one don't want to bumberclot talk about King fucking Leopold who killed how much bumberclot African. We don't want to talk about that genocide. No, we'll skip past that and we will worry about Hitler because it was the Jews. But when it comes to the Africans, we'll forget about it. Just forget about it. It never actually happened. We can revere that one. He won't go down as the worst man on fucking earth. No, we'll forget all about that. We'll forget about the Congo. We forget all about that bumberclot, heinous, fucking inhumane acts. Barbaric. But no, we'll worry about Hitler. Like it's some bumberclot idiot businessman. And they show us this time and time and time again. And then when you point out the hypocrisy, you're just the angry black woman. No, we're showing you the fucking truth. It is what the fuck it is. Deal with it.
But you got to understand, Lady D, why there's this big effort to get black people on board, like with their thinking, is because, like, if they wanted to, if they were that way inclined, black people could be a problem for some of these people. Like we see with the BLM thing, when people took to the streets, right? 10 black men can hold off 100 white boys, easy. So even though the numbers are low, the fact that they can do that militarily, take to the streets and hold their own, right, shows you that the reason why these people want black people on board is because they're looking at it as this whole black and white unite thing that was put out by the EDL, was that the whites are thinking, if we take to the streets, we don't want to come across black people on the opposite side of us. We want them on our side. That's the whole MO, because their whole modus operandi is taking to the streets. That's why when Ruspect met Tommy and he said, whose streets are streets? Tommy said, who made that up? He goes, I did. He goes, oh, that's great. I could use that. He actually liked it because it's all about street warfare for EDL. That's the level they're operating on. They're not operating with lawyers and solicitors and barristers and educated people or people like Raven who want to talk about creating organized. They're not on that. They're on street level thuggery. And they don't want to come across black people because in their experience, black people don't fucking bow in it when it comes to things like that. That's their problem with black people. That's why, although black people are such a small number, right, they make a big difference. And even Trilla, if you rewind back and listen to what Trilla said, within one sentence, he said, the problem with black people is that they're physically dominant. He just said their physicality.
All I heard from
he said their
was
physicality.
Fear.
Yeah, it's fear. It's fear because he's saying they physically can enforce their views. They physically, now they don't need an organization to do it. Each man himself as an individual can enforce it physically. That's basically what he's saying. That's what Trilla said. If you rewind back and listen to what he said, within one sentence, he come across the word physicality or physically. Right? He wasn't even consciously trying to say that, but subconsciously slipped out of his mouth because he don't even know what he's saying.
And
really.
to add to that, because I'm in agreement. And to add to that, yeah, when Roscoe was speaking, right, he definitely reiterated about the optics of BLM. You get me? So for him, it was like seeing so many. Because remember, to him, BLM just black people anyway. You get me? So never seen so many black people in one spot and organized or appear to be organized or whatever. So that definitely still in 2024, it's a mad thing. And that's why I asked yourself and I asked Randy and Triller, you know what I mean? See if we can get any sort of semblance of truth amongst them, man. But I think it's definitely that, man. Like, you know, Public Enemy years ago done a thing called Fear of a Black Planet, man. And
yeah, that was their album, Fear of a Black Planet.
It's a real thing, man, because I don't understand how, in one hand, people see us to be so, you know, harmless, innocuous, etc., etc., etc. But one talk of a little bit of progression, people start spazzing out. Imagine I had this little, I don't want to be disrespectful, but this youth yesterday said, yeah, out of his mouth, how most black people in the world don't want to be with their own people.
That's just the dumbest shit ever.
Imagine. Yeah.
Where does he get that notion? Where does that come from? What?
He's looking at his fucking window at fucking from his London fucking apartment somewhere in the basement, yeah? Looking out, seeing a couple black man with a couple white gal and accumulated that to the entire black race. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot, yeah? You hear two man on fucking YouTube and swear say that is the fucking truth. Feel like said every black person is so. You're a fucking idiot. You need to stop yamming the fucking red pill and go and take a next pill, because that red pill did not work for you, Trilla. Remember I tell you that. It's not working.
Oh, Mum, my God, I think my cousin's going away now. Because I'm coughed. Can't remember that's my cough today. Well,
yo, Nines, mute up, sis.
In the morning. That's good, Mum. Oh, shit.
Yeah. I told you to mute up. But yeah, I don't understand that Triller's the next one, you know. I don't know. He makes some stupid comments and it feels like it's just gonna go slided and not fucking challenged. How you
What do you think? Is it just attention seeking? For me, that's just attention. He says crazy things so people can correct him and spend one whole episode of a show just addressing Triller. That's what it is.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Definite attention seeking, man, because this youth was online and he's hurt strong, man. So I agree with that still, man. To be fair. And also looking for like a little bit of belonging and that. It's all quite sad, to be fair, man. So but I won't even get into that. But I agree with that still, man. But yeah, man, I don't understand how people can be so, how one little man called Kel can get people so triggered, just like Shakara did, just by speaking about their own issues. Yeah, because
to be honest, I've never seen Kel say anything from his own opinion. He's always telling you according to the codes of conduct that he's adhering to himself. Like he doesn't put like his own like feelings like into it. So you can't criticize him. He's telling you like, if you want to drive a car, you got to drive according to the highway code. If you want to be a Pan-Africanist, you got to go by this code. Like that's it. That's all he's saying. He ain't saying anything controversial. He's just saying this is the way how we're going to achieve our goals.
Is that I heard Triller say it yesterday, and I heard Randy was about to say it now, trying to come up with some Pan-African figures, this, that, and the other. Like, why? To who? For what reason? Like, it's stupid, man. Like, yo. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Maybe they never met no one like Kel in real life. That's what it is.
Well, then, what sort of people have they? Well, that goes into another story then, because that's what I'm going to say, man. These people, they just like wishy-washy people, fam.
Yeah.
They're not bucking up real. They're not bucking up real Jenners, man. They're just like the wishy-washy ones. The ones that look in the mirror and see Sylvester Stallone. And I mean, it's crazy to me, man. But yeah, I find it very interesting because, like I said, we don't really care about anyone else's politics. Like for real. You don't even really see us go. I don't know, like why do people? Yeah, it's weird. It's mad. And the thing is, they won't even just listen and just chill out. They want to listen and have fucking commentary. It's crazy.
I don't think they really care enough. That's the problem. They don't really care. Like, they're not really going out of their way to find out, like, wait a minute, let me find out what these people actually believe, what they actually think, and what would be the repercussions of that belief. Like, if there was a whole community of people that were living by these particular rules, what would that change? Is it a positive influence on them, or are they some sort of self-destructive people? If you actually cared,
I don't even care what they, because it's really and truly, it's actually got nothing to do with them. Like, in a real, that's why I asked.
No, but if you're living by some rules, right, that I can apply to my own life,
yeah,
right?
but that's something different, though. That's something different. But when
Yeah, of
you
course
got
it's of course
on,
it's
like,
different.
saying like how it's gonna impact their life, that's why I asked, how the fuck's it gonna impact you? How is Cal practicing whatever the fuck he wants to practice, or Rap Raven, or me for that matter, practicing what? How does that affect you?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
None
So
at
why
all,
do
more
you
than they feel like they can come and talk and dictate how anything run around here. It's that same old colonization fucking mindset.
Trust
when they
me, man.
feel like they can dictate how other people think, feel, and how they should act. Fuck off. Go and
But
worry about
then-
your own problems. Right now, you're bawling about immigration. Go fucking sort that out. Go and worry about the fucking how the government.
No, but
That's what, that
genuinely,
should be your first point of interest. Not
genuinely,
how Pan
right?
Africans are operating. Fuck off,
I do
man.
feel that the way how black people communicate with each other and the way how non-black people communicate is completely different. Like with white people or with us lot, it's like everyone speaks over everyone. Everyone's like trying to be the big man, trying to come with the knowledge, trying to come with like some authority or whatever. And there's a lot of arguments and whatever. But like what I've noticed with black men, like even like serious guys, like everyone gets a chance to speak. Everyone's point of view is respected. No one's trying to be more superior than the next guy. It's like everyone gets a chance to speak and everyone's point of view is like relevant. Like no one can like dominate. Everyone's just kind of like communicating on a different vibration. It's a different thing what black people got with each other. Whites don't have that. Like the way how you get offended at how white people speak, yeah, trust me, they're like that with each other. They're like that with each other. That's just how the way they communicate.
Khan, that's the problem. Even if they're
It's
like
a superiority
I don't
mindset.
care, it's not my problem. It doesn't affect me. So do what they got to do with each other. The same way if the Asians do what they got to do, let them do what they got to do with each other. I don't care. You know why? Because it has no impact on my life. None.
Of course.
Now when Cal speaking to me from a black school of thought.
No, I get that point though.
Because like I said, innit, we know different nations, we know different communities, and I know how they move.
Yeah.
So I'm saying to you, I've got Turkish people. I know I can't go and ask or tell them shit.
Obviously.
You get me?
Why would you?
Exactly. Obviously. Is it?
Of
So
course.
if it can be so obvious in that, like, why can't it be not obvious for us too? You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
Because you're dealing with people who've got a superiority mindset.
Well, not over me. Not over me, Virgin. Not in this corner. Yes, sir. Yeah. Because like I said, in it, I know different nations and what we're talking about, every nation, they all do it. No different. No fucking difference. I don't know what's going on. I know Turkish people, yeah. You hear what I'm saying to you, bro?
Yeah, but Turkey's a big country. Like, there's lots of different cultures within that.
Country, but it's still very Turkish, bro. Yeah.
Maybe from the outside you see it differently, innit? You can see the Turkish thread that runs through all the different versions of Turkishness.
So, are you an exception or a rule, Khan? As a Turkish man or a Cypriot Turk?
Obviously, we're from Cyprus. It's a small island. It's like the difference between Italy and Sicily, right?
I know where it is. Are you an exception or a rule, Khan?
Exception.
Thank you. All right. So we don't need to fucking waste a lot of my gigabytes.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. So I ate that. Yeah. What's this faggots? Like, you know what, Trilla? It's best you go, man. Like, who's lying? Do you know what, Trilla? You need to get a life, bro. I'll be real. You're a young man. Get a life, get a wife, and have some kids, man. Seriously. That's all you should be doing. Like I've said in it, be that guy that your dad can give the family business to, man. Because right now, the in-laws are going to get it, man.
Sorry, my sound went. I had to refresh. What happened?
No, yeah, I was just saying to Khan, but yeah, man, there's definitely something whereby yeah, people feel say them can come chat to we and rare, and you know, and yeah. It not gonna work, man. I don't know the fuck they think they are, man, but it's not gonna be working still. And just because you might be getting some black dick or some black pussy, that don't mean say you can come and chat to we about nothing. Yeah, that includes you, M. Dot, and all like you. You get me? The fuck? You know what I mean? Because right now, you know, so getting a bit of black dick is the least. Like, fuck's sakes, that's like popcorn right now. So how the man them have it out there.
Tic Tacs. It's like Tic Tacs. You can add it out to anybody. Fuck's sake.
You lot are ruthless, man. Ruthless.
We're just honest. That's straight to the fucking point. It is what it is.
No, but once upon a time, yeah, you know, even when we were growing up, it was all back then. It was mysterious. You get me? People them could only dream, and I wonder what it's like. Or they'll be asking you, "What's it like, Nine?" Oh, you know what? You know them ones.
No, you don't have to ask no
now
more.
they're coming to try
it's
to
like
tell
Tic Tacs,
you,
mate.
Oh, what a world we are living to bomber. But yeah,
all
man.
in one lifetime. We'll come the full circle.
Listen, right now, you know. If you didn't know some people that got a black man, you know, fuck, you'd be deaf, you know. What? Oh my god, man. You know, I swear. Anyway, let me get into that. But yeah, man, this is where we're at, man. So big up the man them still. You know what I mean? Oh, Nine, louder. But yeah, Khan, man. Why do you like to speak about black issues? How come anything black you dead there? Well, go on, Bridget.
Poor God.
It ain't even really like, I don't see it as black issues. I see that it's right or wrong, innit? Like you're either on the right side of being right or you're not. Like if we're talking about civil rights, human rights, we're talking about how immigrants should be treated in this country. Like all these factors affects everyone. The only reason people don't take it aboard themselves is because they got this kind of like, what's the word? Like it's like, yeah, they're racist, or they got white supremacist covert ideology where they look up to white people so much that they alienate themselves from black issues. When really, if you think about it, black people are at the forefront of this whole movement. Right? Really, we came later to it. Like Irish came later, Cypriots came later. We came and found black people actually at the forefront of this movement.
That's a fact.
That respect needs to be there, innit? Like they put their work in. We can't just gloss over it and go, "No, this is our version of dealing with the oppressor." No, I don't see it like that. I see that the man put their graft in it, and it should be respected. That's just how we're dealing with the situation we find ourselves in, right?
How I described it, because I actually spoke about this on Dave's panel, innit? And there was the same question: why do I think Khan speaks on black issues so much? And my answer is this: I feel like, say, because you put yourself in the marginalized category, you can see things from a marginalized perspective.
Right.
Is that a correct way of
100%? Of course.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Of course, I'm not trying to incorporate myself into white mainstream culture. Imagine how easy it would be for me to do that. It would be easy, innit? I'm literally white myself. It would be so easy just to have that mindset and blend in, mingle in. Like I don't even have to tell people my name's Khan. I could change my name to Carlos. Like I could just anglicize myself overnight and move somewhere out of London where no one knows me, marry a white girl, and just forget about all this shit.
But I said that.
But it's just not in my heart. I'm just not that person.
Khan,
I'm all about the fight.
Buffer class, right? You will come under the buffer class if that's the case, then, right? Because you can come into that section there where you can be in the black side 1 minute and you can be on the white side 1 minute. Would that be correct in saying?
I couldn't really, because it makes my skin crawl. Like I've been, obviously my baby mother was English, and like my kids are half English, and sometimes I was around their family and certain things that they would say, I would just have to, I'll be spazzing in it. I'll be like, nah. And they're like saying to me, like, why do you give a shit? Why do you give a shit about these issues? And I don't know. It's just me, innit? Like I think really and truly, I think my mum indoctrinated me from a young age into like politics and these sort of like things as well. And don't forget, like my people was ethnically cleansed in Cyprus. Turkish Cypriots were ethnically cleansed by white Christian Europeans as well. Do you know what I mean? Like you might want to con yourself and think you're white too, but if you're not European and you're not Christian, technically you're not white really. Like you might think you are, you might be a white passing, you might be able to pass as a white man, but really you're not a white man if you're not European. Like Banksy thinks he's a white man. You ain't a white man, bro. Really and truly, you're not a European white man. You're not a Christian white man. But he thinks he is, isn't it? Because we're living in the times now where they're trying to incorporate everyone in. They don't want no opposition. Like they're happy for you to marry a white girl and have some white kids and call them John and Patrick and just assimilate. Like they're happy for you to do that. They don't care. But it's just the way of the world, isn't it? Like you just got to fight the fight as it comes to you. That's how I see life, isn't it? The thing that I see as oppression, I have to speak against it. If I don't speak against the oppression that I see, that someone Triller might not see it, but he's browner than me, but he might not see it. But if I see it and I don't speak against it and I don't fight against it, then I'm a batty man. I'm a fucking bottomer. I'm a fucking useless fucking waste man. That means if I don't fight the fight that I see in front of me, then what's my life for? I don't get it. Like, I'm not that kind of person to kind of like just turn the other cheek. That's just never me. Look, you lot know me, innit? You see me argue, the toss over like certain things, and that's just who I am, innit? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong, innit? Maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe I'm stepping on toes. I don't know. Like, that's not my intention still. Like, but I do think like I'm a good debater. I do think I'm a good like orator, a good speaker.
No, you're
and
good.
I think I've got some
your
good.
best part is when you put your one-liners in. I'm not gonna lie. I have to
Yeah, I've got one-liners and I've got some good mic drops.
I know you learned that from
I
Maku
think,
still. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, still.
Maku's the king of the one-liners. Let's be clear.
He is. He's good as well, Maku. Like with me and Maku, we got that killer instinct where we will finish you and you know that you've been finished. Like it ain't one of them ones where you're even thinking of replying. But some people I've noticed they've got a little bit of a more delicate style. Like Veli, for example, he's a bit more of an intellectual kind of debater where he's appealing to your intellect for you to realize, wait a minute, this guy actually made a point. Do you know what I mean? And if you don't listen to his point and you just wait for him to stop speaking and just reply, that's when Veli will say, you didn't even listen to a word I said. You just waited for me to stop speaking so you could say your bit. And that's the thing what grinds on Veli the most, because he's relying on your intellect. Whereas with me, I'll rub your nose in it and do a lap of honor to show you that, bruv, you just got smashed in it. Like that's just my style, innit? I just have to finish it like with glory. Like it has to be like you just got fucked up. And I think Maku's like that as well. Maku don't take no shit. Like I rate that about him. He's got a good sense of humor as well. So everyone's got their own style of debating, innit? And
yeah.
I like my style, innit? Like when I finish someone, I want them to know, innit? That's how I am. But you know, maybe that's why I put myself forward.
Is S&M not pulling up today? Because I want to talk to S&M directly, differently still. Yeah, you can't hide behind Veli in the block all your life. Come and talk to me, S&M. I'm calling you the fuck out. I'm calling. No, because he's going to try that. He's going to try hide behind Veli in the block, innit? Where he can't get away with that shit over here. Come here, S&M. I'm calling you out, S&M. Get over here.
So what do you lot genuinely think that these issues that we're talking about, that you could call them black issues? You think there ain't a repercussion for other people? Do you think that like if black people was to fail in their like resistance to this oppression, do you think that it would have a knock-on effect that like everyone else would also have to like fall into line? I personally do think that. I personally do think that like black people are at the forefront of something that's basically propping up the rest of us. So like how I've lived, places I've lived in London, if it wasn't for black people, these whites would be taking the fucking piss on a daily basis. I've even lived in areas where there weren't no black people, it's predominantly whites. How they speak to people, the racism, the supremacy, and these are Irish kids, some of them. They don't even proper like English, and like just for the fact of being white, they will talk down to you. Yo, who's that?
Yeah, man. Yo, you know that
Natty.
Yo, we saying, Con.
Big up, bro.
Yeah, that Danny Roscoe, you know that particular area that he's talking about, that
Kent, you
South
said.
South
Yeah.
Oxy. No, South
Yeah.
Oxy, yeah.
Yeah.
They're so ruthless there, yeah. They even burnt down 2 schools, all on their
Yeah.
own estate. And what I'm trying to tell him, yeah, is that is that is all white there, bro.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
BNP. That was like, it was in the newspapers for like.
No, do you know Islington? Do you know Islington?
No, but what I'm trying to say is this: when it comes to this immigration stuff here, this is the reason why they obviously brought the people from the Caribbean, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and everything like that, because obviously they were the ones that were going to be below, and obviously you were still going to have your lords and, you know, madams and all this shit. But when it comes to that, you still, when your family starts growing, then you still need to have more slaves. So then you still need to have, do you know what I mean, for the NHS, police, general services like cleaning and, you know what I mean, supermarket jobs and shit like that.
Yeah,
and
menial tasks.
Yeah, menial tasks, and that's the jobs that these foreigners actually fill. Look at people driving buses, bruv.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, man. But like, a lot of people ain't got these experiences though, Natty, of living in different areas and understanding how different like communities like affect that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you ain't lived in an area without black people, you never know the ferocity of these ruthless whites, how they are, bro. Like they don't take no prisoners, brother.
I mean, look,
they're
don't
ruthless.
get me wrong. That area there, Kent, now is where they've all basically
congregated.
And yeah, I mean, yeah, you got some rich areas, and yeah, I mean, brother, you got some real bad areas. But I mean, you've only got themselves to blame. They can't be blaming it on society when you've made that area predominantly, you know, white. So you should be doing better, and you shouldn't be blaming it on Calais and, you know, boat people and dinghy people coming over taking your jobs, because you should actually be thriving.
Natty, see me, yeah. I've had fights with black people in my life, yeah. Because obviously, when you're living around black people and they treating you as one of their own, you can end up getting into a scuffle, because black people don't hold back in it. When it comes to a certain limit, it's going to be fist get thrown down, innit? So I've had fights with black people before, but I've never been attacked by black people for not being black, right? But I have been attacked by whites. I got attacked by Cali boys. You know Cali boys, Caledonian Road? Right? We were just passing through there, bruv. Got attacked by Cali boys, yeah? Them Cali boys and Packet in the State.
That's 190s, yeah?
Yeah. And I got attacked by a Packet in the State just for walking through Packington Estate. All I heard was this.
Turkish used to be racist, though, man.
No, but I was with some Greeks, right? And these Greeks happened to be darker.
Turkish used to be racist back in the days. Them Wood Green boys and all that.
Wood Green boys?
Yeah. Or them Turkish gangs and...
I don't know. Maybe they was. I don't know. I'm not sticking up for them. I don't know. Like, maybe they were. But I'm saying, like, in my own life experience, I've never been attacked by black people for not being black, right? But white people I've had racial attacks from, right? So for me, if I'm worrying about racism, I know like people saying, oh, can black people be racist? Or can they carry out racially prejudiced attacks or whatever, right? I've not seen that. So my personal psychology, my makeup, my way of thinking ain't that Natty. Because even like when I was a youth, Natty, right? My first girlfriend from Hackney, she was a black girl. She was half Guyanese, half Barbados. I'm walking through Hackney holding her hand. I was like 19. Never had no issue. Not one black man come up to me and said to me, oh, who do you think you are? Profiling through the ends with a black chick. No one said nothing to me. Everyone was like quite happy for me to be dating her. Walking down the road holding my girlfriend's hand, right? Happy as Larry. Never had any problems like that. But I'm saying white people, it's different, bro. Like they're more covert, but they're more venomous. Do you know what I mean? They've got their own style of racism or hatred, let's call it.
Yeah, but that's only because they've started seeing that their numbers, or they're starting to see a few more dark faces popping up. And I mean, look, you've got to look at it like in Turkey. When did they just start allowing African players to start playing in Turkey?
Well, I'm not from Turkey. I do agree that them countries, they do have racism, but they have had black players there for the last 20 years.
I'm not just saying for racism, but but
JJ
because they
Okocha
wanted
played in Fenerbahce about 20 years ago, bro.
bro, look it up, man.
Yeah, so it's about 20. It's before I had my kids and everything. It was about 20 years ago, JJ
Yeah, but they
Okocha.
put a ban on it, bro. Trust me, look it up, man.
I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
you know
keeping for
why?
them, man. There.
But let's just say, do you know why they done that? Because they wanted to make sure that they put their footballers first, and obviously that their footballers can get attracted all over the world. And do you know what I mean? Before they start bringing in other superstars, and then their Turkish football team ends up being shit. You get what I'm saying, G? So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Is like I can understand.
I'll
it,
have
bro,
to look that up though. That's a dodgy one
I can
still.
understand it, bro, because like at one point I was like, right, all these houses like are getting yammed up, you know. Like, don't forget, you have to remember us, bruv. Like, I don't care about anyone coming on a boat. Yeah, all I know is, I'll say it straight. I was born here. Yeah, I want to make sure I'm good, and do you know what I mean? Not having to. Why should I be struggling in England? You know what I'm saying? Why they saying no houses? And it's mental, bruv.
I think what it is as well, Natty, right? Now that we're living in like 2024, most immigrant groups, their numbers are like bolstered, innit? Their numbers are big, so they don't really need each other. Everyone can settle in their own little corner of London, right? But when we were growing up, like me, you, Nines, we're probably all the same age, right? When we were growing up, our communities were smaller, and we used to have to band together. We used to all stick together as like black people, Caribbean people, Cypriots, like we all used to be together. Even Turks and Greeks who hate each other used to hang around together because our numbers were low, innit? But like when the numbers are big and you can
Well, that's what I'm
operate
trying to
within your
say.
own community and you don't need each other, things change, innit?
Yeah, even the way you lot used to dress, you lot used to have your own style, used to dress funny, man. But obviously you could tell, innit? Like, no, but you know what I mean? Like, even like when some of the Palestinian boys came over, like, to our college and shit, man, they used to roll together. And some of the Asian man always used to wear Rockports, innit?
Yeah,
like,
they got their own style.
Everyone had their own kind of like style. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's what I'm trying to say. Then, boom, like the younger generation started making us all mix. Or we were the ones started mixing. Do you know what I mean? Because I remember there were some Tottenham ones that we got in beef with. And he must have knew my cousin. And then, right, it was like, you know, them ones there where you're like, yeah, everything's cool. Like, then you start knowing certain areas, certain like, you know what I mean, nationalities that are clicking together and moving together. Somalis, all them, you know what I mean, bangers, gangers, all them lot. But
I was
that's what I'm
chatting to
trying
my
to say,
youths
bro.
today,
Like,
I was chatting to my youths today, and I was going to them. What happened to her neighbour, that black woman that used to live next door to you? Again, she moved to Stoke Newington. I was like, huh? Why is she moving to Stoke Newington? Like, that's not really a nice area. And I was thinking that maybe that happens, isn't it? The same way people move into areas, sometimes they move out of areas and try to be with their own community, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, but
I was saying to them, who's the majority?
so that we compete.
I was saying to them,
So
listen,
we compete.
Natty, I go to them, who's the majority in your school right now, like the ethnicity? Do you know what they said to me? Algerians. I was like, huh? The fuck did these Algerians come from? They're like, no, but they're taking over that. It's all Algerians now. I was like, raw, times have changed. So the Jamaicans have moved from there back to Stoke Newington, right? And the Algerians have moved in and took their place. I was like, this is crazy. It's like musical chairs. Everyone just moving. Mad. So I'm saying, so when the numbers get big,
man, that's it. We're just competing against each other. That's it, bro. And it's just like looking at a cattle market of people just like paying you taxes, trying to, you know what I mean, trying to hustle, trying to get the best jobs, trying to make sure your kids got like all the school uniform from one particular shop. It's all one big setup, bro. And then when you're trying to do your own thing and then practice your own beliefs, bro, it might be very hard for you because then your neighbor might not like what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Oh no, let me ask you a question. Obviously, you was born and brought up in this country like me, yeah. Have you ever had that kind of relationship with a white person where they openly showed you their racism, where they were like, listen, Yeah, you're my family, you're my blood, or like we're married, like through whoever, whatever. Like we're close enough that I can tell you how I really feel about these like foreigners. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, I had one time, man.
All right. So can I ask you a question then, Natty?
Listen, I was
Based
staying
on
in the
that,
dude's.
Natty,
Listen, I was renting in the dude's house, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was at work, and like I don't know, like I think basically I was allowed to, because look, brother, I was the only one paying rent there, yeah. And the mum loved me up anyway. She was like, listen, like you're helping me out. I'm going through divorce. Like, of course you can have your girlfriend there and shit. And like obviously like the missus is calm in it. So the missus used to sit down there and chat to her while she would get pissed on a bottle of wine. He'd be upstairs with some big mampy ting, bruv, yeah. big mampy ting, right? And yeah, bruv, he must have dropped it. He must have gone, you black, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what? I was like, listen, soon I'm gonna have to come back there, yeah. And it's just gonna be different, innit? Just like I had to calm down in it, because obviously, like,
it's a bit of a shock.
Well, no, I had to remember, like, obviously, like, she's there in it, so I can't really, like, you know what I mean? Because I was like, I just need to bide some time, and then boom, you know what I mean? As soon as I get there, bruv, it's lights, cameras, action. But then when I got there, he just started crying and all this stuff. But I was like, nah, man.
Natty, my point is that when you kind of like cut through all the bullshit and all the pretenses and get to the nitty gritty of their racism, right? It's not any kind of intellect or common sense argument that they can come with to justify just basically just hatred of other people, right? So if they don't hate the Pakistanis for being Muslim and they don't hate the blacks for being better than them at football, they're going to hate the Jews for being good with money, and they're going to hate the Scottish for being whatever. And it's like there's just this thing of just hating people, and it's just like there is no sense behind it. That's why none of these people make any kind of sense. Like you might get someone like Dave going, well, I don't mind black people, but I hate Muslims.
It's because they don't want to
but
change.
It's still hatred, bruv.
Yeah, but they don't want to change, though.
Yeah, they don't want to change. They don't.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. Like, there's no argument to be had with it. Like, when people are like, oh, Khan, why aren't you on the white side? Why don't you, like, talk from the white point of view? Because their point of view don't make sense to me. And it don't make sense because it's not supposed to make sense. It's not based on sense. It's just based on, if we hate everybody and keep them down, we're keeping ourselves up so we can have money and have better cars than everyone. No, it's like, that's not what my life's about. Like, there's no real meaning in that for me. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. Hold on, I'm back. I don't know about that, Con, and I'll tell you why, yeah? Because in a little bit of time that I've been over on the Dave thing, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. From what I get from Dave from myself, and I'm a black woman, yeah, and I'm telling you, from what I get from Dave from myself, it's not even a case of, hey, I think he's got two reasons. One, the whole grooming thing, that pisses him the fuck off, which is understandable, and he's got every right to feel that way. And the secondly is because he's a whole Christian, which is opposed to being Muslim. So that makes logical sense. I can understand why he goes on. I can't understand a fucking gummy that has no fucking foot in nothing. Nothing. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
That don't make no sense. You're not no blood clot practicing Christian. You ain't doing nothing to do with your fucking immigration. Your whole premise is hatred. Hatred. Listen, for the last fucking 11 days, all I've heard is 95, 99, 99. You ain't got no arguments, nothing. But the shit that's really affecting her bum clot life, she ain't focused on it. She ain't doing fuck all about it apart from coughing and splurting online, puffing cigarette after cigarette. Now that's hatred. Dave, you can't put Dave in that category. I'm not gonna lie, you can't put.
No,
Dave
I just use Dave as an example of saying, like, he might not outright just hate everyone. He might pick some people that he hates and some people that he's all right with. But even the people that he hates,
got a thing for Islam.
Yeah, he just needs something to focus his hatred on. And he's like, unlucky for you, but eat it, dip, dog shit. You are not it. I pick you. You're getting the abuse. And that's just how it is. Like, someone has to take it in the neck, innit, from these lot. They come out on the street. It's like Arsenal versus Tottenham. Oh, let's kill them. Let's beat them up. Let's stab them to death. Like, it's just what it is. It's just what it is, man. Someone's got to get the hatred, innit? I don't buy that he's a Christian anyway. I don't really buy that.
No, but it's the simple fact that he bypasses about the recent updated events to do with child cases.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we could talk about like what I was saying about immigrating with each other, how we
integrating,
how we integrate. But then we can now look at the royal family and the case of how they've not still integrated, how the way they've treated, obviously,
Meghan.
What's his name? Yeah, so you're the highest of the highest, but you're telling the lowest of the low how to behave, but you're not doing that,
following it.
You're not following it. So that is a big stump. Like that's a trump, isn't it? That's a big So how do you expect mere peasants to follow your guidelines when you're doing, you know, all that stuff?
I get you. I get what you're saying.
I mean, where's now who do we go above them to actually, you know what I mean? You can't.
I don't know, bro. Like, I'll try to look up his little segment where he was talking about me, but I couldn't find it. I think he took his whole channel down. Apparently, he does that a lot. Hopefully, when it comes back up again, I'm going to check it out, see what he's got to say. But
Look,
you know,
I'm not,
I can't be expecting anything really intellectually sound.
You can't not rate Tommy Robinson for going after people who groom kids.
Obviously,
I rate him for that. I rate him.
Of course,
that's one up.
Right? Yeah.
But then after that, it's like, what do you do after that? I mean, around the community, there's other things going on with different communities, different shades of color. Why aren't you not knocking on their door? Why are you just...
Ain't even that, Natty. It's like when he found out, that the police were like sort of not investigating it, he turned around and said, "Oh, it's because they don't want to be called racist," or that's the excuse that the police gave, right? And that was the end of it. There was nothing furthermore done against the police, right? No one got lawyers and took the police to court and said, by your own inaction, by your own inability to deal with this lawlessness, more victims were created because of you lot. Right? In any other situation, that's the normal course of action to take. If police have decided they're not investigating Turkish shop owners selling cigarettes to little kids, right? And the police have decided, well, we're not going to look into this now, and kids get cancer because of that, or kids get ill because of that, or kids end up on crack because of that, right? Any solicitor, any barrister, right, will take them to court. And they don't, these high-level lawyers and barristers, right, these social justice warriors and people like that, they don't even charge for it. They don't even charge. They work pro bono for the sake of the community, for the sake of the country, to keep people at the police in check. That's what they do. Like, there's people that even took the government to court, bruv. They took the government to the highest court saying, "Oh, because you lot fucking done this Brexit thing, you fucked up like bare people's businesses and bare people lost money because of you lot, and there was no justification for you doing it." Do you get me? Like Tommy Robinson and them lot, if they were serious, that would have been, if they really cared about them victims, that would have been their course of action. But they never did that. They thought, wait a minute, we could spin this and use it against the Muslim community and blame the fat Bengali housewife sitting at home. Oh, why are you letting your husband go to brothels, and why are you letting your husband abuse kids on the streets? How's it her fault? She'll get 2 bucks to the eye, bro. She's the most victimized person in the whole situation. It's mad thing. And they were blaming it on them. Oh, why don't the community do something? Why don't the community do something? But when you say to them, but why don't your community keep their kids at home? They don't want to hear that. It's a madness, bro. They definitely used that as an angle to like oppress a whole community. They definitely did. You can't tell me nothing, bro.
I know, but bro, I know one thing. I know one thing, because I was thinking, like, if I wanted to get a free holiday, maybe I could just say I'm an immigrant. Just turn up. Just say, I'm an immigrant. Like, do you know what I mean? Because like, I understand what they're saying. People are just turning up, bro. Yeah, and There's certain countries you're definitely not just turning up walking around.
But Natty, we need to kind of get out of this mindset that immigrants are taking money away from the country and that money was going to go towards Becky's children's university grant. That's bullshit. That's nothing. None of that's true. There is a net profit of all immigrants that have come to this country. Yeah. Whether it was not in the beginning of them first getting here, touching down with any money, because not everyone comes here with money. But eventually, right, any money that's given to them gets paid back. Like, this whole country's running off of taxes and fucking shit off of our necks, bro. There ain't no people that's living in this country at the expense of other people. That's bullshit.
We also have to blame. We also have to blame the colonization. Well, the Franc colonization, because basically all the colonizations that they own in Africa, these countries have rights now of a free pass to any French colonial country that they actually want. So when you have an overload now, and then you're actually saying, oh, actually, why didn't you go over to our cousins, the British? They'll let you in. It's time to it's time to let go of that wealth. It's time to let these countries have electricity, not let, you know, one part live in 50% and the other parts living in 13% in the Congo.
Someone said that recently, Natty, that the British and the Americans' grip on the whole world isn't like what you would think, which is just extracting resources, because obviously in some places they do that, right? Like in Africa, their main thing is to extract the resources, right? But what they also do is they stop other countries, rivals, from extracting their resources and keep them poor, because if everyone's resources all came into the market at the same time and flooded the market, the resources would all be worth jack shit.
They need to do
the
their
prices
job.
would plummet, right?
They need to
So
do
they
their job
stop
where they
countries
stop
like
making wars. Stop making wars. Talk diplomatically.
So they will
and
stop countries like
making
Uruguay.
refugees.
They will stop countries like Uruguay and Paraguay or whatever, these countries, from bringing up their oil until the petrol in the Saudi Arabia finishes, and then they'll switch over to Uruguay. Do you get what I mean? But if the Uruguay petrol and the Saudi petrol and the Nigerian petrol and the Chinese petrol and the Iraqi petrol all comes on the market at the same time, yeah, their control over the money that comes from it would diminish. Do you get me? So a lot of their thing is to stop countries from developing, is to stop countries from having
of course we know that.
a development.
We know
and how they do that, Natty, bruv, they send them free money. It's like me putting you on the dole and saying to you, yeah, it's 30 quid a week. Don't bother getting yourself a job. Don't bother doing anything.
Flags.
Just sit at home and get the easy money.
Of,
that's why and then he's not moaning, oh, why is England giving India this much money? Why is England giving that country this much aid? Yeah, because to keep them simmering, just to keep them bubbling over where they can afford to live. They're not dying, right? So they're not going to rebel against the British authorities, but at the same time, they're not really hungry enough to start developing their own infrastructure in their own country as well. And they don't want everyone to do that, because if like the technology is available, right, to bring up petrol from anywhere in the world right now, right? But BP owns that technology.
Actually,
BP can decide who can bring up petrol and who can't, right? So they can actually stop you from bringing up your petrol.
What would happen? What would happen if China took over India?
England and America would go to war to defend India.
Right, but if it's already taken over like that, I mean, and then Russia's right behind them just to back them up. There's nothing.
Yeah, Russia would stand with China. America and England would stand with India.
Pakistan would be like, yeah, we bow down to. So that's why they pally with India, because of the region, and they don't need them to fall, because that would be a mighty power if they did. So that's why they pally with them.
You can't blame some of these countries for having to survive. Like, they're around other countries who've got nuclear missiles. They got like bare armaments, and they've got bare fucking foot soldiers.
Way Iran's using Houthis to have a scrap in their backyard instead of having it in Iran.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are.
And testing,
yeah, they are.
And testing that strait there, and they're testing the Strait of Horus as well.
Yeah, they're doing what they got to do still. It's a mad thing, bro.
Yeah, but that's all for us all to eat, though, G. We're all eating from that as well, bruv.
They just look, all this what's going on now, Natty, yeah, it's all in aid of slowing up China's progress. Because if these lot don't do the things that they're doing now, China's progress is just going to snowball, and they're going to take over everything. So these lot are saying, like, now that China's on the rise, we need to match them, right? And they've already been slipping, like they've already been left it a couple of years like too late. So now they're on the catch up. And what's even more pressured it is Putin. Putin put the squeeze on them, so now they've got to do some mad moves to regain their losses. That's what it is. So Putin from one side, China from the other. These lot got called slipping, bro. Because don't forget, they ain't invested in their infrastructure. They ain't invested in nothing. Like they got caught slipping, bro. They ain't got enough soldiers to even fight all these wars. What they gonna do? They're getting attacked from all sides. Not even attacked. They're not even getting attacked, but they're not able to attack people that they need to attack. They can't do it. They ain't got enough soldiers.
Yeah, but they don't need that, man. They've got bases.
Yeah, that's why they're resorting to unorthodox tactics like bombing people into oblivion. That's why they've just changed the laws on genociding and that. Like, instead of saying, "Oh, genociding's wrong," they're like out there genociding now, bombing the fuck out of innocent civilians. They don't care about it.
Who tested the first nuclear bomb on human beings?
Yeah, obviously America and Japan, innit?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, they don't care, bro.
There you go. So when you talk, let me tell you something. Yeah, when you talk about history, yeah, and who are the bad guys, right? dropping a nuclear bomb, yeah, ain't
and roasting children and women and naked people running through the streets because their clothes got torched off their bodies. Like, that was gruesome, bruv.
Yeah,
that was evil.
So, you know, I mean, listen, it's only history, isn't it? I mean, you can't get mad at people for talking about it and finger blowing.
No, but I'm just saying that none of these lots of arguments, for me, yeah, none of these lots of argument makes sense. None of it's based on sense. Like, all this right-wing bullshit is just basically saying, well, the leaders are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to go around the world fucking everyone up. And the best thing we can do is make out like it's not happening. Like, oh no, they deserved it, or oh no, that never happened. Like, that's basically where they're coming from. They're basically caping for their evil leaders, like as if they're not evil, and that's all it is. The rest of it is all distractions and subterfuge and bullshit. Like, nothing they say makes sense. And for me, I'm a bit ADHD. For me, the world has to make sense. If an argument don't make sense, I can't stand behind the argument. Like, even if it is for my own best interest,
so what you're
to pretend and go along with it, I just can't do it.
At the top of the food chain, when it comes to governments, that's where you see the real racism.
Oh yeah, they're not even just racist, bruv. They're just like anti-human. They just hate humans in general. They don't care what color you are. They'll blow you up, bruv. Do you know what I mean? They will see you roasting. They'll see you so poor that, like, wow, there's been poverty times where people eating their own children, bro. This historically has happened. People have been so hungry. Do you know what I mean? En masse, like across huge continents like China, it's happened. Like, leaders don't care, bro. As long as they can stay in power.
Growth. That's how you stop. That's how you keep the rich and divide them from the poor.
I don't know what these lot are doing with all this money.
As above, so below, bro.
I don't know what they're doing with all this money, bro. What are they doing? Like, there's so much money just disappearing off the face of the earth. Like, where's it going?
There's a war going on.
Offshore
there's a war
places.
Going on.
No,
Israel's getting supplied.
A lot
Ukraine's
of them wars,
getting supplied. Yeah, there's certain African countries getting supplied with arms. Like, these places need money, man, and like, we're supporting it.
Yeah, but like, a lot of these wars is just so they can hide money in places as well. Like, they do like offshore investments and like underhand tactics. Like, this whole thing about Afghanistan and that. Imagine how much money America put into that Afghanistan thing over the last, 20 years? Money's just disappearing hand over fist. It's like a bottomless pit of money, bro. Like that, all that money didn't disappear into thin air. All that money didn't go on arms. A lot of it went like in people's back pockets and in next companies under some next company's name and shit like that.
I tell you what, a lot of that done. That stopped a lot of heroin entering into Europe and America through China. When America
they're the ones
done it to China,
they're the ones that brought the heroin.
Well, yeah, but America done it to China first, and then China were like, "Yeah, well, who are you getting it off?" They're like, "Oh yeah," and they were like, "Oh, all right, cool. We'll stop that." And then obviously Russians were about there.
What's the difference between heroin and opium? Do you know?
Don't know.
Heroin is basically opium with a cutting agent added to it, which is some sort of white powder that basically means when you heat up the heroin, it turns into liquid. You know, when you see them doing Chase the Dragon, where it goes up and down the foil, that's because it's had something added to it. You know, like the difference between a cigarette and tobacco. The cigarette's got something added to it. That means that once you light the cigarette, it keeps burning in it all the way down. It keeps going.
And speaking about that, Khan.
But listen. Who makes the cutting agent to turn opium into heroin? Do you know? Who makes it? What company? That chemical company, right? It's called ICI. Have you heard of ICI?
No.
It's an old company. They used to make paint and things like that. ICI, yeah. Do you know who owns ICI?
No.
George fucking Bush owns it. George Bush's family are the main shareholders of ICI, the chemical company that makes the cutting agent that turns opium into heroin. So that means every time someone buys a wrap of heroin, yeah, it's mixed with this chemical that George Bush makes.
Listen, even talking about that, you see, like, yeah, can't. You see, like, even the when it comes to like the greenery, they're even talking about like the Caribbean, why they've lost a lot of money in that because that used to be the place where you can get abundance of it. Like if you look it up, like see which island was like one of the top exporters. Do you know what I mean? Like it was the place to get it. But what they're saying is they had time to meddle with it, make it illegal, so that they can now do their stuff, so they can make it that they can grow it. And do you know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, man.
Sorry.
No more Rasta, no more Rastafari now. You get me? Just Cali.
Yeah. It's money, mate. Money. It's not enough for them to make money. They just want to stop everyone else from making money as well. That's the thing. Because if you got money and they got money, then their money ain't worth shit, innit? So they want to stop you from making money. And that's why it's fucked up. That's why the world's the way it is. Like nothing's like, there's no natural like development in the world because certain places being stagnated. Like if you look at Africa, right? Those kids don't get education. Those kids don't get the shit that we get here. Why? Because they don't want that country to grow, to get better. Do you get me? They want to keep them poor. Why? So they can just keep getting the natural resources out of the country. It's terrible, bruv. Human beings are suffering. Imagine that. Suffering for what? What? Because they want to get cheap goods out of you. So you're going to live a life of like, do you know what I mean? It's piss take,
well,
bruv.
now they're all fighting over it now. So, you know what I mean, to the highest bidder, man. I've been watching a lot of the African channels, man, and trust me, like, they're just saying that the same thing, to the highest bidder.
Well, it's what I've been saying to people. They're making out like these British some amazing deal makers that go around the world making deals and getting good deals, but really it's all down the barrel of a gun. But now someone else has got a gun. What's going to happen now? Like you said, to the highest bidder, it's going to be a rivalry.
That's about being a good middleman. That's about justifying the prices before people, before it gets sold.
Because that Asketti was making a really good argument earlier. He's saying like, what the fuck's England and America got going on in the fucking Red Sea. Like, how the fuck can they go over there and start bombing the fuck out of countries? Like, was it yesterday they bombed Syria? They bombed Iraq. Why are you bombing Iraq for, bro? Iraq's been through enough, bro. Oh no, because Iran's got some spots there that we need to bomb. It's like, bro, you're on the other side of the world. Do you get me? Like, you shouldn't really be going over there bombing these people. Like, all right, you could maybe make some deals with them, pay them money, yeah, but they don't want to pay them money. They'd rather kill them. Do you know what I'm saying, Nettie? This one thing in life I've learnt, yeah, never borrow too much money from someone where it gets to the point where they'd rather kill you. Because they will rather kill you than pay you back. Sorry, never lend money to people. Never lend money to people, because if you lend them too much, right?
Oh yeah,
they'll rather kill you than pay you back.
Yeah, it's chapters, man. When it comes to getting it back, man. Been there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know, man. It's just, I think because we're exposed to this knowledge now, it's sad for us, isn't it? But I think this has been the way of the world the whole time, bro. It's always been like this. Innocent people got genocided. Countries got the shit taken out of them, the piss taken out of them. It's always been the way. But now everything's become evident, isn't it? Because they can't control Think about it, mate. They can't control the news anymore. They can't control the news anymore, can they?
That's the thing about being woke.
It ain't even that, Natty. Look, think about it. The BBC, yeah? The BBC was always churning out the British government's politics and making everyone think that that was the truth. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, they can't control the news anymore. There's people on camera phones filming genocides, putting it on TikTok. By the time TikTok takes it down, it's gone viral. They can't stop it. Do you get me? They can't now argue and go, no, well, this genocide never happened, and then people never got killed, and oh no, that Israeli soldier didn't snipe some innocent guy walking down the road waving a white flag. But yeah, he did though. He did. He shot him straight in the head, and he was waving a white flag. Do you get me? So now they can't control the narrative. They can't control the news. That's why today, that Palestinian protest, right, today, was like what Asketi was saying. 30,000 or 300,000?
Yeah, chill a second. Yeah, but the point is though, but that's how many presidents have died by breaking the UN resolutions. That's why all these other presidents, blacks and even European presidents, have been taken to court because they've broken the UN rules. The UN have voted and they've dealt with them swiftly. Now, what they're basically trying to say is this UN now is so now you can see who in the UN is now siding, because there shouldn't be no sides. It should be one vote, look. The UN makes a decision and it happens.
No way. No way.
So
do you know how many United Nations resolutions that Israel's just ignored? Totally ignored it. Israel ignores it because they got America backing them up, and America pays for the United Nations. The whole point of the United Nations was...
but you can't. Yeah, but you've got to stop blaming Israel, because these other countries.
No, I'm not blaming
the UN. One sec. These countries are part of the UN, and if the majority have made this choice, they should be able to send people over there, just not to go for war, but to actually create a border or a safe zone where there's
forget all that.
There's policing.
I'm not arguing over all that. I'm not arguing over that. I'm saying if the United Nations is the authority in the world that everyone has to bow to and listen to, right? And America pays for the United Nations and can kind of like get vetoes. Like some of these countries got vetoes, didn't they? Like the 6 main countries, like China, Russia, America, France and India or whatever, and England, I think they've got the veto, right? So none of the rules actually apply to them, but the rest of the world, the rest of the countries, they have to follow the United Nations, and if they don't, and United Nations says that they're in breach of certain laws, right? Then look what happened to Saddam and Iraq. Gaddafi. Then America goes in and destroys them. But when the United Resolution is against America, then nothing happens, right? So when you keep doing that, you're undermining the authority.
And it
so
gives
in the end,
so it gives an excuse. Yes.
Right. That's the problem. So then the whole world can fall into anarchy, innit?
Yeah.
Because really, what America's saying is, we're the most powerful country in the whole world. But what we're going to do is we're going to make a round table, and everyone's going to sit at the round table and have an equal vote, right? And we're not going to let our power.
No, that's what it's basically showing, that anyone that's got involved in the UN vote, the US have been there to basically say, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So that is the powerhouse. But now the powerhouse is people are starting to not like that. They're starting to be like, well, hold on, that's not democracy.
Right.
That's
Hold on.
hypocrisy.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Give me 1 sec. Nine, are you still there? I know Asketty did drop some links in the back in it. I don't know if she's gonna still play them or not.
Asketty was dropping bars today. He was serious.
Well, I don't know what Nines is doing, innit? I don't know where she's gone.
Maybe she's having a dinner.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I want to know who's behind the campaign of ostracizing Khan from the black community. I want to know who it is. Who's behind it? Who's the power? Who's behind it? Is it Dave?
You know what it is?
Wendy?
It ain't even a power, you know. You know what it is, Carl? Let me be honest here, because even I've said it myself, yeah. It's when you overtake a conversation, that's when people then start. That's when I notice the people there in the chat start monning you, yeah. Like, Carl, shut the fuck up for a second.
It's true. I do that. I know I do.
Oh, mate. But this is why I need to get that SNM up here, because I noticed he started to pick up that same thing too. And whenever remember, and this is what I've noticed, if you go back and play back, and tell me if I'm lying, go back and play back the last few times that Kel's been on the G block. And SNM will be chilling in the chat for hours, not saying nothing. As soon as Kel opens up his mouth on that channel with Just on, boom, guess who comes up? SNM. So now I've noticed this fucking pattern. I'm out for him now. I never noticed it before.
No, but here's the thing though, Lady D.
I've noticed it. Yeah.
Can we objectively look at the situation and analyze what's been said? Like, because the allegations is that Kale's a racist and a black supremacist. That's the allegation, right? Now, once man said that, he don't need to speak no more. You made your allegation, innit? So now it's down to us to decide, is there any foundation in what he's saying or not? Now, if we decide that S&M just chatting shit, he really needs to withdraw his allegation. He really needs to apologize to Kale for like calling him a racist, because that's bang out of order. You can't really be getting away with doing things like that.
The thing is, Khan, we can't call Kale a racist because there's particular people who've called wish for people's children to be all kind of horrid, you know, all kind of racial slurs directed towards black panelists. So I don't know. I mean, Ice man, is that really gonna hurt your feelings?
Who's that, man? Who's that background noise?
Who's that?
I think that's Eunice. But no, just press play on the video while you're doing whatever you're doing, because we can hear you.
Eunice, it's not saying nothing, man.
Oh, it's Eunice. Oh shit. No, it's Nines, man.
ठीक है लो जी रात इस बार ना करा कुछ होवे है ठीक है जी हल्की होवे या भारी पर रात ही ना होवे कोई सवारी लो जी देखो क्या बात है जी क्या बात है एक नाम सी बर्ड लो जी कमाल ही करी हुई है ना ਲਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਲਓ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਤਰਣਾ ਹੈ ਲੱਗੀ ਬਾਈ ਹਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਆਜੋ ਜੀ ਲਓ ਜੀ ਰਾਤ ਇਸ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਵੇ ਹੈ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਹਲਕੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਭਾਰੀ ਪਰ ਰਾਤ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਵਾਰੀ ਲਓ ਜੀ ਦੇਖੋ क्या बात है जी, क्या बात है। एक नाम सी ब्रेड, सी बर्ड। ਲਓ ਜੀ, ਕਮਾਲ ਹੀ ਕਰੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਇੱਥੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਸ ਚੜਨਗੇ। ਦੇਖ ਲੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਟੀਮ ਵਰਕ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ, ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਆ ਉਰੇ, ਹਨਾ। ਲਓ ਜੀ, ਬਸ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਦਿਖਾਈਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। ਕਿਆ ਬਾਤ ਹੈ। ਲਓ ਜੀ, ਬਸ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ।
Okay, well, I don't understand a fucking word they were saying, but what I could get from the visuals is I guess these are the herds of immigrants that are coming into the UK, right?
Yeah, I think they're students, right?
So then my only question is, if Gummy has such a problem with the immigrants, why the fuck is she not at the fucking the UK fucking, I don't know, wherever the fuck you need to go, your immigration fucking quarters, saying, why are you letting these fucking coach loads of fucking Asians up in there? That's what I want to hear her doing. Yeah. Until then, shut your mouth, you stupid fat fucking slob, and keep quiet.
Blobhead.
I'm just saying, no
freestyling it now.
Actually, you know, international students, judging by, I think something this is like a balance of education or something like that. It might be, international students, something like that.
Yeah, you're not aware of the deal that British government has done, and they're bringing over a good amount of immigrants from India to England. So you're not aware of that we're expecting these people. Do you not know?
Honestly, I did not know anyway. Like, I thought there was going to be a limit of international students.
No. There wouldn't be like 4 lorries lined up next to each other waiting to bring students. Students would make their own way here, right? One by one.
Yeah, not only
Did
that,
not see the big lorries.
I can't. This is the reason why shops are going to be open 24/7, because Indians will work, Now, these fuck, bro.
Bloody.
Indians will work.
No, you bloody.
24/7, bro.
Boy. Hinduism is going to be the main religion in this country soon. They're going to take over. Now, I don't think they'll take over in terms of that, but numbers of immigrants, I think they're already the biggest group in it, the Indians. I don't know if that counts Pakistanis in with them. I don't think it does, actually.
Well, hopefully on that bloody coat somewhere they got a wife on there for Triller, because I can't take him no more. Fucking just marry him off, mate, and fuck him off, innit? Please, just fuck, so we can just get rid of him on the panels. Because then Triller will stop coming here complaining about.
Triller's happy with his little playboy lifestyle.
He won't have no time then to worry about what Kale is or isn't saying to other black people. He'll be too busy with a fucking wife, innit? Getting his chapati and all that good stuff. Come on, man, Triller.
He's roti. They get roti in the morning. What's the difference between roti and chapati? I think there is a slight difference in it.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not expert.
I'm not
expert in that thing. They love off their carbs though. A lot of carbs, man.
The chapati is nice, isn't it? Like,
hi, Nixie. Welcome. Big up the chats, man. I haven't even bigged up the chats today. Big up Louise. Big up Bun fucking Triller. Fucking waste, man. Big up Norma. Big up. Oh, yeah, we can big up Velly today. Might bun him tomorrow, but big him up today. Stop saying you're on some bullshit right now. I have to allow you, yeah. But when I get onto you, it'll be peak. But Visal's in the chat. Visal. Let me allow it.
Khan, do you know what? Yeah, you can make chapati with dates, and it's really nice.
Interesting. I heard that you can make pizza dough with almond flour mixed with coconut flour. Apparently, it comes out like a very thin crust. Have you tried that?
Can't talking on food, man. Can't you love your food, isn't it?
You can make chapati. Yeah.
Oh, Eunice, have you ever tried cauliflower rice?
Here we go.
Make a shawarma sandwich or something like that.
What in the peasant food are you talking about? Cauliflower rice?
That's what it's called, cauliflower rice.
That just sounds bland.
I don't know what you do with it. I've never tried it.
That sounds too
Yeah,
bland for
apparently
me.
it's like some low carb style eating.
Yeah, it's just air.
Just eating air. Just air, bro.
How about chapati banana wrap?
How
You're
about
chatting shit.
courgette? They get the courgettes and they make
Listen,
noodles out of
listen,
it.
my brother Eunice, I understand banana is a part of the delicacy, but allow it, man.
Chatting.
Not with fucking chapati. How do you come with this correlation? Like what?
I'm just saying that, you know, you can make a
Behave
wrap out
yourself.
of it.
Behave yourself.
So, thing, Lady Divine, let's
sushi
ask you a question now.
wrapped in, what do you call it, in chapati?
Lady Divine,
What the hell?
looking at the lay of the land, right?
Go on, Carl, sorry.
Lady Divine, look politically, right? Due to this immigration situation, let's say we're going to have a huge influx of Indians coming in, right? How is that going to affect the black community?
You tripped out the last bit for me. What did you say? How
Saying like
what?
based on the fact that we are expecting about 100,000 Indian immigrants to come over here, yeah. So we're going to have like a lot of immigration moving forward, right? How is that going to affect the black community? Is that going to affect anything in your mind? Is there going to be like intermarriages
be in this
between?
country for the rest of my life, and I don't give a shit. They could do it again. It's not even my fight, so I don't even
Bro,
really
there's
fear to
Indians
be
in the
fair.
Caribbean, bro.
This is what I'm saying.
There's Indians in the Caribbean, bro. They live nice. We high five each other. We go, yes, freedom. Happy to you.
The thing is this, though, Khan.
We
Here's my thing,
exchange
yeah?
stories about
Hold
our
Hold
wealth.
on, Natty. Give me a sec.
Oh, wealth.
Here's my thing, yeah? At the end of the day, if this whole immigration thing for the UK is not even my fucking concern. Hence why I'm not even really bothered. I keep stating this whenever I speak. Notice I always say, if this is how the people of this country here feel, the English people feel, let them feel how they feel about their country. I could care less. It's not my intention to be here for too long.
Yeah, but Lady D, when I want my kid to go and get a job, I don't want him to come back from the job interview going, Dad, there was about 15,000 Indians up there, and all I heard them going was, but this fucking bastard.
Oh my God! See, now we're gonna get done out
getting
here now.
racism. Like, but I don't want my kids to be suffering racism at the hands of foreigners, because that's even worse than getting racism from white people, isn't it?
All it is, Con, is they work, right? And I'm
but
not
they're
gonna lie
racist
to you.
though. They're like very racist people.
No. I've seen them, yeah. When they're working, bro, they work, yeah. And they just expect everyone to work like that.
You're talking about the old school Indians that came in the 50s. These ones are Larry. They're proper Larry, bro.
Yeah, but bro, even these ones here now, yeah, you even see them in like Burger King, like even the female ones are bossing them around, like move.
That's what I'm saying.
Working,
they're
bro.
Larry.
Yeah, but that's what England wants. They want them people that will work 16 hours a week. Like, look at them carers that were doing like 18-hour shifts, G. Nigerians, most of the Nigerians, Ghanaians, like doing mad, and Sierra Leone's doing mad shifts, and they've left their daughter in another country, and they're doing crazy ass shifts, bro.
Yeah,
because that's what they want. We're English, yeah.
Now you're making a good point though, because if these people are workaholics and they're coming over here, they're going to be the standard of like what employers are expecting, innit?
Yeah, but for them, the money what they get told for them, that is a dream, because they're going to get that money in a life. Then their next generation goes, "Now, mum, dad, we're worth more than that, because what we're taught at school is to be a banker." So then you get this ambition to be a banker, and you don't want to do them shitty jobs anymore. The next generation, like, "Nah, I don't need to do that." So then there's a big gap. Who's going to do them jobs? Because everyone's turned up their nose. And the only ones who do them jobs are the ones that are like, "Oh, scummy, poor me, I need to blame somebody, scummy. Well, go to college, yeah, get an education, and go and get your nice big house and do your thing. Otherwise, Eunice or Abdul or Winston, you know what I mean, it's going to take your job.
No, it's going to be all the Indians taking the jobs, bro. These lot are coming over. They're coming over in force.
It's going to be, they're going to just work and do a job. It's called you can do a job because they just took a job because they wanted to work.
Here's the thing. This problem will be easily solved, yeah, if they don't want so much Asians coming over and allow, then the problems with the government.
No, they
The
do.
government's
They do. They do. They just don't want black people.
Wait, though. If the Asians are coming over and they're prepared to do jobs that the people of this country are not willing to do, then stop fucking complaining. Because that's the reason why I guess the UK government's in bed with the fucking India and all these other places, all these other foreign places, because they've got people that are skilled up already and willing to do these jobs that they're not willing to do here themselves.
Yeah,
so
and
if
also
you don't want to do the jobs, I suggest you get off the fucking benefits and fucking 20 fucking 40 50 packs of fags you smoke a day and go and do the fucking jobs. But bitching and crying online ain't making not a fucking difference.
Lady Divine,
all we hear
Lady
you doing
Divine.
is bitching and crying online. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, Lady Divine. And then don't forget that these people also, just like the Polish, when they have their shops, they import their own stuff, which they have to pay tax on. So that's why the government like it, because they actually say, oh, we don't want to go Sainsbury's, we'll have our own. So, fucking why they got that? Because they want to eat their own food. You don't have to eat. It's not going to kill you. It's legal. They're paying taxes and you're not doing that. No, you're the consumer. They're the ones who are providing for even more for the system.
That makes sense, you know, Natty, what you just said.
Well, you've seen it. Romanians have got their shops. Polish have got their shops. Turkish have got their shops. Indians have got their shops. Blah, 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 blah. Most of the shops that we're using, like McDonald's and Burger King and everything like that, are all sold to foreigners now. It's all foreign investment.
I swear to God, Indians
so
own all the petrol stations. Have you ever been in a petrol station and it's not Indian? All the petrol stations are all Indians.
Yeah, because they work nights, bro. They don't sleep, bro.
No, it's not that. They own the petrol. Like, you know, they say Richie Sunak's wife is one of the top people in some petrol company. I forget what one.
Oh, yeah. And Asda, the two Indian brothers brought back Asda. It's back
exactly.
on English. Yeah.
So these lot got jobs waiting for them.
Well, I mean, not just that. I mean, you got to look at it. Does that mean when these people buy companies, are they in your pocket?
Well, they can hire who they want, innit?
And dictate and cry about what taxes they don't want to pay.
This is what I'm saying. All these right-wing politics, like we've been hearing, it's all out the window now. It's too late, bruv. Black and white unite, EDL taking to the streets, all this nonsense.
Don't even get me started on this black and white unite bullshit.
It's all done.
This fucking, every 2 minutes I'm seeing this another fucking one whipping up the fucking idiots that are fucking
black and white.
Wait, I'm talking.
You
ain't even listen to his propaganda. Yeah, and all he's talking about is fucking Marxist. What the fuck? Where does bullshit come from? Who the fuck does he think he's gonna get to fucking jump on that bandwagon? Which fucking black person with fucking any form of sense or self-pride is going to jump on that fucking bandwagon? Think about it.
It's just, the thing is though, when
why does he keep saying that? The blacks.
Carl and
Donny Roscoe. He's a joker.
The thing is, what race is he? Danny Roscoe himself.
He's mixed race.
So therefore, the black and white.
You got it wrong. He self-identifies and wants to be known publicly as half caste. Let's stop doing this.
Okay.
The man said, "Can you respect him and call him?" So we're going to address him as half caste. Sorry for all the other mixed race people that it offends, but that's how he wants to be self-identified. So identify him as such.
Okay, so his mum's black and his dad's or whatever.
No. His mum's Irish and his dad's from JA.
Okay, so basically, that black and white is already started. It started years ago.
I think his dad's actually back there. I don't think his dad's even here.
1 second, G.
His dad's in Jamaica.
1 second, G. 1 second, G.
Go on.
That's already started, because obviously he's mixed race or half caste as he wants to be called himself. Yeah, that's already started way in the 70s or 60s, whenever. Yeah. What is he saying is that it needs to be a black and white unite on the terms and the conditions of what? I mean, what conditions? What are the terms and conditions of a black and white unite?
The terms and conditions is what they're saying is
exactly.
Basically, they're the bigger group, right? So if you join with them and you want what they want and you increase their numbers, then you're more likely to get what you want. Do you get me? They're saying like together that there's more of you, so you'll be stronger. But what I don't understand is like black people are just like 2.8% of the population. How is that making a difference really to EDL's numbers? It's not really. But when you think about it, on the streets, when things was kicking off, yeah, they know what time it is, innit? When they see like a few black guys in the train station stopping them from getting home, they know they have to fight their way through. They're not.
Where Danny's from, where Danny's from is predominantly white, so you would have had to.
No, but I'm saying when it kicked off in London, TheE, right? They had to fight through black people to get home, to get on their train to get to Kent. They had to like Paddington or wherever, yeah. So like a couple of black guys were just waiting there, thinking, yeah, these like there's no point chasing these lot around the streets, innit? They're gonna come to the train station, innit? So they just plotted up in the train station. These lot turned up and got boxed, got sent home with like bus lip and all that. So then they realized, they thought, wait a minute, like there was like 20 of us. It was only like 4 black guys. We got bus up. So they know what time it is, innit? That's why they want you lot on board, innit? Like, yeah, like you might as well join our ranks. That's what it is, bro. Otherwise, they don't really care, innit? They don't care. They're just looking for an easy life. They're like, we don't want to have to fight black people every time there's a protest. Every time we take to the streets. Like black people out in force. What EDL's at? Get the lads together. It's going to be a great day. Gonna box up some white man. Some out of London white man's going to get boxed today, boy. And it's just like a fun day out, isn't it? Unfortunately for EDL, the man them's ready to hit the streets, bro, at the drop of a hat. Ready. You know? That's their main gripe. That's their main issue, EDL.
The main issue with the EDL doesn't stand for why it doesn't fit and why the government will never support them is because it doesn't stand for democracy, of allowing people to practice and, be themselves and practice their
EDL is
beliefs.
a street movement. They're not trying to get any into politics or anything. Like, all right, Tommy Robinson's trying to be a journalist.
No, but they are.
Tommy Robinson's trying to be a journalist.
Religion. And they're trying to get into religion as well. It's everything. They're trying to.
They're not really a threat to the politicians, are they? It's not like everyone's like ready to start voting for these guys. Like even Nigel Farage had a hard time, like, do you know what I mean? Putting his politics across. Like people ain't really investing in the politics side of it. They're not. These lot ain't making that much of an impact because, like I said, their argument isn't based on intelligence. It's not based on any coherent argument. Like they can't put forward an argument to why people should be against immigration. In reality, everyone knows that this country runs off the back of immigrants. Everyone knows that, bruv. Like if this country weren't running off the back of immigrants, not for 1 second would this government be bringing in immigrants. Of course they wouldn't. They're closing police stations, bruv. They're cutting corners on everything. You think they're going to be bringing in immigrants if they're not earning money off them? Of course they're earning money off them, bruv. It's just a little blag making out like they're not. No. We're not making no money off these lot. Yeah, but you are, bruv. Even in America, they're Mexicans. They've not seen the Mexicans that they moan about. Oh, they're crossing the border. Yeah, but they do all the work. They do fucking everything. Man's doing carpet fitting. He's fucking painting, decorating. He's building fucking brick walls. They're doing every fucking job, bruv. Everything. Like Mexicans are like multi-skilled tradesmen now. They've only been there for a couple of years. They're taking over every job, bro. This is what I'm saying to you. This is the problem with racism. When you give your people unfair advantage based on race, you're actually making them weaker because they don't got to fight for their positions. They don't got to struggle to get where they are. They're just getting it handed to them. So when now push comes to shove and they got to like take on the world and deal with other people, they just ain't got it. They just ain't capable. Without the unfair advantage, without having it gifted to them, without their white privilege, they can't fight toe to toe and come out on top. They can't, bro. They just had it too easy for too long. They had their privilege and it made them soft. That's what it is. Trust me. Like you said, Natty, when the immigrants get here, they're hungry for work. They work 10 times harder and they get ahead.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to lie. I'd rather employ them because they can work cheap. And they're skilled workers as well. They're the main ones that get in as well, all the skilled workers. Doctors. Where are you from, my friend? I'm from Afghanistan. Oh, you're a doctor, yeah? You sure you know what you're doing, yeah? Of course, man. Even when
they can't be doctors straight away, right? Their qualification might not be recognised in the UK.
No, but they obviously have to, like prove. Because even in certain African countries, they're saying that now certain doctors aren't leaving Africa to go and study and then be medics in another country. They're obviously now staying now, and they're obviously trying to fight for their own recognition in the health institution for science. So if there's a vaccine, that their vaccine should be taken serious and not laughed at and not be approved by, do you know what I mean? I mean, if you want to give your people this, I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, man, there's a lot going on, man. Even with that Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. That's one thing.
All these things, Natty. See, it might be a conspiracy theory, right? But listen to what I think. See, all this like raising the cost of living and raising inflation and like fixing the housing markets and all that. Yeah, I got a feeling they're doing that just before the immigrants land. Just before these people land, right? They're gonna come to this country and it's gonna be a completely different situation than what it was like, let's say, 10 years ago. Inflation's going to be through the roof. That means that every time they earn £100, really they're earning £80. Every time they spend £100, really they're spending £120. Inflation fucks you both ends, isn't it? Because all the prices go up, cost of living goes up, and the money in your bank account's worth less.
Real talk. There's Albanian gangs. Yeah, England is under attack.
Go on.
It is under attack.
Go on.
And we all know why we're under attack, because obviously we've been involved in shit, like you said, with ships halfway across the world bombing up places and having an excuse to say that they're a danger to us. Well, fucking hell, man, just protect your own seas, you get me? But with Albanian gangs deliberately bringing people over and not giving a fuck about them as well, man, like people dying because they've been given a passageway over.
Yeah, but out of all the people coming over, Natty, that's not even like 10%. That's not even 5%. Like the government's actually bringing in more immigrants than any kind of illegal immigration.
When you've got a law that you've got a child and you're a single mum, or let's just say you're a man or something like that, they need to put these people up, Khan. Where are they going to go?
What do you mean? I'm not cylinder about that.
What houses are they meant to go in, Khan? Why are they all in hotels?
Because the geese that owns the hotels getting a nice little backhander from the EU fund that pays for all the Ukrainian immigrants.
Yeah, but not just Ukrainian immigrants. Like, you know what I mean? From all over.
It's just going to put up the rent prices higher. It's going to put up everyone's rent. That's all it is. Private landlords are going to get to charge whatever they want. And that means rich people get richer.
Yeah, because remember, like the Polish, they were all living in one house.
Yeah.
And then you imagine when they all live in one house and they've got, 6 bags, 10 bags going in every month. They started buying the properties.
Nah,
slums.
They never.
They started buying slums, bro, and traveling in vans to.
Not the geezers that were living in the slums.
Trust me, bro. They started buying.
Listen, I knew some Polish workers. Yeah, they were telling me that one geezer who gets them the job charges them like £10 a day per head. They were earning like £40, £60 a day, and they still had to pay £10 a day to my man. And my man had about 100 people a day working for him. So he was making about £1,000 just for doing nothing.
Yeah, trust me, they was, bro. And now they started getting their own shit, bro. They don't. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. They start turning English.
Nah, they couldn't make ends meet, bro. A lot of the guys that went back, they were glad to go back. They couldn't make ends meet. They couldn't afford to get married. I don't know any Polish that got married, started their own businesses, bought their own houses. They never.
Yeah, I know enough, man. I done enough work for Romanians because obviously I could fit gas boilers. So when I was on site, they asked me to do jobs because they said, "Yeah, I've got a house."
Yeah,
they're buying houses, bro.
What Romanians though?
Yeah, enough Romanians I knew were doing it, G.
Yeah,
Luton,
Romanians are different, innit? Romanians are different. Polish are different.
Bro, when they're working together, bro, they're like the Asians, bro, but quick. They're quicker, bro.
I know. I'm not saying they're not good. They're good.
And don't forget, once they had a child here, that child's entitled to benefits.
Bro, I just had my kitchen fitted. Yeah, these Romanian guys were staying till 10 o'clock at night to finish the job. They done it in a third of the time. Can you believe that? Do you think anyone else is doing that, bro? These men are hungry, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie, I was getting pissed off with them, but then I had to chill out and realize that it's not their fault, because if my boss is deciding to give Vortec, like you said, like £80 a day to do a kitchen, then, bro, like, he's got to get his pee, bro. He don't give do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And they don't forget Wembley Stadium. It was all British contractors, and what was happening on Wembley Stadium while it was why it took too long.
What happened?
Because they were drinking, getting on it. The roof collapsed, wasn't it?
Fucking hell.
Then they got in a German firm, and they were like, "Nah, mate," because loads of people are like, "Nah, I'm not getting out of bed," because people on good money, bro. They're like, "Nah, I'm not getting out of bed unless I get this. I'm not doing that." And then obviously we had to do the thing where we had to go energy efficiency green, innit? And do big upgrades all over England. So yeah, man, that's when you saw them all coming in, working in council houses, bruv, working alongside me, learning them. And then, bruv, some of them, I saw them have their own gangs. Because you know what happened? They were like, "Yeah, we're not working." So my boss was like, "Oh, where you going?" They go, "Oh, we've got a job here. We've got a contract here." So my boss was like, "Yeah?" Like, yeah. He was like, "Oh, let me go speak about that." And then matey boy was like, "Look, it is what it is, because obviously I'm getting a cut and I'm getting scrap off them as well." Like, imagine the site managers taking man's scrap off you.
Yeah.
So obviously they were like, "Yeah, like we'll keep these boys."
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say, bro. The spirit of that bit of proud is like, you've got this proudness, yeah. And that's what happens. Like, at first you'll be obedient and be on the hunger thing, and then you realize, hold on a minute, why is that guy driving around? Or why is that? I could be like, oh, I want my son to be like that. I'm the one who's now like, all our parents could say, yeah, they came here with a briefcase, they knuckled down, they managed to buy their houses through tough times, you know, bro. Like when my mum had to buy the house and everything, they had to line up for sugar. There was a sugar shortage. I don't know if there was a war or something, but yeah, there was. She told me they had their things going on, but you know what I'm saying. And then after that, it's the next generation, bro. That are a next generation. Unless, like, which I will admit, unless you're like in a religious cult.
Yeah.
Because then that's when it's strong. But then when it's but that's what I'm trying to say. When you've got that type of vibe there, that's what makes you stand out from somebody else. Because someone will walk along, go like, "Oh, why have you got them snakes?" Like when I was at school, they'll be like, "Why have you got them snakes in your hair?" You mean snakes?
Oh no, really?
You know what I mean? Like, you have to get a box for that, bro. Tomp. Now you know not to say that. You know what I mean? Now you know not to say stupid things again.
Yeah.
Because it's different for them and like they can't relax. Or oh, why has he got a turban? It's like, shut up, man. Oh, that stinks. Fucking hell, bruv. Like, so do you. Like, leave man's food, bruv. Of course it's gonna smell. It's fucking food. Because it's like so different for them, bruv. So, you know what I mean? And then, bruv, later on down the line, they're all talking about M.R. I'm loving this chicken, bruv. I'm loving this. Wicked, bruv. You know what I mean? Before you know it, you got Uncle Ben on the job, bruv.
Mad thing,
bruv. Hey, before you know it, you got reggae on the job. Hey, you got Kano, you got
Levi Roots, my man Roots.
You got what else, bruv? You got everything in there, bruv. Before you know, they're selling out.
Boy.
And then now, like the last
Oh,
top
Netty.
because
Do you think a lot of people will go?
Can't, because I was gonna say as well, yeah, it's this
Go on.
sneaky little thing what they're doing now, with the children, innit?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, when they're talking about grooming,
yeah,
should we really be encouraging kids at a certain age to be making life-changing decisions at, you know, age of 8 years old, 7? I've even heard 3-year-olds.
What, you're talking about the transgenderisms?
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah, that's a scary one.
But it's reality, though, isn't it? I mean, it's being promoted.
Well, Nettie, do you
It's not
think
an
a lot of
adult
people
thing.
Do you think a lot of people, when they see the changes in this country, will want to leave and go other places? Now, obviously, we know where we're going, innit? But I'm saying, like, people like Dave, where's he gonna go? Do you think they'll go to like Canada or whatever? Because obviously, like, England's gonna just turn into the next version of India. There's gonna be bare Indians here. Ridiculous amount of Indians. Like, man's got 100,000 Indians on the way here right now. And like, I swear that last 60,000 Chinese that come, the other day I was in central London and I see bare of them. It's like, right, these lot love Central, innit? Like, they're all around Central.
Yeah, but
bare
them Hong Kong have only come over because UK don't like how China are treating Hong Kong, because China want to take Hong Kong.
Yeah, whatever reason they're here for. Like, them men are here now, innit?
I don't know.
Yeah, them 60,000 Chinese that come. I swear I've seen bare of them. Like, the other day I went for a job interview at Central. See bare of them, bruv. Just like on the buses on the way up there, just all around there. And every man's up rolling with his little honey as well. They got their girlfriends, like, going in couples. It's quite sweet, but you know what I mean? The numbers of them was just like, I was like, wow, like, I've never seen that many Chinese people in one day before. Yeah, man. They're here already. And then the Indians are on their way as well. The whole landscape's changing. People like Dave, I don't know what they're going to do, like these lot. I think a lot of them is going to move, you know. They're going to go to Australia and places.
Do you know who are the richest women in Britain? They're talking are the richest women.
The Greeks, Greek women.
No, they're
saying
Russians. No, it's the Muslim women, because of the amount of gold they have.
Well, is that making them rich? The gold.
Yeah, and Indians.
Yeah, but gold prices are still low, innit? The gold prices ain't gone up that much.
Yeah, they've gone up, G.
Yeah, they've gone up a little bit, but not that much. Like, they reckon that gold's gonna like proper go up.
I reckon.
Yeah, you're right. It has gone up a little bit. Yeah, man, gold and silver. It's all the technology, innit? All the phones and all that.
Man. I've got gold.
No, but investments though, if you're buying like little bars, like bullion little bars, silver's as good as gold still for investment.
No, I buy pieces, man. I buy chains, rings, I buy broken gold.
Yeah, but you still get scrap value for that.
Yeah, of course. And obviously some of it I resell. Some of it, like Valentine's Day, I'm reselling.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you get more for it than scrap then.
Well, you just got to put a little bit more on top.
What's happening, fellas? What's happening?
Oh,
Testing.
Kale,
Okay.
what are you saying about the allegations, Kale?
You know what? Because I was doing father duties and that, you know, I'm in the shed again for a bit. You know what I mean? 'Cause I've
But
got a
from
feeling
yesterday,
it's gonna
from
get
yesterday,
wild. You know what I mean? From on the G block.
my man saying you're a racist and a black supremacist. What's your defense for that?
That's come on, man. I mean, a racist. I've said this before, man. You know what I mean? Black people, whether people like or not, cannot be racist at all. That's impossible, man. You know what I mean? I've broken it down many times. You know, some would say prejudice backed up with power. The definition, what I've done, all I've done is elaborated and gave it more detail to exactly what black people go through every single day. I've said it many times, right? If you go into a lift, there is a code of conduct for how you're supposed to act when you go inside a lift. You understand? Don't go in people's comfort zone. Don't do anything intimidating.
Oh,
Wait
but
until
Kale,
the
let me
lift
ask a
has
question.
finished.
Let me ask you a
Hold on,
question, Kale.
hold on. You just asked me a question. I'm doing an introduction with all due respect, right?
Oh, sorry,
So for
sorry.
me,
Oh, my bad,
so
my
for
bad.
me personally, and that right is that as a black person, an African descendant, I've seen racism or unethical code of conduct my entire life. I've seen it in the Middle East. I've seen it in Birmingham. I've seen it when I go and visit my blood relatives in London, Manchester, etc. I've seen it all my life. I've seen it in Jamaica and that with the other with the Indians. I've seen all that, and it's the same thing. They understand that there's some form of like a conduct how to deal with black people, you know what I mean, and that, and they unite on that, and they do it so effectively, and it throws black people off because it's like, what the hell's going on here? Do you understand? So nobody
Yeah.
can come to me or anybody and try to say that I'm racist and that. It's what I've seen, it's what I've witnessed. Do you understand? So I just put the analysis and the definition together, and it's very accurate. No one can ever challenge it. They may come with a thing where, oh, racism's this and I can be that, but at the end of the day, in that the caste system, I said this many times before, which people still use. Do you understand? Why do you need a caste system if you're in the religion of Islam, Sikhism, Buddhism, Christianity, right? Or if you want to call yourself assigned to ideologies, why do you need that particular caste to put black people? Why do you need it?
It's unethical.
Yeah, it don't make no sense, man. It doesn't make no. One sec, sorry, one sec.
Yeah, we're here, man. What do you think, Natty? You ever heard my man say anything racist?
Hail to the no and peace and blessings and
Nope.
motherfucking black power, King Kel. Fuck them, man.
Nope. All I've ever heard him is just love himself, man.
I would say he's one of the least racist people I've come across, to be honest. Because you know what? There's people that they're slightly racist. They're not even aware of their own prejudices. And I think like this kind of education and like political strategies makes people aware of their own tactics, their own thought processes, and their own strategies that they're implementing. So like with Kale, like, I've never heard him say anything like wrong, to be honest. My opinion.
What it is with me, Khan. What it is with me is that the reason why they have a problem with me, and it's no different than Garvey, etc., is that I highlight what non-African people do every single day. You know, use like, for example, there's a scholar that you I think you believe in. His name is Sheikhul Islam, right? And he had a philosophy is that when mankind commit a sin, two traits show on them. The first thing, they feel guilty of it. The second thing, they don't want to expose. So whenever non-African people hear a person like myself, Raven, Shakara, or the other Pan-Africanists, is that they do not want to be highlighted because they benefit off our disorganization. So every time black people are not practicing black pound every single day, black dollars every single day, or black euros every single day, whenever black people decide to go out of their race, whenever anything that's dysfunctional, non-African people benefit of these things. So whenever we say to ourselves, okay, let's sort this out and not put ourselves in a situation, they start to panic. Look, yesterday, all I did is spoke about black law. That's all I did. All I spoke about was Europeans preserving themselves. You understand? Asians preserving themselves, Middle East preserving themselves, African preserving themselves. Because when we're dealing with unethical code of conduct system, it's about preserving the race. It's about their survival. They don't want black people to be mixing with them because it breeds them out. The Asians don't want that. None of them don't want these things. In the Middle East, which I know very, very well, how the black Arabs have been marginalized because the black Arabs are genetically dominant. So when the newer type of Arabs came in and started to breed with the black Arabs and that, right? We already know already what complexion is dominant over there. So I already know already what goes on. It's just that they don't want myself and others to highlight that. When I'm talking about marrying the black woman, that's normal. You understand? That's how I was raised. You understand what I'm saying in that, right? So this shouldn't really offend non-African people, because that's what they view anyway, and that they've built a system to prevent black love. So when I'm talking about black love and you're getting angry with me, I already know already that, because if black man and black woman unite together and start eloping and keeping their children synchronized and that's a whole race who's uncalled to go against the system. I already know that already, and that's why they don't like it. You understand what I'm saying in that? So that's why I get attacked. But I cannot be racist in that. Impossible.
So here's my question though, Kel. If you're promoting self-love, how is other people feeling that you hate them because of that? Do you get what I mean? Like the modus operandi isn't to initiate hatred in your children and corrupt them with hate. It's obviously to promote self-love and a preference, an in-group preference that everyone else already has anyway. Like you're not going to be any different from anyone else. So what I'm saying is, if one particular individual man said, well, my preference, like if I said my preference is for Turkish women, based on the fact that I think that marriage with them and having children with them will be more productive, right? Based on that, there will be less a contamination of other culture into my own lifestyle. Now, if you said that as an individual, right, there's no problem with that. But when you want to implement it as a strategy, as a political strategy, then I don't see why then for some people it becomes racism. Like, why is it racism to have an in-group preference?
Yeah, but remember, as I said to you already, I'm not the only one, because those have a problem with Cal's definition. But my definition definitely links up to Dr. Claude Anderson. He's made it perfectly clear. Non-African people, they practice team networking of causing disorganization to reap from black people. So if the race started with black man and black woman, right, and the black man and black woman are uncode, that means the children's gonna be uncode. That means you've got a whole race, as I said before, that can go against the system. That means no more unethical code of conduct. So non-African people, they will, for example, one of the strategies is that they always try to figure out what you're thinking so they can disrupt and capitalize on what's going on. That's why they're around us all the time. That's why they study us all the time. You know, they always, for example, they never, you know, they don't want black people to know exactly what they're thinking, so they try and mislead us away from that. They always do tactics of, you know, always, you know, get black people to fight with one another. You see that all the time. You know what I mean? Once we start fighting, we can't stop. We have a unique, I want black people to understand this. We have a unique mindset of destroying each other, right? When we can't stop. All non-African people know that. You see it on the panels. Once we start arguing, saying certain things, we can't stop. We get very carried away, and non-African people know that. That is how the continent was conquered. That's how the Caribbean was exploited. Do you understand? One of the strategies what non-African people do, they always like to make black people believe that they are divided, like how we are, and that is definitely deceptive. Because if non-African people were truly divided, there would be no unethical code of conduct system. You see, but black people do things like this. No, but the white people, the Europeans, they're in different tribes. They fight with each other. The Asians, they're in different tribes. They fight with each other. The Middle Easterns in different tribes. They fight with each other. However, when it comes to you around them, they understand we're going to be on code, right, against you. So they always make black people believe that we're all divided, but that's not the case. Because as I said to you already, there's an IMF loan, which you know very well. There are resources being controlled on the African continent. The Caribbean is no longer controlled by black people, it's controlled by non-African people. In America, which the Afro-Americans built up, that's no longer controlled by them. So there seems to be a code that keeps them governing black people. So when people say that I'm racist and that, I can always use it and refute them. Impossible. Because if I was really racist, really and truly, and that, all non-African people would be subjugated right now. All of them would be.
So about the other allegation of being a black supremacist, what do you think about that allegation?
He don't give a fuck. He said black motherfucking power.
Yeah.
That's what he said, and that's what it is.
I mean, the
No,
black
but this is an
supremacists-
opportunity for him to put across his.
Well, it's like what Lady D says. To be honest with her, she is right about one thing, but I'll explain what black supremacy means from a Pan-African perspective. Black supremacy is black people having the ability to dictate how their life's supposed to be carried out and controlling the resources. Do you understand? We do not have the ability to dictate how we want to live our life. You've seen it already in that. There's always seems to be non-African people getting black people to be governed the way they want. Oh, you can't think that way. Maybe you should think this way. No, if you do this, you're going to be too extreme and all these things there. So black supremacy is us having control how we want to live our life. Now, white supremacy, that's a different thing. We already know what white supremacy is. But black supremacy is nowhere the same as white supremacy. They're impossible, because there can only be one supreme type of system. And non-African people do not believe in a black power next to them. They don't believe in that. So it's impossible for any form of black supremacy to resemble white supremacy. That's impossible.
Yeah, I agree with you that there's only one supremacy. That is the supreme authority, whether we like it or not. You know.
Yeah. You know, but you know, it's like many
See,
times.
from my point of view, Kel, my point of view is that the Western elites that are like a scourge on the whole human race right now get all their resources from one place, and if the people that were in charge of those resources could sort of make them heal, like make them like be more accountable for their actions, I think the whole world would be in a better position right now. But these people have currently got untapped resources. They can get all the minerals they want to make all the batteries, to run all the equipment, and create as much destruction with their technology as they see fit. And I think that if there was a bit of control put on them by obviously the people that own them resources, I think the world would be a better place. I personally feel that there needs to be some sort of a restriction on these people, because you can see when they're left to their own devices, they're just out of hand. That's my personal feeling on it.
To be honest with you, and that right, the planet must be controlled by black people again. We're the only people historically that believes in justice and equality. That's why every place on the planet, civilization got there. We've never, as I said this before, we've never united all together to exploit the whole planet. That is not in African people's nature. You see what I'm saying in that, right? But we've definitely seen with the non-Africans that they've definitely done that. Now, some of you will use religion. Okay, fair enough. Some of you use some form of, you know, a system, you know what I mean, a spirituality, where it's the Ma'at system, etc. and that, right? But to practice these particular laws, right, it cannot be have non-African people in charge, because Islam, no disrespect, right, it's supposed to be about justice and equality. But I've noticed when black people in this religion, they seem to be at the bottom. I'm not saying that the religion tells them to do that, but there seems to be a way of, if we do apply the religion, that means we're going to have to be equal with those that we're trying to exploit and outdo in the race. Same thing in Christianity, same thing in Judaism, same thing in Sikhism. We seem to be always at the bottom. So that's why I said that black people must be in charge. That's why Garvey organized black people without using religion, because it was a way of letting black people know that more focus on your culture, and that will help you out. You know, all non-African people, they're all nationalists. You can't, no disrespect, you know, Turkish people are nationalists. That's why Turkey is a powerhouse. You see, people may disagree with Erdogan, but it's based upon nationalism. The
Of
Arab
course,
is based upon nationalism.
Yeah.
Mohammed bin Salman, whether people like it or not, his whole thing is nationalism. This is why he doesn't want people teaching English no more. He wants.
So
His
here's the
people
thing,
to
Kel.
continue.
Like with
Go on,
Turks,
go on.
right? We're moving towards pan-Turkism, right? And I think
Right.
if Europeans can have United States of Europe and the Americans can have United States of America, then obviously, like this freedom of movement of workforce, right? That we're gonna have like from, let's say, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan and Turkey is going to be one block, let's say, right? They're going to have the freedom of movement of labor. They're going to have freedom of education where everyone's going to learn like the same language and be on code with each other, right? And that's going to basically elevate them technologically and infrastructure wise to rival the West. And that has to be put in place because that's what Putin and Erdogan is moving towards, to rival China. Because if there's no rivalry to China, they're just going to run away with the whole game right now. So really, even Putin, he's been stopping this pan-Turkism for a long time, but now he's realized that it's the only method of basically creating other lines of revenue for the world that's outside of China's domain. Otherwise, China's just going to take over, bro. Like they're going to take over, but you know, we're going to slow their roll a little bit with like some rivalry going on. So that's the whole point of pan-Turkism, that they're going to like basically move towards a United States of Turkish countries. Like it's going to basically be one ummah. It's going to be like a caliphate, like a Islamic state, basically.
Yeah, but you see, when you mention an Islamic state, right, and I mean this with no disrespect, remember there was a time, and this is going to be conflict that we're going to talk about now, because my great-great-grandfather was fighting the Ottomans in Jordan.
Yeah, of course.
Right, you see, because, and people don't know this, is that a lot of the Turks, they were
We're in Jordan,
Levant,
of course.
a lot of them were trying to marry with the black
Yeah,
Arabs, and a lot
of
of black
course.
tribes were preventing that because they understood that if the Turks mix with us, they're going to breed us out. I know this because my great grandfather, and they were fighting in that time, right? So
yeah,
bearing in mind that there was the Turks also came with a different types of Islam, right?
yeah.
So if it's going to be pan-Turk, right, and I don't have an issue with Turkish people sorting themselves out. However, it cannot be based upon subjugating black people. Now, me personally, Khan, as a political scientist, I understand that whenever there's a pan-European, pan-Asian, or pan-Arab, it always returns back to
Of course.
the invisible power strategy.
Yeah.
You must keep the true source of your power invisible constantly to develop a host or a middleman to not let people know that we're going to exploit Africa. You see?
Now, I
And
think
that's
that
my
if
problem
there was
I
a
have.
pan-Turkism and an increase in the power of Turks, they would kind of like encroach upon African territory, namely Somalia. I think Somalia and Turkey, they're very close, and like they would basically think of Somalia as like an extension of the Ummah, where it's part of them as well. I think like it would like we won't be able to keep them out of Africa fully. Do you know what I mean? Like that would be ridiculous, because like you said, Africa's where everything's going on, right?
Right.
Right.
And we know that
To
the
be a world
Turks,
power, you'd have to
right,
have some sort of a foothold in Africa.
and they already have,
Yeah,
because
already
remember
have.
the
Yeah, that's what I'm
Turks,
saying.
right? And
Yeah,
we know already the Turks,
they're
with all
training up
due
the
respect,
Somali army. They're investing
right?
in them militarily. Yeah,
See,
they've got bases there, military bases.
just
Yeah,
like Khomeini did with the Africans in his army as well, because people forget that the Iranians also had Africans in their army as well.
that's
You so
true.
observed that,
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
did exactly the same thing, and look what
yeah.
happened to the Africans. So I have to, as a political scientist, be very cautious when I hear pan Europe, etc., because it's never in the best interest of African people, you know. So,
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There's two sides to every story, isn't it? So, you know, like they say, to make an omelette, you got to break some eggs. So not everything's going to be smooth sailing.
no, it's not.
But it's just a better world than the world that we got now, hopefully.
Yeah, but you remember in your religion, remember the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says that racism is never going to go away. This isn't your religion, you know. So
Okay.
we as black people, when I hear people talk about we're humans, because you lot can be the humans, we can be the Africans, right? When I hear people talking about we need to unify and all these things there and that, right? There's no such thing as all of us unifying together. People have a problem, Khan, with the analogy of sun, mountain, ice, and sand. What they don't realize is that in the history, this is what they was referred to. They even referred to themselves as that. Sigmund Freud, where a lot of Europeans class him as a renowned scientist and called his people the ice people. He called him that. Forget about my Pan-Africanist forefathers, right? That came with a book to divide, etc. And that he calls his people them that. When we're dealing with the mountain people and that, right? The mountain people call themselves that. You understand? When we're dealing, so all Carol is doing really is just marketing what is already there. The problem is that non-African people, they believe that black people should never dictate how they should move. They find it disrespectful when a black person categorizes and goes against their ego. Because you know it's all ego, innit, Cut? It's all ego.
Of course.
It's nothing to do with
reality.
What he's saying. It's to do with how dare you, Negro,
Yeah.
tell us who we are. That's all it is. That's
Yeah,
why
but
we
that's
come
only
to
because they want the
this. That's all it is.
resources. That's because they want the
Yeah.
resources. They have
And they
to
want to
make you
control
seem
black
like you're
people.
not capable of
Yeah.
conducting your own affairs, so then they can
Yeah.
come in and set up institutions to show you how to do it better.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Isn't it?
But I've got no problem with the sun and the desert and the mountain analogy because it ties people to a landmass rather than a skin color, and I think that is actually very important. Do you know what I mean? Because our people, we're like from the steppe. We're for the steppe people. So whether that's like northern China, Central Asia, or even going right into up until Romania, Russia, that area, that whole plateau, that whole bit of flat land, that's where we kind of like developed our own unique kind of like identity. So we are the people of the steppe, and it's not really dictated by a skin color, but there is a unified mentality and a culture amongst those people. So like they're not really like, they are distinguishable from other people. So like the steppe, or if you want to call it the mountain people, would be like, I would say more Mediterranean, kind of down towards Turkey, like the Caucasus. There's more mountains around there. Those people are like slightly different. They're more like living in like, because everyone was living on top of their own mountain, right? So they had like isolated kind of like development from each other. So there's like lots of small groups of people in the mountainous region. They're not really related to each other apart from a distant relation. So Georgians, Dagestan, Chechnya, Turkey, like Kurdish, Armenians, all these people live right close to each other, but they all like, because of the mountainous regions, they all developed very differently. So that's the unique kind of mountainous regions, like even going down into Iran, the Zagros Mountains and Zagros Mountains, whatever it's called. Like this is all like pivotal to the development of those people. So I don't see it as an insult. I don't know why people see it as an insult. Like you're from a
Here's the
mountain.
thing,
Like
Carl.
what's
Hold
wrong with
on a
being
minute.
from a mountain, bro?
Here's the thing.
The lifestyle on the mountains. Do you know how people
Hello,
live
can
on
you hear me?
mountains?
Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Con?
You there?
Right, yeah. Chill for a second. Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
go on.
And I want you and the listening audience to hear this and understand this, because I'm sick of this shit. Number one, we don't care about anybody else's opinion, because one thing we're going to get clear right here and right now. When Kel's talking to us, he's talking to the Sun people, as he calls us, right? Now, if he's talking to us, I don't want to hear from no other group of people about what he's saying to his own people. If it ain't coming from the people he's in particularly aiming his chattings to, we could give a fuck about your opinion. See, one thing people need to understand, it's all good to be invited to the party, but I'll understand there's boundaries. Stop overstepping fucking boundaries, because we're not going up into no gudra and telling them how the fuck to do their thing. We're not going up into no mosques and telling them how to do their thing. We're not going up into no churches and telling them how to do their thing. We're not going up into no temples and telling people how to do their thing. So no one come into the Pan-African thing and try and tell Pan-Africans how to talk to their people.
Understand fucking limits and boundaries. Now you can listen. You maybe can even type away and put your shit in the chat. But when you're going to come and try and dictate to a man how he needs to be talking to his own people, when he's talking to his people, not to you, has no effect on your life, has no effect on your fucking progress or anything about. Why do you give a fuck? Why are you so heavily invested in a group of people that you claim you don't even fucking like? It makes no sense. It makes no damn logical sense. And brother Kel, I beg you do. When I see a bitch like that, yeah, that doesn't do nothing for her fucking people, sits down there, coughs and splatters all over fucking line all damn day, bawling and complaining about this fucking thing and that fucking thing and these black people and these black this and black that, but she can't get her fucking big fat 10 belly ass up off the couch to go and sort out her fucking country and her fucking immigration problems. I beg you don't take them people there serious, yeah?
Yeah, man. True.
I beg you don't take it serious. Because when I see them doing something for them damn selves, want to be out here fucking identifying people, telling people who and what they are, when she don't even know who the fuck she is, I beg you don't. Because remember, this is the same gal that was out here talking about she's a fucking transracial fucking Nigerian. Fuck off. Go and figure out who the fuck you are before you try and figure out who we are.
Would you agree that people target Kel because of his kind of like concise method of delivering political methodology that they might find threatening?
This is the thing. Triller literally spelled it out to us online.
Triller's a spastic. We know
he
that. We're not
literally
putting him on
said,
no one's
in
level.
the words of his own, it's fear. It's fear.
Yeah, but he said it's a physical fear. That's different.
I don't give a shit what kind of fear it is. Some say it's a physical fear. Some say people think that we're going to retaliate and do to us do to them what was done to us. It's just a literal thing of fear. And the thing is that fear wouldn't be there if they hadn't done whatever the hell they had done in the past. Or not even them themselves. You know, I'm talking about their ancestors, you know. So because their ancestors are known for doing these things, the fear in their back of their mind is if this downtrodden group of people ever get up, they might turn around and do the exact same thing that was inflicted upon them. When this is the fucking furthest thing from our minds, but they're trying to project that shit onto us. I'm not having it no more. Now, maybe you've got some flipping guilt from your past or guilt from what your ancestors have done. I don't know what goes on in their brain, but trying to dissect their brains is not my problem right now. My problem is trying to uplift my people.
No, but I've seen unfair treatment of
attacking anybody. No one ever mentioned wiping out anybody. No one's ever mentioned taking over anything. But somehow in their brain, whenever they hear Kel or Shakara talk, this is what they're correlated to. And I don't understand where the fuck that's coming from. But really and truly, I don't even give a damn.
And
as long as they don't stop doing what they're doing.
The thing is as well, Khan, right? What I find very disrespectful, and I'm going to be very candid, is that me, who is 40 something plus, right, is that I've been in the Middle East, you know, right? And the Arabs, right, won't even allow the Sun people to eat in restaurants.
Still to this day.
Hold on. With all due respect, right? I've done movements, you know, for my people, to protect my people and that, right? When people won't allow them to go in certain hotels, when people won't allow them to eat in the restaurants, when people won't allow them to get certain properties. I've done them things. I got links for them things because they're my people. You see what I'm saying in that, right? When it comes into the UK and that, right? In the 80s riots, where a lot of my relatives were locked up and some of them didn't get locked up. That's why we had to go to certain places in Africa and that, because the riots in Birmingham and London and that, right? I seen all that.
Yeah.
You understand? When non-African people attacking elderly black women,
crazy,
right, in the early 90s in the Wiley Birch in Birmingham and that, right? And the elders gave us a consent for all of us to go down there. But all these people like to disrespect Johnsons and Burgers and that. But it was the Johnsons and Burgers that united, and we went down there and we had to kick some ass because the ICE people attacking elderly black women. You know what, Khan? No Asian people's helping out. No Middle East.
They're staying out of it.
They didn't do it. They didn't do it in the Middle East. They didn't do it in North Africa. They didn't. So when I'm online and I'm hearing people trying to step to me and telling me why am I do this, why am I do that, I'm allowed to feel that way because nobody has had our back.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I've seen my mom, when people keep talking about the Middle East and Palestine, I've seen my mom, you see what I'm saying, and her family in Palestine helping out the black Israelites, the black Palestinians, the white Palestinians, and the same ICE people shutting them down. The
crazy.
same ICE people removing certain things. I've seen all that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So when
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking, and I'm talking truth and reality in that, and people
Yeah.
telling me you can't do that, I'm offended for them, not me. I
Yeah,
find
it's
it very
embarrassing.
disrespectful
It's
that they
embarrassing.
disrespect themselves when you
Of
ain't help
course.
black people. So nobody can't tell me anything in that.
No, of
Nobody
course
can't tell
not.
me anything.
No, but it's still good to address these points though, because it's an opportunity to kind of like, you know, put your side across with a bit of clarity. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously that's more important, isn't it? Like when you deliver a message and it's concise and clear, it shows that it's formulated on logic and reason rather than it just being an emotional response. Like I feel that you've been treated badly, bro. To be honest, I think that people, not just you, like you said, Chakra, Raven, anyone Pan-Africanist has always been treated badly, not just by non-Africans either. Do you know what I mean? Like anyone who's against this Pan-Africanist mindset will see the power in it and react with like some attacking kind of like mentality. And I'm like, but wait a minute, let the man lay his cards on the table and let's see if his mentality adds up. If his theory holds water, let's at least see that before we start trying to tear man apart, innit? That's my point of view. That's all. Like I think if people want to come on and express their political identity and say like this is intrinsic to who I am as an African, then why would people object to that? I don't understand. But it's like we said, like Lady D said, it's a fearful mindset. It's the fear that's kicking in. And when I say, wait a minute, let's just at least listen to what these people are saying. Oh, you're a thing. You're an N-word lover. You're this. You're that. Like I get it all, bruv. Trust me, it's crazy. It's mad. I don't even see like
I
half
would
the
say,
shit they
right,
say.
I would say that when it comes to the unsynchronized Sun people and that is that they've been in the state for so long that they've lost hope. And because they
No, I don't even think it's that, Kale. I think that they're invested in. Like I'm saying, you don't have to be white, Kale. Kale, you don't have to be white to be a white supremacist. You just have to align yourself with the white supremacist project. And a lot of these people, whether they like it or not, their parents' parents' parents. Maybe it was due to survival mechanisms or whatever. They threw their lot in with the winning team. Right, and at the moment they are the winning team. They're dominating the world, unfortunately, and they're doing it in a very corrupt and horrific manner.
Yeah, but they're using unsynchronized Sun people to help the movie. So that's why I understand, because you're
That's
saying
not
that
for me to comment on.
Well, you just asked me like there's a lot of you said it's not just
No, I said you're that
non-African
people treating you badly. I mean,
yeah, but
which
you
I
said
didn't
it's not
agree
just
with them.
non-African.
Their treatment of you, I didn't agree with that.
But you said it's not just non-African people, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. The unsynchronized. Some people is the thing in that. First of all, we're online, and people keep forgetting these things. We're behind a mic. You know what I'm saying to that, right? The second thing is that the reason why my people, some of them will go against me, is because how I speak, how Raven, Shakara, and even some of the Sun sisters, right? It illiterates that you have to take responsibility. You see, we don't want to take responsibility. So what we do is we'll sabotage, because it means I'm gonna have to start using my money to fund liberations and organization. I'm gonna have to do this and practice national investment. So I understand why unsynchronized some people behave a certain way towards synchronized some people and that, right? Just like I understand why non-African people behave a certain way. We know that they benefit at this organization. So it's all design and it's all political. But the thing is, it's for the Sun people to understand that you can viv off and don't have change, but non-African people, they've made their agenda very clear. They're not going to help you out sincerely. They're happy with benefiting off your subjugation, and whether you like it or not, it's going to stay that way until we sort it out. And for me, I can't live on the planet being subjugated. My parents, they civil rights activists, etc. I'm coming from that background, Afro-Caribbeans, you know what I mean, some of the Afro-Arabs, etc. and that Pan-Africanism and that. I refuse to be on the planet and be subjugated. And I'm 40 something plus, so for me, I can't live that way. And I'm not the only one. And it's strictly like that.
I hear what you're saying, bro. It's a lot of ego, like you said. That's what it is. A lot of ego. People are, how dare you have a
a concise and clear method of delivering your political ideology. Like even that alone, being a good speaker, a lot of people are jealous of that even. You know, a lot of these people on these panels, I noticed that they do a lot of speaking, but they don't usually have a conclusion or manage to land their points correctly because they haven't really thought it out. A lot of people just thinking as they speak because their whole intention is just to speak, not to actually to convey a message. And I think with Kale's actually trying to put a message across. It's not like speaking from his own personal experience because you don't really talk about your own personal experience that much. It's more of a political agenda, which I feel that as long as it's concise and it's not contradictory, I've not got a problem with it. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no contradiction as far as I'm concerned because I've got a bit of an ADHD brain where if something is contradictory, like then there's got to be a mistake somewhere or there's got to be some sort of inadequate kind of formulaic message there. But as long as everything makes sense and that's what you're pushing, that's your position, then who am I to tell you based on your own self-determination that you shouldn't be thinking like that? It doesn't make sense. That's crazy.
Nah, it doesn't. Yeah, it don't make no sense.
So I don't know where these people come from. A lot of them are trolls, you know. There's a lot of trolling going on.
I take them very seriously, to be fair, in that because that is how, you know, Garvey and that went through. But look what happened the other day on G Block, right? No disrespect. So there was something to do with grooming gangs, right?
Yeah.
And it was centered at the mountain people. Now, don't get me wrong. I know already in that when he was centered at the mountain people, I noticed he went and you know, leading it towards his people, because we know that when it comes to the Heist people and that, historically they're the biggest when it comes to grooming children, hands down. The Roman Greco culture, when it comes to the statues, you see the little boys with their things out, etc. And that's hands down, right?
Yeah, they're not even hiding it. They're not even hiding it.
Yeah,
man.
they're not even hiding it. But what I noticed with some of the Muslims, right, is that they were quick to defend the mountain people and not Islam. And I found that very contradictory because, right, is that are you supposed to be for your religion or are you favoring the people then? Because if the mountain people are grooming little kids, etc., and that, right, you're supposed to call that out. You're not supposed to stick up for them because they're mountain people. You're supposed to be sticking up for the religion. Now, I didn't see the Muslims doing that, which led for the non-Muslims to say to themselves, okay, they're just defending it because it's Islam. You see what I'm saying? And
that was my conclusion. That was literally my conclusion, and that's why I kept bringing up the Islam.
My answer to that is in certain parts of Britain, the word Muslim and let's say Pakistanis is synonymous. When man says Muslim, he means Pakistani. So like with the Tommy Robinson thing, he kind of like went and investigated this thing. The girl that he's talking to on the video wasn't even a white girl. They know that there was some Sikh girls involved. Like they know that the target wasn't always white girls, right? But they pushed the agenda that white girls were the target because they wanted to kind of make it a racial divide, and they targeted a bunch of people, like a whole community of people, and basically wanted to like burn crosses on their lawns because they didn't really have the appetite to go up against their own institutions and the police force that let them down. They didn't want to take it to a academic level where they were hiring solicitors and lawyers and taking them to court for failing to police the situation and creating more victims. They didn't take the fight to social services who produced a lot of these messed up people and put them on the streets, right? What they wanted to do is promote their own ideology of a street movement. They wanted to have a street movement where they had lots of their type of people coming out in force, fugging it up, like just basically to basically push that agenda of having an army of people that would basically come out flag waving for Tommy Robinson. He had to keep it on the street level, right? Because like how else would he have basically become the man he is today? Well, he failed at it, but that was his aim, innit? Like to use it for his own benefit. Like he jumped on the bandwagon. Someone else actually exposed this thing about the grooming gangs and like councillors being involved, social services being involved, the police being involved. This whole debacle, this whole disgusting thing that happened, right, was exposed by other people, other journalists. Tommy Robinson jumped on the bandwagon and turned it into a motivating factor for a street movement that then at the end of the day, all they done is they basically got those people to go up against BLM. Ultimately, that's what they achieved. Oh, we're protecting statues of Winston Churchill was the end result of all that. Right, so if you look at his whole arc, where he started from, Black and White Unite, right, was his main thing with EDL before he even hit the streets. Yeah, because Tommy Robinson was the founder of EDL, and his idea for EDL was originally Black and White Unite, and he invited known leaders of the Black community, right, like let's say like people that were on the street level leaders, right. He invited them all to a meeting. I don't know if it's on video or if someone had the video, but I did see the video, right, of someone going into a meeting with Tommy Robinson there, and there was a big sign on the wall saying Black and White Unite, and basically all the gang members and gang leaders they invited down basically went there, heard what Tommy Robinson had to say. They said, we're not involved, fuck you, and just walked out. And Black and White Unite was his original plan from the beginning, because he wanted to create a street movement of thugs that would basically carry out the wishes of Tommy Robinson on the streets of London. That was his main objective. And that's why he turned that whole grooming gang thing to suit his agenda and to basically increase that kind of street aspect of it. Because like I said before, he didn't take it to no solicitors and lawyers and barristers to deal with the corruption within the police force. Other people do that. That's the normal course of events. There's solicitors and barristers that work for free pro bono that keeps these kind of institutions in check. That's how they. That's the whole point of this whole justice system. It's not the justice system. Isn't the police? The police just carry out law and order. They do what they're told to do to keep the peace. The police don't actually decide what justice is. That's what the judiciary does.
Right. But the thing is, Khan, as I was saying, is that you know, there's a lot of people that are watching how Islam and these religions are, and I'm saying, right, is that day on that show, right, there was a lot of Muslims, and it weren't just the mountain Muslim, it was the Sun Muslim that are making excuses for this grooming gang thing. You see what I'm saying in that, right? And
Now, like I said, bro, they're just objecting to the fact that they were targeted as a community.
But how is that a community though? Like it's the
because Tommy Robinson and these people put the blame on the community. They said, "Oh, why are the community sheltering these criminals?" But they weren't. It was nothing to do with the community. These people were gangsters that had taken over towns up and down the country. They were actually gangsters. They sold drugs. They sold drugs. They paid the police.
Those people, right? Can't hold on a minute, all due respect, right? So those men from the mountain people who were caught grooming, they were ex-gangsters.
No, they were active gangsters, right? Who were basically doing prostitution, money laundering, drug dealing, you name it, they were doing it. And basically what they were doing is they were pimping out girls to their other like people who were just like their customers. Like they were doing prostitution basically with their own community, and basically they just then slowly started getting towards grooming young girls for that basically they turned it into a business. They were pimping them out basically.
Right.
So these parties that people are talking about, it wasn't like three men went down to the off license and bought some fucking beers and they were having a party. That there was lots of cocaine going on. There was lots of like drugs going on. Like some of the girls even died from like taking heroin and things like that. It was tragic. It was a horrible thing what happened. But these people were criminals. They were gangsters. Do you get me?
Okay.
And they had control of these small towns where there was like nothing else going on. Even they had the police in their back pockets. They were selling drugs to the police. They were saying the police were buying crack from them. Like that's how corrupt these little small towns are. They were obviously paying the police off in the first place, giving them like backhanders, like so they don't get arrested and things like that. They were basically running the town. But this is happening all up and down the country. Like, it wasn't just in any one particular place.
But I don't hear the Muslims condemning.
Because it's not a Muslim issue.
But can't. Okay, here's the thing, right? Unfortunately, because this is what black people go through all the time, and that.
Of
People like
course.
to say, oh, you like to generalize. I know
Yeah.
that whenever a son person does something unsynchronized and that, we all get it. That's a fact, and that all of us get it, right? So what I'm saying is that if there are from the members of the ice mountain, right, and sand and some people from the community of Islam, and they're overlooking this thing, Islam's gonna get blamed. Because when I was in the comment on the G block, I was seeing a lot of people, you know, they weren't saying, you know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says this. They were just saying, what about what these people do? In other words, they were covering up for what these bad mountain men were doing. So naturally, the non-Muslim said to themselves, this is so Islam, you know, it promotes it, and you know it's going to go back to the marriage, what happened, you know, in that time. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't you think that the Muslims should concentrate on that instead of concentrating on?
To be honest, if you want to, I think it's a disingenuous argument, because you can't compare Muslim to black, because in Muslim there is a way of legally dealing with these people, right? There's hodjas and imams that have courts where you can actually have Sharia law within the UK settings, right? So they do carry out certain things like marriages and whatever, and divorces and blah blah blah. But what I'm saying is there is a methodology for dealing with these people, right? In this country, like, Muslims do have the ability to put forward the punishment for these particular crimes. Now, if the British government then is saying, well, no, you lot can't deal with the situation, we'll deal with the situation, then you can't expect Muslims to take the law into their own hands and carry out the haq, right, on the streets of London, if the British police is saying don't do it. That we'll deal with it. Now, if the British, you can't compare that to black people, innit? Like, black people aren't looking to do that.
Yeah, but can't look at the honor killings, right? That goes against the law in this land, and people still carry that out. You understand? So what I'm saying is that what you're saying, I partially agree. However, the Muslims still need to, on panels and everyday life, go against these particular temperaments who hide under the religion of Islam and do all these unethical types of crimes, exploiting younglings, right? I don't really see the Muslims doing that, to be fair. It's always excuses because, he's a Muslim. And as I said, the non-Muslims are going to look at that and say to themselves, well, they can get away with anything because it's under the ban of Islam, you see? So don't you think that should, because I've spoke to Jordan M about this before, to be honest with you, that I've spoke to many, because I'm in contact with a lot of Pan-Africanist Muslims, etc. and that, right? So I know I have to be very just when it comes to religion, because I work with Pan-Africanist Christians, Muslims, etc. and that, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, is that, you know, a lot of people want change. A lot of people want, they don't
let me say something. Let me say something. Okay, what it is with Muslims in the UK, right? We all come from different versions of Islam. We all come from different civilizations and different countries, right? Like, we're not the same. So when we come to England, there isn't this huge unity that you might think exists amongst Muslims, where they'll kind of like take responsibility for each other, like that. Like I'm saying, that issue, the reason why it was kind of like pinned on Pakistanis is because Arabs and Turks and Somalis was nothing to do with it. So for them to kind of like get defensive about it and become like reactionary in their response, to me is understandable, because they didn't really have any kind of connection to what was going on, and they felt that, why are you bringing this to my doorstep? Like, it's nothing to do with me. Do you get me? Like, so they were like a bit on the defensive, when really, you're right, they should have just, like, well, some of them did. I think a lot of Muslims did speak up about it, and even Triller brought evidence showing that the imams, there was like a load of imams that got together and basically put a movement together to basically deal with this situation. But like I said, the British government and I think the police told them to back off and said to the imams, like, stop trying to get all people together to kind of protest to get this and do something about it. Leave it to us, basically, the British were saying. So even the imams who basically have had enough and thought, wait a minute, our people are being attacked. That guy was run over in Finsbury Park, like outside the mosque, like all these situations that were happening up and down the country, like resentment towards the Muslims. The Hodjas and the imams all got together and they basically put a case forward, but then they were told, no, like you have to disband this movement. So, like, in terms of legal and legislative kind of like movement, it was put to a stop very early. And I think this whole argument that the police didn't do anything, Kel, what do you think about this argument that the police claim they didn't do anything because they were scared of being called racist? Like, when have the police ever cared about being called racist?
Yeah, but remember that is very completely different. When it comes to black people and that, we know already. But when it comes to banner of
Asians
religion or religion, you see, the government understands that, you know, if we, you know, tamper with religion, it's going to cause a catastrophe on the whole system. They know this. You see what I'm saying? That, but under non-religion, it's more safer in that, right? I was going to say, Khan, with all due respect, in the Quran, it mentions that from your ummah, Muhammad, that you should order the good, forbade the bad. It says this, right?
100%.
I'm saying that the Muslims do not do that online, and the Muslims do not condemn other Muslims when they behave in that way. So you cannot expect the non-Muslims to act accordingly to say, well, you know what, I'm not going to assume this and behave that way when the ummah's not doing that. Why do you think that is?
I can't speak for anyone in particular. Like I said, the imams did get together. They done their thing. I know that there was a lot of other Muslims as well that were like, well, like these people have nothing to do with us.
I'm on about
Like,
online,
yeah, it's what I
respect.
mean. Online as well. Online as well. Like, a lot of people didn't really see themselves as part of that community, so they weren't really taking responsibility for what would happen. So obviously them carrying out justice wouldn't be in their hands. So for example, if someone from my community did something wrong, I'd have to take it upon myself to correct them. Whereas if someone from a neighboring community did something wrong, it's not really for me to go up there and tell them what to do, right? They stand to their own community. And I think like I said, from their own community, there was a group of imams that tried to deal with it and the police shut them down. But as far as like Turkish people in London or Somalis in Liverpool or Muslims from any other community, a separate community, you can't really expect them to take on responsibility for this situation. Like, if they were responsible and they felt that it was part of their problem, they would deal with it. They would deal with it internally.
Yeah, but when it comes to uniting on denying or controlling African human rights, I noticed that everyone's on board with that. You know what I mean? They seem to unite as a community to stop any form of history when it comes to black people, let alone any form of marriages. Now, don't get me wrong, I do not believe that the Sun people should be eloping with non-Sun people, and that it's Garvey made it perfectly clear. It's nothing to do with that the mountain Isan people, there's something hideous about them. We are from the human family. Do you understand what I'm saying? In that, right? You know what I mean? And it's better to
You're saying politically.
But politically, it's problematic. It always goes against black people. Garvey understood this. So why is it that they can unite when it comes to disfranchising black people's history or keeping them in place, but when it comes to ordering the good, when it comes to grooming, etc., and that, right, from their own people, there seems to be a lack of accountability. Why is that?
I have to admit, I have to agree with you, that does exist. That is the case. Why is the case? I can't answer that. I've literally got no answer for that, to be honest. I do think it's a bit of an injustice, to be honest. But, you know, what can we put it down to? We could put it down to human nature, people being selfish. I don't know. Like, I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. I haven't really gone into, like I said, like, you know, like, people think I'm like on this black bandwagon all day and night. I'm not really, like, to be honest. But if you put the case to me, Like I'll look at it like objectively. That's the best I can do. But the history of all this, I think you'd know more about it than me, to be honest. It's more your field of expertise, to be honest.
But the thing is, Khan, right, is that here's the thing in it. I don't personally have an issue with non-African people, right? But we can definitely agree that politically, and they're supposed to, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be pro-Turk, man. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. Of course I am. But that shouldn't be at the expense of other people, right?
Right. And that's the issue where Pan-Africanists have. And that's what I'm saying is like, we as African people, historically, are the only people who can practice nationalism, right, without disfranchising other people collectively. No other group can do that. You see what I'm saying? That we practice the you know, race first, etc., and that, and still went round and gave civilization, etc., and that. When it's the other way around, they can't do that. You see, so that's where like your prophet mentions that racism is never going to end until the earth is destroyed. So until that's there, the Sun people are going to be forever in a battle with non-African people, whether they're in religion or not. And that's very controversial because a lot of people say, well, how can, you know, there's no racism in Islam, but the religion, okay, the religion will say that in Christianity, but we know that the temperaments bring that into the religion. And they're not willing to stop doing that. I've noticed that. For example, I remember there was a case in Birmingham and that. There was a Nigerian brother from the Islamic faith, and he married an Asian woman, a Pakistani woman. And what I was told was the father, based upon racism, that the father didn't agree with it. So I believe that if it's based upon that, then the rights of the father goes on to the brother, or it goes on to a religious figure who's known amongst the community, and that, right? So they got married, and the Asian community chased that Nigerian brother out of Birmingham. They literally like they terrorized his family, etc., and that, right? Now, me personally, and I do not feel sorry for that Nigerian brother. I love him, but at the end of the day, and that you've been told historically,
made his bed, he has to lie in it.
You've been told historically, right? Keep away from them. However, that's not from Islam, right? To do those things, right?
Right. But my point is with this thing about living up to Islam, if everybody could live up to that standard, there would be no point of having a standard. It would be like having an exam that everyone who sat the exam would get 100%. You'd have to make the exam harder. So the whole point of Islam is that it's harder than what humans can actually ever accomplish in their lifetime, right? So basically, the fact that we haven't had proper Islam for 100 years, the fact that we've had nationalism and we've had like the division of the world based on the Sykes-Picot Agreement and things like that, like that's basically the world that we've been living in for the last 100 years. We haven't really had generations and generations that have built up their righteousness and their understanding of truth and rights based on generations of Islam, right? So under the Ottomans, for example, they had like 600 years of the rise and fall of Islam under their control, and you could see that there was a golden age that didn't just happen overnight. People had to have generations of foundational changes that basically made them like less racist, more egalitarian, more merit based, like all these things that's purported in Islam, right? It's a conditioning method that basically makes human beings better than they were before. I'm not saying it makes them better as in perfect. Obviously, there's people still committing sins. There's people still doing injustices. But the fact is, if we're living on a level playing field and everyone can basically put their best foot forward, then no one can really complain when things don't go their way. Right, and that's the world we should be living in, but we're not. So at the moment, how we're living now, I would say to expect anyone to even be 10% Muslim or 10% of Islam covered in their behavior would be a miracle. And the Prophet even put a hadith that said that in the beginning of Islam, if you did 1% out of the faith, you'd be regarded as a bad person. But I said towards the end of days, if you did 1% of Islam towards being a Muslim, yeah, he would say towards the end of days that even that would be a miracle that person could achieve that. And I think we're living in those times where we have to admit that the onus on human beings to kind of like adhere to Islam is going to be really difficult. So we have to kind of lower the bar a little bit and say, okay, if somebody's doing the bare minimum, right? In this day and age, it's almost as if they were basically on a very high level during the Prophet's time. So people, you can't expect them to be living up to Islam, because Islam is like the highest standard of behavior if carried out correctly. But like, there's no way that that's going to happen in this day and age.
Okay, now Khan, so that brings me to my next question. Can the Sun people trust the mountain, sand, ice people when they're in the religion of Islam? Can they do that?
No. So obviously with the Turks, they had their own Islam, right? The Iranians, they had their own Islam. The Saudis, they got their own Islam. So Islam is a blueprint for nation building, right? So there's been simultaneous different Islamic civilizations running concurrently, right? Some of them have been Shia, some of them have been Sunni, like, but regardless of that fact, like there's back in history, there's been 2 or even 3 Islamic caliphates running at the same time, Islamic leaderships running at the same time in the world, right? Now, this idea that Islam's like this thing that's going to take over the world and it's going to be one world leader or one imam is a bit misconstrued, because the Turkish Islam, right, was basically them building a nation based on Quran and Sunnah, that they established Sharia as the law of their land, and basically treated Christians and Jews in accordance to the teachings. And they had their own education system where judges or qadis would be trained up and sent out to all the villages to administer Islamic law. That's the basis of Ottoman or Turkic statehood, to create a state basically based on Islamic teachings. And they did that independent of the Muslims in Spain, the Muslims in Saudi Arabia, the Muslims in Indonesia. Like, they did that on their own. So if black people want Islam, they have to make their own Islam.
Okay, now here's the issue with that now, right? So when black people met their own Islam, because this is what's came out of your mouth with all due respect, right? We have the Honorable Leo Muhammad, we have the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, we have you know, Wesley Muhammad, etc. Now I know, for example, the Nation of Islam, I know where their ideology comes from anyway. It's a branch of Pan-Africanism. I know that very well. Their teachers, Elijah Poole, which is Elijah Muhammad, was the student of Bishop Henry Minimat Turner, who was a Pan-Africanist in the early 1800s. So I know already in that their ideology. But here's the thing though, when they do that, the mountain, ice, and sand start to say things like this: you're not under Sunnah, this is incorrect, da 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 da, and this and that. Now, why are they doing that? Even though you said they should make their own Islam.
Well, but that's the same thing that happened with the Saudis and the Turks, right? The Saudis said that the Turks were doing shirk, like grave worshipping, because they would pray at the sites of their ancestors, and they said this is ancestor worship, is something that's not from Islam, and they basically used that as an excuse to have a civil war within the Ottoman Empire, where the Arabs separated themselves off from the Turks because they said that they were corrupt and they didn't agree with their version of Islam. So these things can happen. Like, it's not just about race; it's about different traditions that basically would seem abhorrent to other people, right? So, for example, like when Muslims kiss the black stone at the Kaaba, you might get some saying, "Oh, this is some sort of stone worship," or when you see what they called Shias beating themselves with metal chains and there's all blood flying everywhere, you might get some Muslims saying that this is some unethical practice, because Islam's so kind of like, it goes with the same with FGM as well, right? All these sort of things that they're topics in Islam that basically rely on scholarly kind of like control. Like the highly educated Islamic people really can kind of decipher what is right and what is wrong in these situations, and even they disagree. So like, you know, it's just normal to me, like that. You know, some people pray with the left hand on top, some people pray with the right hand on top, some people do like, there's like with Islam there's a lot of diversity really. Like, although diversity in that is they try to stamp it out, they try to like really focus on Tawheed, and they really like to focus on not doing any innovations, right? That is a strong part of Islam. The fact is, no matter how hard you try, there's always going to be some deviant sects, and there's going to be like, you know, disagreement. So with black people and their kind of like thing of Islam, I think to be honest, they called it Nation of Islam, but like for my liking, it wasn't really a nation. Like if it was a nation, it would basically be them ruling over a landmass with their set borders, their population, and basically living by the book, like so Sharia basically. Like they never achieved that. So to call them a nation, I think it's a little bit of a exaggeration. Like I wouldn't call them a nation really, because they're living under American white supremacy. Now the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam never would have envisaged his population living under someone else's oppression. So I don't think you can have your cake and eat it. You can't, like, even with us Muslims that live in England, we're kind of blurring the lines a bit, because like, in fact, you go and get a mortgage and you pay interest, right? Is that Islam? No, it's not really.
But weren't the Muslims living under the leadership of the pagan Arabs?
No.
So hold on a minute.
No, they weren't.
Hold on, with all due respect, right? You're trying to tell me, right, that they weren't living under the pagan Arabs,
no,
did not believe in Tawheed, but can't, this is
they ran from the Arabs to Nagashi for that reason, right? They had to run to Ethiopia, and when they came back from Ethiopia, they came back as the ruling. They took over and they ruled Medina.
That's not true, because remember, when we're dealing with Makkah, remember the treaty that they could stay there for 10 years and come back, etc. Remember that treaty, right? And that treaty was done by who?
No, I said Medina. I said Medina. No, I think they had Medina before they had Mecca, right?
What I'm talking about, right, is that the pagan Arabs were still ruling under that thing. You see, this is why the Prophet Muhammad, he had to ask the Jews and that for weapons. You see.
Oh yeah, you might be right actually.
Right. So what I'm saying is when we're dealing with the Nation of Islam, you see, they are a unifying group under a government to gather the nation of some people, right, to get them where they're, because you know that they believe that they're Asiatic people. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So with the Nation of Islam, what I've noticed with them is that a lot of the other sects follow them up the country. As I remember the Honorable Lil Muhammad, when he came to Birmingham, because he knows my uncles very well, etc.
Okay.
He was saying how the people then follow them. So one time I said to him, okay, but what about the Shia? And they don't get followed up and down the country. It's only the Nation of Islam. But the Nation of Islam, when you listen to them, with all due respect, their book, which is very prolific, message to the black man. You see, how are people following a people where their message is for black people and not concentrating on the Shia, which they deem as more oppressive? This to me doesn't make any sense. So because of this paradigm of ideologies, it seems that when black people do have their own ideology, do want to separate, it seems more of a threat. So how are the Sun people going to be able to relax and decipher between who's in Islam when these things are happening? You know,
yeah, but overcoming threats and doing what God wants you to do is like the foundation of any nation, right? So just like the whole world could be against you, that's irrelevant. Like Osman Ghazi had the Byzantines on one side and the Mongols on the other. The Mongols had already decimated the Seljuks and took off basically the whole of Asia Minor, which is Turkey today, and they had a tiny little bit of land off the coast of Istanbul, and they basically turned that into the Ottoman Empire. Like the whole world was against them. They had the superpowers against them. They had other Muslims against them. They had their own countrymen, other Turkmen tribes that were rivaling them. Like they had so many people against them, but because they followed the righteous path, like they prevailed.
Okay, so here I'm gonna ask you a question now, right? This is very sensitive now, right? So, do you know who Sheikh Islam is?
No.
Okay, so according to knowledge, and that the Sheikh Islam came from Bani Tamim, and what is known as Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab, right? And he brought down the ideology of the Ottomans because the Ottomans, with all due respect, were bringing shirk into Makkah, etc. and that, right? So why would he need to do that if the Ottomans brought the correct Islam? And by the way, no disrespect on that, the Ottomans were still having enslaved Africans, because you know that whoever has Africans inside of them, they're winning the war. And that we know Islam, with all due respect, a lot of the Africans were fighting against the wars and etc. etc. and that. So if
the Ottomans had Africans fighting for them. It's true.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If they were under correct Islam, right, why would they need enslaved Africans? And also, why would Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab, why would he need to bring down that particular ideology if they were on the righteous thing?
Well, I think to say they weren't righteous is a bit of a stretch, really. Like to be honest, like I don't think shirk was a widespread thing amongst the Ottomans. Like to say that this particular thing about the grave worshipping, I do think it was a bit of an excuse on behalf of the Arabs to kind of overthrow the Ottomans, and it was probably based on race. Like they probably thought, who are these non-Arabs ruling over us? And I don't think they really were happy about it. And I think the British sort of helped them along the lines of that kind of mentality of foreigners shouldn't be ruling over you. Like they are overlords now. And I think that was kind of like indoctrinated into them by the British. I wouldn't say it was this particular practice of praying at graves, right? Because as we know, just because you're praying at your grave, that side of your relative, doesn't mean you're praying to you're not worshipping your actual ancestor. Do you know what I mean? So it is a bit of a weird one when you see someone like praying by a grave. You accuse them of shirk, but they're then claiming, no, we're not praying to our ancestor who's dead here, but we're praying to God. But we want God to kind of like forgive him for his sins that he committed during his life and whatever. I don't think these things, to me, it doesn't qualify as shirk, to be honest. And even if it is a shirk, it would be a minor shirk. It's not really enough of a reason to dismantle the whole Ottoman Empire, because where we are today in the world is basically due to that reason. Is due to these people basically, like even when you see the genocide going on in Gaza now, right? That this is a result of the British being allowed into that area, and who allowed them? All the people the Arabs that rebelled against the Ottomans, and it was mainly due to Arab nationalism, to be honest, because you can't say they weren't righteous. They ruled for 600 years. Like I don't think they were bringing shirk into the thing, into the what's the word, holy sites. I don't think that's true, because everyone knows you can't pray to a grave, right? Because even the Prophet Muhammad said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, don't turn my grave into a shrine. That's why his grave's unmarked. I don't think they even know where his grave is exactly.
I know, but why would they need Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab to bring back Tawheed?
I don't think they did. I'm not on their side. I don't agree with them. I'm saying that it was just an excuse to get rid of the Turks.
Yeah, but
based on Arab nationalism.
The thing is, right, is that I'm saying, right, is that they had their ideology, right, And according to the Islamic faith, that shirk is wrong and that, right? But
Yeah,
when
of
it comes to
course.
the nation of Islam,
Mm-hmm.
right, they're doing their thing. You see, I've not
Right.
seen other people going against the Ottomans, you know, with the belief and that, because look at the Islamic symbol, right? Now, I
Which is
don't mean
what?
to disrespect and nobody in that, but I'm only bringing the knowledge. Now, there's a moon and the star, right?
That's not an Islamic symbol.
Hold on. But who brought that symbol though? Who brought that symbol?
That's like a coat of arms. That's the sign of the Ottoman lineage, that the
Right.
ruling elite.
Okay. So has that been used as a symbol of Islam?
Well, it has no relation to Islam apart from the fact that it's the emblem of the ruling elite of the family of the sultans, basically coat of arms.
Okay, but it's been used as a symbol to represent Islam, though. You see, we can definitely agree on that, because when you see the symbol, it's always the moon and the star, right? And you know, when you're dealing with the moon and the star, with all due respect, it goes back to the Kushites, because they understood the astronomy when it comes to how to calculate time with the moon and the star. We know about that already, right? So my thing is that if that's been allowed, right, then why is it a problem for the Honorable Lil Muhammad to unite black people? Because when we're dealing with the Nation of Islam, Khan, I'm going to be honest with that, they are the only ones that's helped out black people. That were helped out the black people in America, in the UK. They cleared up the neighborhood. They're the only ones that's doing that. But yet still, there are those who are Muslim from the European, Asian, Middle Eastern, don't care about black people, but then when a man is caring about black people, they want to go against him. Oh,
This
he's
what
not
my
Muslim.
point is, that there hasn't been Islam for 100 years, and it's because the infiltration of the British into the Middle East. That doesn't just mean on the landmass; that also means in the institutions of Islam have also been infiltrated by the British. So when you see people like Ali Dawah speaking at Speaker's Corner, like these are all British agents. Like these people all work for the British. Like Shamsi probably works for Saudi Arabia, indirectly working for the British, right? So these people, right, they're going to be against Leo Muhammad, standardly. Like, I don't agree with that, personally.
So you believe that they're agents?
Yeah, of course.
Particular Muslims.
Yeah. Islam's fully infiltrated by Britain.
Right. So when we're having a conversation yesterday, no disrespect to you, and I'm trying to explain to people that the reason why the British are in Saudi, we can definitely conclude what you said is because of what?
Infiltration.
Right. Okay.
Facts. Politically, they're infiltrated. It's a miracle that Muslims are still holding on to their faith. Like the leadership's been so lacking for 100 years, but the iman of the individual Muslims has been strong. And that's what's kept this whole ummah, this whole Muslim thing together, is the individual Muslims that have been very strong in their faith. And that is partly due to, obviously, the doctrine of Islam and the people who basically came from countries where Islam was running for a good couple of 100 years. So it was deeply ingrained in them. So they wouldn't really be looking to give up their Islam, even if their country or their leaders fell, even if they become... what's the word? There's a word for it where the leaders bow to other laws that apart from Islam. Is it Tawhud? They become a Tawhud, right? They become a thing, basically a fake leader. Like they're not really a leader. They're basically
a
a
Tawhud is when
Tawhud.
you become. Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what that. So all the Islamic leaders now, you could accuse them of that and say that they're Tawhid, that they're basically living under the oppression of America and England, right? The Western supremacist expansionist people have taken over them. Like, so like if you're Turkey, let's say for example, and you join a greater organization like the EU or the UN, and that's not run by Sharia, what are you then? You're basically under them, right? You've accepted a lower position under their leadership. So technically, you'd be a Tawhid, right? So you're not implementing Islamic law in your own country. You're bringing in banking systems that are outside of Islamic banking. You can't call that Islam, right? So the people that live under that regime, they're just secular people. Even if there's a majority Muslim population, even if it's 90%, it's still a secular system that they're living in.
Right, right.
So,
I heard right.
It's tragic.
I heard right, and I mean this with no disrespect, that there's going to be, with the holy war, that the Muslims are going to have to fight the Turks. Do you have any information and knowledge on that?
Yeah, see, the thing is, historically speaking, people that we call the Mongols today, they were actually classed as Turks before, and the reason being is that they have a common ancestor with the not the Turkish Turks, but the Proto-Turks of South Siberia. There were basically one people, and after what happened was Genghis. One of the main things what Genghis did was he established a separate state called Mongolia, or for the Mongols, right? But that was just a breakaway state from the basically the Pan-Turk institution, which was like the main body of Turks. They broke away from it and they called it Mongol, and I think they moved into taking over China, and like Kublai, and that ended up ruling over China. And then in the end, the Chinese kicked them out, and they stuck them in Mongolia, halfway near Russia. So originally, in the time of the Prophet and things like that, I think like it's hard for people to understand the world in a different way than what we see it now. But the fact is, they would technically be Turks because they were like they weren't Mongols before. Like, we know them as Mongols now, but these are the people that the Prophet kind of like described as the scourge on the world. That basically they, you can see what they've done in it. They tried to attack Egypt. The Memluk Turks had to fight them off. They fucked up Beirut, the whole Middle East. They sacked Baghdad. Do you know what I mean? So the Muslims did have to fight them. It's just that the Muslims that fought them were actually Turks as well. So it was like the Eastern Turks fighting the Western Turks, right? So one side was Muslim, and even some of the Mongols actually became Muslim. Like one of Genghis's sons or his grandson, I think, became a Muslim, and he had a big miniature little empire over Iran, Turkey, that kind of area. I think, what was his name? I forget his name. Ilkhan. I think his name was Ilkhan, something like that. He had his own name, right? But he was one of the descendants of Genghis that became Muslim. So some of the Muslims, some of the Mongols were even Muslim. I think that they were the Uyghurs that moved back to China somehow. That's how comes the Uyghurs in China. That's why they're Muslim. Because but they did have their little ransack of Europe as well. But then I think they retreated back to China border. But yeah, what was your question? Like, what did the Muslims have to fight the Mongols?
Yeah, well, the Turks, because it mentions that the those with the hairy knees and shields, you know, and they're gonna be in red complexion.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
it could be referring to China. It could be China. It could be China even. Yeah, we might have to fight a war against China.
Because I know in Hitler's autobiography, right, there's a quote in there. He was trying to get I know in Arabic it's Ya'juj and Ma'juj, but it's Gog and Magog. He was trying to get those armies underneath to help him.
Who was?
Hitler. He's trying to get
But aren't they behind the invisible wall until a certain time?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. Like, he was trying to get them to help him against like the the British, etc. So, have you got any knowledge on that? And
No, like, I don't really know about that too much, because that more goes into Hitler and his esoteric beliefs, and they had a lot of mad beliefs, like Hitler and them. So I don't really know too much about them. I know they took from the Bhagavad Gita and all these Hindu historical manuscripts about weapons and weapons of mass destruction, and where they got their ideas for a lot of their technology from the Hindus. So, you know, I think them guys, they were just a bit mad. Like, they were a bit crazy. They were like trying to investigate any method of like getting power. They were like power hungry, I think, the Nazis. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know too much about Juj and Majuj and all that.
Right, because that's kind of, they're Turks, right? They're from the lineage of Yafith or
See,
Japheth.
well, that's the thing. Like with the Turks, there's like components to to the nation, right? There's the original proto-Turks. There were the South Siberians. There was a big component of Anatolian people that had moved up from in the Bronze Age towards the Indus Valley, and then from Indus Valley they moved up into like China. So there was an influx of people from Anatolia, and there was also a small admixture of Mongols as well, actual like Mongolian Chinese basically people. So they basically lived all in the same area. So these people all homogenized and become one nation of people. So when you like look at the haploid groups of the original, even the original tribe of like the nation of Turks, they would have had different men from different ethnicities coming together with a set group of women that they then shared to create a nation called like the Turks.
Right.
But there was a group called the Proto-Turks. Whether they identified as Proto-Turks or not, we don't know, but the language came from them. So we call them the Proto-Turks.
So the original Turks from Anatolia, right?
No, the original Turks were from South Siberia.
Okay.
They're the Proto-Turks. That's where the language comes from them. Right? But there was a movement of people from what is Turkey today going up all the way towards China. So these people were farmers, and they took the farming technology with them and basically moved up into Asia, into the Indus Valley, which is like India. And then from India, they moved even further up into Siberia, and all that whole region there. They were basically nomadic people that would do a little bit of pastoralism, a little bit of farming. Do you know what I mean? So slowly, they basically settled into that area, and you'd have like homogeny, like you'd have Asian people mixed with European people, mixed with like Red Indian type people who were like, the South Siberians would have been more like Eskimos, right? The Mongolians back then would have been more like Chinese people are, and the Anatolians would have been more like Iranian people. So they would have been like whiter than the average Mediterranean person, because they would have been like a mixture of like Iranic people, which would have been similar to the Scythians of Russia, for example. That so there would have been some blonde people amongst them. So that they were very mixed people. Like when they created their nation, it was like already quite mixed to start with.
So all right, then what about the what's the name, right? I'm sure you believe that the Great Flood and the Ark landed in
Noah's Ark.
Turkey, right? Yeah, Turkey, right?
Yeah, I think it's in Turkey. Yeah.
Yeah, because my aunt went to Turkey before and she saw the tomb of Noah. You know what I mean?
Okay.
She was
Yeah.
in that stuff. So my thing is that due to these nations, that wouldn't you say that the nation of Japheth was told to populate Anatolia and the other places? So why would you say Siberia if Anatolia was the place where that particular son was told to populate there?
Yeah, because like from Anatolia, they spread all out, right? So when they basically came down from the Caucasus Mountains, the Greeks went left, and the Iranians went right, and then the Iranians move up into like literally to Uzbekistan, right? So they're still the same people. They're still J2. They're not J1 like the Arabs. right? So they're J2. So from Macedonia to Greece to Turkey to Iran and to up to Uzbekistan even, where like there are Iranic people going up even towards like northern India. There's certain tribes that are Iranic. Like that whole region, those people are all J2. They're all the same people technically. They're all from Caucasus Mountains, right? So there was the influx of J people or Japheth, if you want to call them that, going all the way up into like on the border of Tibet and China, like up there. So they did move there. Like there's evidence.
So they
there's
came
evidence.
out of Anatolia then. So really,
Yeah,
Anatolia, right? And
they
that's what
came out of Anatolia. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But because they had the farming from the Mesopotamian area, they had that farming technology, they could really move wherever they wanted. Wherever the ground allowed them to live, they could live. They could move everywhere, innit? Because they had that farming technology. And the farming technology enables you to raise more soldiers as well. So you could have an army, a standing army. Because hunter-gatherers, obviously everyone has to hunt or gather, right? So there's no standing army. But the farmers, where you got one group of people growing the crops, you could then support other groups of people that weren't really involved with the farming. So then they had engineers, they had soldiers, they had so many different groups of people. That's the basis of civilization. So moving from hunter-gatherer to pastoral, who relied on animals and pasture, they then moved into farming. And then from farming, you get civilization of where people build cities, right? So if you think about where the cities would have been built, the oldest ones that we know of would have been in Turkey and Anatolia, but also in Indus Valley as well. So they would have been the two, like, and the Bronze Age was where there was a lot of movement in between those two areas.
Right.
Yeah, so in them times, the Greeks would have still been around, but they would have just been like small little city states. Like they weren't really a big country called Greece. There was like the Spartans on one side, the Athenians on the other side. Like they weren't really like one country, and they basically made their money from trading like with Africa. So like where the Phoenicians, who are like known as the tribe of Dan, they moved from where is Gaza today all the way across the Mediterranean to Ireland and back again. And basically, they set up these routes of trading where countries like Italy and Greece would make money from having dealings with the Middle East and North Africa, Egypt. Like, obviously, Egypt was like the hub of growing all the grain, like a lot of grain. Even in the Bible, it said people had to run to Egypt in times of famine. So the Canaanites that lived in those places, like what we're seeing them fighting over today, like bare times, then people had to run to Egypt. So that's why their DNA and Egyptian DNA is like quite similar. The Canaanites and the Egyptians are not really that different in terms of like ethnicity, because a lot of times they would have had to run to Egypt, because Egypt was where all the stores, like Egypt had stores of grain that could last centuries, bro. Like they had all the food there, so people would run there when they had to. So I think even in the Bible it shows that people did that. So there's historical evidence of how rich Egypt was, and obviously the Greeks and the Italians and all these people are always over there making their money. Yeah, so I don't think they really had much success with with the farming and all that. I don't think that the Greeks, that they mostly were fishermen. They mostly lived like off fishing and things like that. So they never really established huge armies, really. I think even when Alexander went to Greece, really, he didn't even have that much soldiers. I think they were commandeering people along the way and forcing people to come with them, like, because they had the Bronze Age technology of swords and things. Like poor innocent farmers would just get roped into being their cannon fodder. So when they go into battle, they'll just send them in to get slaughtered. And I think the Indians did kill a lot of the Greeks, but in the end, I think the Greeks they even had a little country just near India. What are they called? I forget the name of them. The Greco something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I think that I forget the name of them, but yeah,
they came after the 13th dynasty in Egypt because they were controlling, and then they worked their way around there. Yeah, the Greco, the Roman Greco. Yeah.
Anyway, Kel,
people
I'm gonna jump.
yeah.
I'm gonna jump off and leave you with these lot, man. I don't know who you're gonna talk to now.
I think they're all gone to sleep, to be fair.
It's getting late, bro.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's good. It was a
Sorry,
good
guys. I'm
discussion.
keep, I'm just typing away. Yeah,
Are you
multitasking.
typing
Sorry.
away?
Yeah.
Yeah, I fly upon different places. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Tell you about me. I'm about the place. Yeah,
TA.
sorry about that. But brother
Nah, it's all
Kel,
right.
man, I feel
Yes,
it for
yes.
you, brother. Because them people, yeah, them would have, you would have swear, say, them you chat to judge. You know what it is, brother Kel? It's not even a case of you talking to them. It's just that some people don't know how to behave themselves and understand themselves, yeah? And you see, because they get a little bit of blackness or a little black shine here and there, they feel like, sir, that's an invite to everything. But today we have to make them know, say, nah, you can go on with your things, whether you go on with your things, whether people them allow it. But we see when they come over here, sir, there's a no-go zone, period. You're not going to get no bringing. You're not going to do what you always do and try to insert yourself where you don't fucking fit in, belong, or have no form of conversation. You're just not doing it. And me and I just talking about earlier, and we just said, nah, sir, yo, we have to shut this thing here down, You're going to always be on the outside. You're always going to be in the shadows. And no one gives a fuck about what you're talking about, especially when you don't know the difference between ethnicity and culture. Right there, so you're done. Right there, sir.
Because I was watching the what's his name? Dot. I was watching a bit of that because I was with the family and that, and it's very disrespectful, man. And it's something that I've said this before, is that when they get comfortable with our culture, then they try to push you out. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that was put on the Sister Nine show today, man, because they start to mimic and behave. You know what I mean? And then for some reason they're telling you, well, you're not who you are. You know what I mean? So why so?
But
So
Brother
where
Kel,
is
this
the
is an age-old
yes?
pattern, though. It's an age-old pattern, and Nanifa always says it. She's been saying it for years. Familiarity breeds contempt. You understand? So when you get the one bringing, and then you get the two bringing, and you get so comfortable till you feel like, so you got chattings, till you get so comfortable that you one got where you don't fit in, this is what happens, and we've seen it happen time and time, and today it stops today. Because if nobody else ain't gonna tell them so they don't have no boundary, and me I gotta tell them that boundaries. You're not past this line. You don't get to sit comfortably among us and chit chat. You don't get to do none of that. You're always gonna remain on the outside looking in with your frivolous fucking opinions that mean absolutely nothing to nobody. That's how it's just gonna be. Now, no one can't stop people having opinions, but what we can do is gatekeep, and what we can do is not place ourselves next to you. What we can do is shut you down. Remember, the thing is begging for an acceptance, and when you don't give it to them, that's when you see them wild out. That's when you see them on your name constantly. Yeah, because they're begging for acceptance. They're begging for you to allow them in.
The wickedness of all out them.
Yeah, man. That's what it is. Facts, all facts. Give me a sec there, brother Kel. Where's Nanifa? Where's she at? And where's Eunice?
Yeah, they're probably, I don't know.
Oh, it is right.
I couldn't get to jump on earlier anymore. Yeah, man.
Oh. All right, give me 1 sec, brother Kel. I ain't gone nowhere. 1 sec.
All right, cool. Let's read some of the comments.
Is the echo still there?
No, there's no echo,
Oh, okay, I could hear it from my end. It's because I was next to the PC. I don't know if the interference from the phone and the PC doing the most. But yeah. I think they're talking amongst themselves in there.
In the chat.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, they were talking about something different. Let me just shout out some of the people then. Big up, Lee. Come on. Victoria West is in the chat. Grateful. Come on. You see, these people that are in the chat, they're all cool, because what they do, they have their opinions and they keep it, they will address even questions. They will ask certain questions, and I even see you dialoguing with a couple of them still in the comments and whatever, and that's cool.
Yeah, of course.
Is when you come with your dictatorship and you want to come and sit down fucking on live, and then, hey, Victoria, and then you want to come and dictate to people how they need to talk to people and tell people what their identity is. Man, move your blood clot and your bride. That's when I will start casting. Move. That's when I will start casting. And then you got the one that I waited for S&M to get up here. I'm surprised he ain't jump up. Cause normally when he hears your voice, that frigga loses his senses. Where is S&M?
Yeah, as I said, man, it's nothing. You know, I mean, we've been going through this for a long time, man. You know, that's why when it's organization, it has to be with us in the building. It's always been that way. That's why I got Kush and the Black Betterment. You know what I mean? It's a home, because you know that if they do let them under, it's going to be controlled, etc. You know what I mean? But you know,
All right, let me
they're
introduce
freaking
this
out.
something that happened a while ago. Yeah, this is something you wasn't around for this stage. Yeah. But we had an actual, there was actually one time there was an actual black channel for black people only. And when I said that shit was gatekeep to the point that it couldn't get gatekeep no more, oh my God, it drove one individual crazy. She went on a rant for about 3 weeks and she goes by the name of Zabeda, yeah? She went on a rant for 3 because she tried to get in it. She tried to get on the panel a few times and it never worked, innit? When I say Brother Richie, shut that shit down quick, because he's when I say that's an example, that's the only time we've ever had a black panel and a black area of YouTube ever in existence. It's never happened since then. And it hasn't, I've not seen it come into fruition since then, the way that how Brother Richie had it, yeah. And when I said he gatekeep, that I remember he's quite militant with his thing, so he don't come with the nice, oh, you can come, but you're not allowed to speak on certain subjects. Nah, allow all of that. He's not like, basically, he's not like Raven. If Raven would still let them come true and whatever, but yeah, he's not really. Brother Richie was not even on that. He's just straight. If you're not black, you can't be here. Bye. Block. Straight. You can't be here. You can't even be in the chats. He don't even want to see you in the chats. He made it known this is a black space only. And he gatekeep that shit like nothing. And when I said that, it drove Zabeda insane. She went on a fucking rant for about 3 weeks and I just sat back and laughed. And then afterwards, I had to go on her panel and question her, like, why are you barring? You got a whole Islamic community, a whole Muslim community panel. And it wasn't a problem when you were doing it. So now why is it a problem when the black? And this is what I noticed. It's always when you mirror them, it becomes a problem. But they don't realize when they are doing it. And I find that very much amazing.
That's what I like about the Black Betterment, because it's dealt with case studies in it, because we don't know how to deal and dialogue with non-African people in it. So I do get why the Black Betterment allows them on there, whether it's unsynchronized or not, because it's more to teach the youth. You know, the era that we're at now, you have to know how to, you have to be media trained, basically. You have to be careful what you say, etc., etc. So I do get that. But I do remember I've been on Zubayda's a couple of times, and what I noticed with her, and me and Brother Born experiences this, is that there was a time where it was me, Brother Born, against the Europeans who called themselves J people. And we were speaking, we were on code, and then all of a sudden, Zubaydah, who's supposed to be Arab, who, they don't get along with the J people, united with the J man against me and Brother Born, and me and Brother Born said to herself, so the religion got thrown out the way. So, yeah, man.
Standard procedure, man. Standard. She's done that a few times.
Yeah, man. Oh. Yeah. So anything new going on Any topics, you know, anything that you can.
I don't know. I know 9 had a
One
few.
second. One
Okay,
second. Sorry, one second.
no problem. But is that echo? Is there an echo coming from me, guys? Is there an actual echo? Oh, Rubber's up in here. Big up, Rubber. Come on. Reanimate is in there. Raven's Black Betterment channel only goes a handful of viewers on the live shows. Yeah, because again, Reanimator, he's only talking to the people that subscribe to that way of that school of thought. So if you're not for that school of thought, you're not going to be there. It's specifically for one group of people. So therefore, when he's got his talking points or whatever, you're going to find people that's over there that subscribe to that. That's what you're going to find. The same way I don't listen to, I don't know, a Christian channel because I don't subscribe to Christian ways. I'm not a Christian. So you're not going to find me over there. I wouldn't find me on the Seeky panel because I don't go. But for some reason, everybody wants to be in the black shit. What is that about? Why is everyone so invested in what black people have got going on? That to me is a bit crazy. That's what I find strange. It's like our doors got to be open for everybody, but everybody can keep their doors. I find that amazing. I really do. So that's where I'm having a problem with it. The animator. It can't be one way for certain groups, and then when the black people do it, now it's an issue. No, it can't. It's got to be an issue either across the board or not at all. Oh, what's going on? Oh, Victoria, please do not attack people in the chat. What's happening? What are you doing with Nixie? Leave Nixie alone, Victoria. Oh, dear. Yeah, and that's the difference, Victoria. Listening to understand is a complete different thing from listening to dictate and put labels on people. That's what we're not going to have. Because it's funny how the people that want to put the most labels on people are the most racist, disgusting, decrepit, vile people out here want to be putting labels on other people. Have you got a fucking nerve? What do you think about the teacher Catherine Bush's case? I don't know about that case, Reanimator. I have to look it up. Do you see what I'm saying to you? This is the thing, Reanimator. If it's not something that I'm personally interested in or something that's a part of I don't even care. I don't even know about it. You know, half of the things that I've learned, I've actually discovered online through these panels talking. I wouldn't have known people who like a freaking Danny Roscoe. Like, where the hell would I find that from? That's not my school of thought. That's not the way I live. It's not the way I think. It's not the kind of people that are around me in day to day. Why would I even think to look there? Even somebody like a Tommy Robinson. Now, I understand that he's got his people for his followers, but I only discovered about a Tommy Robinson online through fucking Respect. If it wasn't for Respect, none of us would know who a Tommy Robinson is. These are not people that we invested in, care about, give a damn about, share any form of alliances with, have any talking. We don't know about these, so we don't know these things. A lot of the things we've discovered literally online. And we're like, oh, shit. And that's how they're brought to our attention. If it wasn't for that, we would have no clue because we're just not invested in what other people have got going on. They really don't like it causes the team. Basic. Ah. Nixie, do you want to come on the panel and have a little say? Because there's no one here to bother you. You can say whatever you got to say and kill all your birds with one stone. Because Victoria, leave her alone, Victoria. Fucking bully. Hold on, let me drop the link for Nixie. Let's see if Nixie wants to get anything off her chest. If you don't have to, but you can. You're in a safe space here. Check it out. Important to everyone. Okay, Reanimate, and I'll take your word for it. See, if a lot of things, if you don't bring it to my attention, I'll have no clue. Oh, that Mike TV's another clown. Oh my God. Yes, Getty. I see he's on his bullshit again. I thought he's supposed to be homeless and begging for donations for somewhere to live. He's out here grifting hard, mate. He's out here doing the absolute most.
Okay, you take your time, Nixie. If you want anything to get off your chest, you can get it off up here. Like, you're new as well to these panel. Well, to me, you're new as well. See, even Nixie, I didn't know about a Nixie till the other day. But yeah, Sketty man, that fucking Mike Bumberclot TV, and he forgot to sit down, man. He's another fucking one. He's another one. He's out here just inserting his nose in here, there, and everywhere. It don't freaking work. It's just not working. And you see, this was even when my fellow Black Americans come and tell me, say, yo, my girl, our reparations thing is not your thing. Hold my corner, because it's not my lane. Why would I need to go and insert myself in it? The only time I insert myself in it, obviously, is when it becomes a talking point amongst the rest of the Black people, the rest of the diaspora. But other than that, let them do what they're doing. It's got absolutely nothing to do with me. Never heard of her either. Okay, you've never heard of her either. Okay. Yeah, man. I have no clue, Nixie. Oh, I think TikTok, actually. I think that's where she's at on TikTok. She's doing her thing. And again, we just leave her, let her do her thing. You know, that's what she does. She's in her lane, and we leave her in her lane. I just don't understand people that feel like they need to be in everyone's fucking lane, but their lane is dirty as fuck and needs a whole load of tidying. That's what I don't understand. Stay in your own lane and go fix your bumberclot business, innit? And allow everybody else's. Unsynchronizes his job. That's a fact. That's a whole fact. Oh, God. Oh, dear. I haven't looked at his thing for a while still. Let me see if I can get any. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, dear. See, I can't multitask for nothing. Oh, shit. Yeah, Somali American. I don't know where Nines is at. Hold on a sec. Nines, make sure you're checking the back in if you're hearing me to see what I want. If not, sorry, Lady D, is it Nature Boy? Listen, Nature Boy's guarding with this. Have you heard the latest? That one day is looking at a minimum of 25 years. Boom. That's what it is. Now, see, that's my interest, because that affects my people. Now, that's where my business is. Yeah, I'm not worried about anybody else's. Yeah, but yeah, he's looking at 25 years minimum. That's standard. Good. Yeah, he's definitely looking at 25 minimum. And the court case starts this year, you know. I mean, this month. It starts this month. The thing starts. Well, hopefully it does anyway. Hopefully they don't move it again. But I think they've added more charges. Yeah, man. Yes, I heard it, but he's an idiot. All right, that's another fucking idiot move right there. So see, this is the things I know about, because obviously it's a part of my community, so I know about this shit, innit? But yeah, he's an idiot, because I'm trying to understand why Black people in particular, African people, are going to bumberclot Dubai. Why? Knowing for a fact you got a whole fucking habit. If you ban weed, don't go Dubai. I think the alcohol, they freed up the alcohol a little bit now. But even if you got alcohol, don't go Dubai. Why would you go to a place that you know the law, one of the laws of their land is none of them thing there? It don't make fucking sense. Now, why are some stupid Black people thinking, okay, I'll go to Dubai and I'll just bun some ganja and smoke some weed? Hello? Have we not heard about the laws and the regulations of that fucking country? What the fuck? Now, you could have picked any other country in the world to go and have a holiday and bun two spliff and all that. You decide to go to Dubai. So right now, I got no sympathy for you.
Anything you get, you forget. Because why would you go to a country like that knowing they don't do these things there and still think you are so high and mighty you can get away with it? You have to deal with, you know. Yeah, idiot. Yeah, idiot. Because I ain't doing it. Okay, you're backstage. Let's see where nines. Let me try message this guy. Give me 1 sec, guys. Am I still here? Oh, thank God. Yes, I don't know. I tried to message her. Lord knows. Yeah, it just don't make no sense. That just doesn't make no sense. Going to Ross Club, Dubai. You gone to Dubai to give away your freedom, yeah, fool. Yeah, idiot. You made that was a waste of a trip and a waste of your freedom. Oh God. Love me all over the place. See, and that's the worst. I cannot multitask for shit. Yeah. Not talking to the middle of him. Oh dear. Dubai looks boring. No history, just massive glass architecture. Okay. I don't know, man. It's just a case of if you know you're a person that don't drink, don't smoke, yeah, that's a perfect holiday for you because you can just go and enjoy yourself and do your thing, innit? But if you're a person that has to bun on a daily, has to drink on a daily, has to do all it just doesn't make logical sense. It really doesn't. You could have gone anywhere else and done that, but you chose a Dubai. Joke business. It is very superficial, Nixie. And I've always said from the beginning of time, it ain't even a place I recommend any black person to be going to, really and truly. Yeah. Because I don't know one black person that's gone to fucking Dubai yet and not got into some type of trouble of some sort. Even some of them even get in trouble before they even land in Dubai. Some of them get in trouble when they're on the damn aeroplane on the way to Dubai. So it's ridiculous. Like, why? Why are black people still insisting on going there? It makes no sense. You know who I rate? I rate Burna Boy for turning down Dubai. But Burna Boy said, bun Dubai. And that's what we all should be saying, bun Dubai. But nope. That people are just nothing it. They want to go where they don't need to concern themselves and end up in problem. It is what it is. But big up Burna Boy for saying F Dubai, man. Minaga. That's what he said. And he can afford to say it too. He said, Minaga. I don't care how much money I earn out there. Minaga. That's what he said. Big up Burna. No, it's not cap. I don't know one of them yet that ain't gone. Like I said, I'm talking from my experience. I don't know one person that ain't gone there and gone and got into no problems. Now, if you know plenty that has gone and that's you. But I'm telling you, me don't know none of them that's gone there no problems yet. Okay, guys, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, give me the Port Spain, Barbados over the that. See, Nick, see that. See, now we're talking. You see, we're vibing now. We're definitely vibing now. That makes sense. Dubai don't make no sense to me. That's not a destination that I'm dying to get to. Has got a seedy side to it. I've heard. I don't know. I've never been, and I have no intention of going. But I've heard so many stories. So many stories. Not in Jamaica yet, but I've always you need to get to Jamaica. You know where I want to hit next? What I ain't been to?
Grenada. That's where I want to hit. I've never been to Grenada and I'm dying to get there. Dying. Grenada is one of the most underrated fucking islands there is. Grenada is where we need to go. Yeah? Grenada and the Virgin Islands. They're underrated so bad. Actually, I heard about Bahamas too. It's supposed to be nice. Who else have I heard about? Oh, St. Kitts, but I heard that it's actually quite not all that. I heard it's quite that it's just not. It's beautiful to look at and like as a tourist and all of that, but it's just not lit like that. I've heard St. Kitts ain't that lit. It's just an island. You just gonna visit the Black. Of course, I'm gonna visit the Black Islands. That's my first place. Why do I want to go to the Asian countries for? What business do I have there? I want to visit all the islands. But I heard about St. Kitts is not all that. I've never been, but I have heard that it's just there. It's beautiful to look at, but it's just there. I guess the seedy side for poor people there, as Dubai is all about money and financial bravado. Yeah, I wouldn't know, Nixie, if that's true or not. I just know that Dubai is just not it. That's what it's the place to avoid, not the place to go. That's all I know. Oh my days. What countries would you go to, excluding the Black countries? What ones do I want to go to that's not Black? I would love to see. Oh, but it's still kind of Black in it. I would like to see what it's like on Australia, but you know what's telling about Australia? It's the fucking flight that will kill me. Listen, 8 hours is bad enough. 9 hours, but how much hours is it to Australia? Does anybody know how much exact hours? That will kill me. That will kill me. It's a place that I would like to visit and experience and see, but that flight alone would, yeah, man, that would done my dance. Me nah lie. This exactly stops it out. That's the only reason. It's so flipping long. And with them as well, you've got to be very careful from what I heard with your luggage. They're very strict on luggage and things you can bring into their country and stuff. Yeah, I heard that. Listen, I heard St. Kitts is beautiful and all of that, but I just heard that it's just not lit. There's no, like, the parties ain't lit. I feel so bad saying this. That is lit. It's just there kind of thing. It's just beautiful and the people and lovely and all of that, but it's just not a turn up place. I want to turn up. That's all it is. That's the only reason why I say. I've heard though. I don't know if it's true, but that's all I've heard. My sister's been St. Kitts a few times. She's just like, yeah, it's nice, but it's just there. I was in Japan last November, 14 hours. 14 hours. So is Australia longer than? Yeah, I can't even do 8 hours. That killed me. The 8 hours. That alone was bad enough. That done my dance for like 2 days. It took me 2 days to get back in the vibe after that flipping NASA. Then we get. Sorry guys, I'm breaking them across the sea. You're done now. Yeah. To the flight to Australia, I would make sure I have sleeping pills on the ready. That flight is way too. Listen, I would need sleeping pill. I would need alcohol. I would need about 20 downloads already stored on my iPad or something. I would need the most. And imagine, there ain't no smoking, so you can allow all of that. So anyone that smokes, you can forget about going to fucking Australia. Your game over. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for you. Imagine 14 hours. Yeah, Japan is somewhere that I would like to experience, only because I will only go there for designer, if I'm being honest. It's not for the actually experience the country or nothing. It's for straight designer. That's why I would go to Japan, just for designer alone. I would go there with empty suitcases and come back with full suitcases. That would be my trick for Japan. I would go there with 2 empty suitcases. All you need is your flannel, your toothbrush and everything there, and that's it. Come back with beer things. Apparently, they do genuine, legit designer, but way cheaper. Leak do that, but then Monday I can cook chicken. Stockzilla wasn't impressed with their food. Stockzilla's just a hater. He's just a natural born hater, yeah? So we can't pay Stockzilla, no man. Hey Eunice, were you there? Ross, Eunice back in Barnsley. Sushi was nice. I don't know about the food though, you know. I think you got the food thing all messed up. That's the only thing that will put me off Japan. Is the food. Boy, the food would not be it. I was shocked when I visited New York. I was surprised how segregated it was. It was disappointing. Eye-opener. Oh, really, Nixie? See, when I hear about New York, I hear about it being a melting pot, like a lot of Jamaicans, a lot of Puerto Ricans, a lot of Italians, a lot of Irish. So is it really that segregated? Like, does everyone stay in their own community? Is that how it works? Not cooking 100. For real, stop saying that. That Jaja, that will be, yeah, that will be it for me. I used to fly to Perth, Western Australia, backwards and forwards every 2 months. Are you crazy? Kosher, no. That can't run. 17 out. No, fuck that. You don't got me fucked up. That ain't gonna work. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. That 70 hours, you're mud. That's stress. I used to fuck Notaros. Australia, New Zealand, them place there. Allow it. First week of November. Oh, wow. That's opposite symptoms, wind time, breaking into Perth, but you all got that adjustment as well. Yeah, your body's got to adjust. And then the sleeping pattern, all of that shit. Oh, shizzle. I've got family in Brooklyn. It was a light-skinned person there. Black people didn't tend to venture into Manhattan. Oh, damn. They tended to stay in their quarters. Wow. Because I know that there's... I don't know how it worked in New York. I heard that it's supposed to be like a bigger version of London. It mirrors London. I've never been. I can only tell you what I've seen via YouTube and what I've heard people say. You know, just watching YouTube videos of New York and stuff, or TikTok videos of New York. I've seen it, but I don't know how the actual people actually like commute, or how they communicate, or how they live. I don't know how the social aspect goes. I can only tell you what I've seen, and it's just normally people just vlogging their day in it, or talking about the area that they came up in, whether it's the Bronx or whether it's uptown or downtown. But apparently it's supposed to mimic London, and a lot of their places and their boroughs and all that's all imitations of the UK. Basically it's New England, isn't it? Fucking hell. People were judging it as I felt. Oh, they got looked at. Yeah, I heard that the crime out there is dangerous, especially on the subways and shit. But then you got the rich part as well, where it's all them big rich people there. And I was so glad to come back to the UK. She said she was so glad to get back to the UK. She said, "Oh hell to the no, it ain't for me." Oh, hold on a second, guys.
What year? Oh. Them people they're fussy. How on earth a fast? How on earth a fast? I tell you, I would love to go to Canada, but me afraid of bomb clock. Cool. No, sir. Me and God. Well, Canada will be a place I would like to visit. But when I just hear about the cold, listen, Cassie coming on panels alone talking about minus 30 and 20. Not her ass. No, sir. She can keep that. That just put me all the way off. No, sir. It will have to be the hot time of the year because remember that crazy Sudanese Tabamba Clark. What happened to she anyway? Which Sudanese woman? The one from the panels. She's on my team. The one that was over on Triluminati. That one, Skitty. I mean, that one, Lig. The Sudanese woman. Or is it the one? Hey, speaking of that, yeah. Do you remember that Somali girl that was going around at one time talking about the man and the brick, the brick lady, I should call her? Yo, she's out here doing the most. Fuck you know. She's chatting shit now, Mike TV. Oh God, don't listen. Whatever you lot do, don't tell Mike TV that she's not all the way there. Let her go and troll him and done his dance. Don't stop her. Let her do what she's got to do. That will teach him a lesson. Don't even give him the heads up. Let her do what she's got to do. She's chatting shit now on it. Yeah, nah, let her do her thing, man. Don't even warn him. Use her as a weapon, innit? Let her troll the shit out of him and done his dance. Okay, so the architecture isn't too dissimilar to London, but the culture is very different. Chinese in their part, Italians in theirs, and so on. Yeah, I can imagine. I actually can imagine that. Very segregated. It's tragic. But then again, the way the people in the US live compared to how we live is completely different. Their thing is all the way set up different. I was go to the US, you know it's going to have to be down south, yeah. If it ain't down south, then I don't want to know. If I was to ever go, it has to be south. Then I'll pull up at Born Rich's fucking shop. I will do the absolute most. I will turn up the place. I'll start play 2 dance hall and bashment in there. You don't know? Oh God. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh shoot, what's going on there? I wouldn't. That would be funny. Listen, my mom said she's yeah. I would have to go to the south. I'm not gonna lie. I would have to get some of that southern hospitality. I would want to try out all the southern cuisine, all of this stuff I keep hearing about. Stuff that I've never ate before in my life, like the collard greens and all that. I would like to try a whole proper southern thing. If I was to ever pick up myself and go to America, it would definitely be the South. As far as I'm concerned, if you ain't gone to America to the South, you ain't been to America. Fuck it. You ain't been to America if you don't go to the South. And I'll have to go straight to the hub and the heart. Yeah, man. I would like to say some of that cornbread and all of that stuff that the soul food. Yeah, I'll have to experience all of that. Links, squares. Oh dear. Kosher's doing the most. Oh dear. Yeah, that's another thing as well with the Caribbeans as well, Nixie, because half of us went to the Americas and the rest of us came to the, the UK or the EU. So, yeah, I got loads of family in the South, loads. Mainly Florida and them places there. Family in Texas. Do you see what I'm saying? So, yeah. Oh, EIE's back. Oh, God. We're in trouble now. EIE, what does Southern food taste like in America? Because, trust me, it's something I see on TV all the time or I hear my Americans, brothers and sisters talk about, but it's not something I've ever experienced. And I don't think even if I got the ingredients from here in the UK, it would taste the same. It still wouldn't taste authentic. It wouldn't come out the way the Americans do it. So I'd have to actually go to America to experience it. The American Southern food, like the soul food and stuff, like the only thing I'm not trying to taste is this chitlin business because I heard about that and I heard it doesn't smell good, so that alone will put me the fuck off. Yeah, so I wouldn't want that, but everything else I'll try. I just heard that it gives off a stench, so from I hear that, it's a wrap. But even that's the way they make their mac and cheese completely different. Do you see what I mean? So I'll have to actually go there to taste it and experience it. Gumbo, that's more like Louisiana. Is it from Louisiana, isn't it? That's where they have that stuff, that gumbo, Creole stuff, yeah. What is gumbo? What is actually in gumbo, Nixie? Oh, so yeah, he says soul food is similar to our food without all the veggie seasonings. Okay. See, I'll enjoy it then. If it's similar to our food, then I'll enjoy it. Period. But you can leave out the fucking chitlin business because I heard about that. Allow it. Yeah. But let me tell you something. I don't care who, listen, argue with yourself. I don't care. Keep your opinions to yourself. I don't give a damn. No KFC is better than Jamaican KFC. Not Trini KFC, not Lucian KFC. No KFC can touch fucking Jamaican. If you ain't had Jamaican, you ain't had nothing. Jamaica's got the best KFC in the fucking entire world. No one can't tell me nothing. Chat to my back. Straight up and down. Chat to my back. If you ain't had Jamaican KFC, you've never touched KFC before. I don't know what the fuck they serve us here in the UK, but allow it. It's a good. They do a lot of grilling and smoking foods. Okay. I want to also. There's a fish that I keep hearing them talk about out there. What's that fish called? There's a fish in particular in America that I think it's a southern fish. I think it's a fish that they more so do in the south. Oh, mate, what particular? Oh, I can't remember what the fish is called. I want to try that too. What is the fucking fish called? Oh, catfish. Is it catfish? Catfish? No idea where Nines is. Nines is on top of catfish. See, I knew I was right. Catfish. I want to try that shit. I always hear people talking about catfish. I want to know what that tastes like. American style, of course. Yep. Oh, allow it. Yeah. In Brighty. Yeah, it's greasy. Oh, I want to try catfish, man. I really do. I'm not a catfish person. What do they have it with? Like, what is catfish with? Yeah, I love, obviously, Brim is our thing. Yeah, understand? Parrot, Brim, are them thing there. We can, yeah, man, we will smoke that up, steam that up, whatever we talk. But I don't know about the catfish. Oh, I think Bayesians actually. Hold on, is it the same catfish? No, they eat fly fish. There's a different. Yeah, they eat fly fish. Fly fish are rice. Bayesians are different. Yeah, they like the fly fish. I need to get next time. I need to get to freaking anywhere but the UK. The UK is done in my mama clock dance. It's fucking depressing. Depressing as fuck. When you think about it, you know, and let's be honest, the only thing the UK has is the pound. Without the pound, the UK's done out here. It's gloomy all the time. It's dead out here. Nah, fucking one. There's no vibes. It's miserable as fuck. The people they're unruly. They don't have no fucking mannerisms. They are miserable. It's just done out here. If it weren't for the fucking pound, nobody would be here. Let's be if it weren't for that, whereas when you think of other countries, especially if you think of back home, it's just vibes, beer, laughter, dance, partying, energy, just bossing, Ludo or fling, music or boss. You have man or sell thing, you have the bread van I go past you, the fish van I go past you, everything can set. It's just a vibe. It's just a whole fucking vibe, innit? The only thing we don't have is the Great British Bomber Clark Pound. And that's the only thing that keeps England going. The only fucking thing. So we have to just be honest. It is what it is. Everywhere else, it's just a fucking vibe. Party, Quan, there's just life. It's always a good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It's just nice hospitality, like WhO, street party, I keep day, nights, whatever time, something I want. When you're bored, there's things to do. When you're bored in the UK, you're fucked. Because you just got to sit and tarry in your yard and be miserable. That's how you get all these fucking online people. Let's be honest. That's how you get all these online. They're miserable as fuck because there's nothing fucking to do. Is that they're just bored out of their fucking mind. They fuck their idle business. Next thing you know, you got problems. That's what it is about the UK. The UK is just dead. Dead na bomba clock. Never like it before. I don't know. What would I? Hey guys, what is your drink of choice when you're out? What is the drink of choice when you're out and about? You know, someone just asked me that online as well. They just asked me what is my drink of choice. What is your lot's drink of choice when you go out? Like, oh, same to you, Victoria. You have a good sleep and wake up well and blessed for tomorrow. Oh, okay, Nixie. I don't know when I'm there. She a idiot. I text her, I call her. I don't know where 9 is, yeah? So sorry about that, Nixie. Oh, girl, we are cool over here. Trust me, don't listen to them fucking haters out there. You're always welcome over here. Join discussions stuff and share everything. And you know what? You and Nines have got things in common, innit? You come from the same country and things. So you don't know. You lot share the same island and thing. Always welcome, man. And Victoria, you leave Nixie alone. You damn bully. Oh, you shoot. Yeah. Where's and then oh god, listen. I want to taste it. Nope. Oh dear. What's going on? His gloves off. The iron me, Vicky. You see that? That's your island side kicking in. That's your island side kicking in. Come on. Oh, I forget we never did that catfish. Okay. But yeah, girl. I don't know where Nines is, people. Nines is on her bullshit as usual. Oh. Whoops. Oh, my days. But yeah, I don't know where Nines is. We might have to just shut this thing down. I don't know where fuck Eunice is at. Tomorrow is Sunday. Hey, this must have been the quickest January I've seen in a long time in that car. January normally feels like it goes on for longer than it needs to, yeah? But this January's kind of gone past quick. Like 1 minute it was the new year, then January started. Now it done, and we're on the 3rd day now of February, and we're in a leap year. This January went so freaking quick. Normally, I just feel like it's never fucking ending, and I can't wait for it. I'm normally bawling for it to happen done. But yo, I blinked and I missed January. I think because January's been so fucking lit this year, we've not had time. We came into the 2024 with a bang. It looks like this 2024 here is going to be lit all year round. So yeah, man. It's like, but yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna end this and get to BrIT. Where? On a rude. Where? Sorry guys, I'm just talking to some people back home. But yeah. Yeah, I might have to say, like, I don't see no response from her still. And I don't even think she don't even see the DM messages. She's gone to sleep, people. Yeah, she's definitely gone to sleep. So we'll call it a day. But look here, man, I'm gonna wish you all. I can't even play the music because this thing is gonna go down and I'm not able to get Nine's thing in any strikes. So we're gonna just shut this shit down. Because me, I play some else music in the background. And I don't even know what's playing right now. What are they playing? Hold on. Oh, they're playing R&B at the moment. Yep, they're playing R&B. So I'm going to shut this shit down so I can turn it up. and listen to what the hell they're saying. Look here, I'm going to Jamaica. Look, EIE, Jamaica don't want see you. Jamaica says, tan where you there. That's what Jamaica say. Yeah? Jamaica said, tan where you there, and nobody come back here. That's what it said, yeah? EIE, so you tan where you there, and go about your business. Oh my gosh, Bamboo off number Marlies. Oh my gosh. Bamboo rafting. Look here, you see, whenever I put that piece of clay on sheet, boom, but when that clay slap up on the skin, it's game over for you, EIE. You sure you really wanted that? I'm not gonna lie. I want to go. One place I've never been to is the Blue Lagoon. I would love to visit. It just looks so. I've seen it on TikTok so many times, and I'm like, Bomba Clock, them place they even exist in Jamaica. I never know such Jamaica have them place there. But yeah, I want to try the Blue Lagoon. But you have to go at night, like midnight. Where? Cause you know, say I thief them. I got take with you. Take with them. I got take with that. Yeah. Yo, let me get off and go watch my box TV because man say him cocky long so and in my side man. So me I can go watch my box TV and get two joke, yeah. Ooh. Oh what? Ooh. Look here. Look here. I'm too out of order. People are gonna pass me around me as usual. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm gonna go and fast up myself and go on the Jamaican side because you know I've got to keep up with my up to date with the Jamaican thing. So I'm gonna see you lot soon. And oh god, hey, yeah. Before I go quickly, who the fuck brought back YP? Who brought back, you know, Sonnet? I'm gonna go over there and cuss him. It's all right. I'm gonna deal with Sonnet and myself. Yeah, cause I don't know who the fuck brought back this guy. Yeah. But this guy said he solved COVID. Like, who's listening to this guy? Who's really listening to this guy? Yeah. The man said he had the cure for COVID and he solved it. I was like, yeah. You see, when they're that far gone at this point, there's no helping. But let me go fucking fast with him, yeah, because you know I love to troll my YP. So let me go and find him and go stress him out, because that's all I'm good for right now, stressing him out. I've been on him for about a week or so. I'm getting right back onto it. But yeah, man, I'm going to go on the other side, guys. So peace and blessings. More love and powers to everybody. It's nearly midnight, so it's time for me to head out. Show some... And yeah, I see you lot on the other side, man. I see you lot on the other side. America, I'm coming, America. So take care. Peace and love, guys. Peace and love.